Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Hey everybody, get ready for some great shows. Starting out with Cavalcade of America, Lux Theater with some great Hollywood stars, Groucho Marx, one of the best comedians in history, and also followed by the hilarious Red.
Each Wednesday, the DuPont Cavalcade of Music presents a program of songs written by a composer whose contributions to the lighter music of our country have been important. Works of Irving Berlin, Rudolph Rimmel, Jerome Kern, George Gershwin, Cole Porter, Arthur Schwartz, and several others will have been presented before this DuPont Summer Series is concluded. This evening, the music is by Vincent Youmans, who, as any musician familiar with our lighter music will tell you, is one of our most skilled tunesmiths. Don Voorhees and his DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra will play, and radio's famed young baritone Conrad Thibault will sing. Music by Vincent Youmans, while in a popular vein, seems to have a permanence not often found in its field. No better examples are available than numbers from the Youmans score of No, No, Nanette. What a hit that show was. At one time, road companies were playing it in a half a dozen cities. You all remember this one, I Want to Be Happy. No, Nanette opened in Chicago, played there a year, and almost everybody knew the music before the show itself reached Broadway. Many experts figured that it would fail in New York for that reason. But it swept on to new success with such hits as the number Don Voorhees and his DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra will play for us now. T for Two. We asked Conrad Tebow what human song he'd like best to sing on this program, and he said, "That's easy. A song that, in my judgment, is one of the very best Vincent Youmans ever wrote." Be played by Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra. men in the music business will tell you that Vincent Youmans' score for the musical comedy Great Day was one of the richest he ever wrote. The show closed after a 2-week run, but that didn't stop the music from going merrily on its successful way, including the title number of the show, Great Day itself. Before we continue with our program of Vincent Youmans' songs, we have a message from DuPont. For a moment, let's imagine ourselves at the intersection of two busy avenues with hundreds of automobiles streaming by. It's raining. Suddenly, a smash-up. And even though the cars are pretty badly damaged, nobody is seriously hurt. In the old days, someone might have been badly cut by jagged pieces of glass or had their eyesight endangered by flying splinters from the windshield. But now there is laminated safety glass for your car. Did you ever stop to realize just what safety glass means to you? What a comfort it is to know that your family may ride without danger of injury or disfiguration from that source. Truly, laminated glass is one of chemistry's outstanding contributions to motoring safety. When you look through a windshield or car window of safety glass, you're actually looking through cotton. Laminated safety glass is made by sandwiching a section of transparent cellulose plastic between two sheets of plate glass. Chemists get the cellulose used in this plastic from cotton. From the beginning, DuPont chemists worked to perfect safety glass. By unceasing research, they improved the clarity, made windshield vision better. By improvement in the manufacturing process and with the aid of the automobile and glass industries, DuPont reduced the cost. The plastic now used in laminated glass is 1/3 of its original cost. Today, almost every new car is equipped with laminated safety glass. Most of the states require safety glass in motor vehicles. Thanks to such foresightedness and to research chemists and automobile engineers, injuries from flying glass are becoming fewer and fewer. So when you're driving smoothly along in a car, remember that chemistry is helping to keep you and your family safe from flying glass, and remember, too, that just as DuPont chemists worked unceasingly to give you that protection, they are continuing their research to provide better things for better living through chemistry. When we wrote Vincent Youmans and told him about this evening's program, he suggested that the number Through the Years be included. Conrad Thibault sings it for us. Another musical show for which Vincent Youmans wrote the score was the light-hearted success Hit the Deck. And here's the number that always stops the show. Sometimes I'm Happy. Remember the movie Flying Down to Rio? Vincent Youmans wrote the music, and Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers danced the karaoke brilliantly. Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra include the karaoke in a medley, with Conrad Thibault singing More Than You Know from Great Day, and the orchestra playing the always popular Hallelujah from Hit the Deck.
Oh, how I'd cry if you got tired and said goodbye. More than I'd show, more than you'll ever
Little has been written about Vincent Youmans. He's just gone along producing good songs, not in great quantity, but always with the melodic simplicity and rhythmic precision that make him the musician's composer. That he writes light melodies which last long after many a skyrocket hit tune has been forgotten is tribute enough to Youmans' great talent. This evening completes Conrad Thibault's group of appearances on our summer series. Anything to say, Conrad?
Well, just that it was a pleasure to work with my friend and great conductor Don Voorhees again, and I've certainly found the program worthwhile from my standpoint, not just musically either. I've known of DuPont for a long time, but I'm sure I have a better understanding of the great number of fields the company served than I had before. So I'll just say thank you to you, Don, and thank you to you, DuPont. I hope to see you all again. Good night.
It was our pleasure, Conrad. Best of luck. Next Wednesday evening with Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra, we will have as our singing guest the brilliant and charming young star of operetta and radio, Miss Francia White, who has come from California to appear on this program. And the composer whose songs you will hear is Rudolph Brimmel. You all remember... Yes, a full program of music by Rudolph Brimmel next Wednesday at the same time when DuPont again presents the Cavalcade of Music. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents George Arliss in Cardinal Richelieu with Florence Arliss, Cesar Romero, Heather Angel, Montague Love, and Douglas Dumbrill.
Lux presents Hollywood. This is the drama of a man who struggled against enormous odds of force and hatred to bring dignity and greatness to the flag of France. Our play stars George Arliss with Florence Arliss, Cesar Romero, Heather Angel, Montague Love, and Douglas Dumbrill. And our guest between the acts is Edward P. Lambert, outstanding Hollywood authority on history and costumes. Our music is conducted by Louis Silvers. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, the world's largest selling package soap for fine fabrics. Lux is so mild, so pure, it's safe for anything safe in water alone. If you Lux your things regularly, your lingerie, stockings, sweaters, and dainty blouses and dresses, you help them stay new-looking longer. And a little goes so far, Lux is thrifty. Now, your host and producer of the Lux Radio Theater, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. During America's cradle days, at about the time that Englishmen were planting tobacco and the sovereignty of King James in Virginia, and the Dutch were buying the island of Manhattan at far less than a penny an acre, there spread across every corner of France the shadow of a mighty man, a man named Richelieu. In his youth, Richelieu had worn the plated helmet of a soldier, later, the red cap, which proclaimed him a cardinal of the church. Though he never wore a crown, no king ever sat more securely on the throne of France than he, or brought it greater glory. It's the drama of his career that we're about to bring you, with one of drama's most distinguished interpreters, Mr. George Arliss, in the role of the cardinal he portrayed so vividly on the screen. Mr. Arliss comes to us tonight in the company of the girl with the nice arms, for those are the words he used in dedicating his autobiography to her. She's better known as his charming wife, Florence Arliss, whom we'll hear as Marie de Medici. Making his first Lux appearance is the romantic Cesar Romero in the part of André Dupont. Heather Angel, lovely leading lady in a score of films, is Lenore. Montague Love is heard as King Louis XIII. And Douglas Dumbrill, one of the screen's more able specialists in villainy, is Baradar. Now for the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents George Arliss in Cardinal Richelieu. France in the early years of the 17th century was the last stronghold of ancient feudalism. The country was divided into vast domains, ruled over by independent lords. Then in 1628, Louis XIII began to gain authority over his nobles, a rise of power brought about by the strength and purpose of one man, the Minister of State, whose name was on everyone's lips.
Richelieu, Cardinal Richelieu.
He's the savior of France.
Richelieu will bring us unity. He'll bring us peace.
May heaven bless him.
Richelieu.
But Richelieu made enemies as well as friends. The nobles, jealous of their lost privileges, gained the ear of Marie de Medici, the king's mother. Through the influence of Anne, Louis's wife, who is no friend of Richelieu, Marie has been granted audience in His Majesty's private apartment. With her comes Count Baradar, a bitter enemy of Richelieu. The king, annoyed at the interruption, turns angrily to Queen Anne.
I must say, Anne, you've selected a strange moment to press this matter. My doctors have ordered me absolute quiet, a fact which you, my wife, seem to entirely disregard.
I do not disregard it, Louis. But your mother has a message of the greatest importance. I think you should hear her.
Well, what is it now, Mother?
You have persistently refused to see me. While Richelieu is by your side, you will listen to no one, not even your mother.
You know you hate me, really.
I hate Richelieu, this impudent churchman who works daily to make a king's crown out of his cardinal's hat.
Oh, ridiculous. You exaggerate, Mother.
I wonder if she does. You seem incapable of ruling without His Eminence.
You'll hold your tongue. I rule as I see fit.
You don't seem to realize that we are facing civil war, Louis.
Civil war? Are you mad?
Do you think that powerful nobles like Normandy and Lorraine are going to forfeit the lands they've held for hundreds of years?
They'll do as I say.
And if they refuse?
Then we'll crush them.
Exactly. Civil war.
I'll not sign any order for Richelieu's dismissal. The subject is closed.
Very well. Baradar.
Yes, Your Highness?
My son has refused our petition. You may tell the lords their case is hopeless.
Baradar, are you in this, too?
Your Majesty, I confess I was. But now I question the wisdom of dismissing Cardinal Richelieu. After all, he is the most popular man in France.
What's that? You forget yourself, Baradar. The king is the most popular man in France.
If you say so, sire.
If you are, Louis, why do the cardinal's morning's receptions attract all the nobility of the court? Why is his palace thronged and yours practically deserted?
Palace? A churchman? Palaces should belong to royalty.
You forget he is now as wealthy as you. His new palace is far more regal than yours.
Is this true, Baradar?
Must I speak, sire?
I order you. Richelieu's palace. Have you seen it?
It is quite spacious. About twice the size of your palace here. They say the gold plate is the finest of its kind. The porcelain brought overland from the east.
That will be enough. I think I understand, Count Baradar. You and all the others. You're jealous of Richelieu's power.
Sire, you know you have my allegiance. If it seems good to you to take my small domains for the benefit of France, I surrender willingly. I don't question your Majesty's right. All I do ask is why the lands were taken from some nobles and not from others.
What do you mean? The edict applied to all the feudal lords.
Except the Duke of Normandy, sire. At least it would seem so. For Normandy still has his lands and his armies, while ours have been confiscated to the crown.
Are you suggesting that Richelieu has favored the Duke of Normandy?
I suggest nothing, sire. I merely point out that Normandy's domains are untouched, and that Richelieu has just built himself a palace. A palace so that he and the Capuchin monk Joseph might live their days in splendor. All this magnificence for 2 priests. The money must have come from somewhere, Your Majesty.
Well, Louis, you see...
Be quiet! Let me have that order of dismissal.
Here, Your Majesty.
I shall study this carefully.
You have only to sign here, Louis.
The pen, Your Majesty.
May I be allowed to enter?
Richelieu.
I have a feeling that I am the subject of this absorbing debate.
Secret entrances, eavesdropping. This is intolerable.
Richelieu. Why this sudden and secret return?
I hurried to you on my arrival, knowing your Majesty was sick.
Yes, sick of your presumption and insolence.
I am reassured. I feared it might be worse. Madame is well?
As well as your presence allows.
I have seldom seen Madame look better.
You have ridden with unaccustomed haste, my Lord Cardinal. Your holy office must make great demands on your powers.
It does, Count Baradar, and your powers make great demands on my holy office.
Now, have done with this. I've heard serious charges against you, Cardinal.
A minister who does not make enemies is failing in his duty to his king.
Thanks to you, we face a threat of civil war, it seems.
Where do you hear that?
On all sides.
Oh, from Queen Anne on your right, Queen Mary on your left, and my friend Barada, yes, on all sides.
I understand you've not taken over the Duke of Normandy's lands. Is this true?
Quite true, Your Majesty.
And may I ask why?
I will tell you why. Normandy's lands would constitute a fine addition to Your Majesty's domain. They are rich and broad, but Normandy's armies are greater than yours. Give us time to match his strength, and we'll have his lands merely by threat.
Well, Baradad, does that seem reasonable?
Very reasonable, sire. Your Majesty is to build up a great army so that we may declare war on our own people.
Your Majesty, my sole aim is to make France a great power. These petty kingdoms must be brought under one hand, not a hand with fingers forever outstretched, but one that can close and become a mailed fist capable of striking back. With a united France, Your Majesty will go down in history as Louis of glorious memory.
That should be worth working for, Baradad.
Your Majesty, no one would be happier than I to see our country with one throne, one monarch, and one palace.
Ah, yes, this palace, Richelieu. Why do you call it a palace?
Because it is a palace, Your Majesty.
I'm not sure that I approve of this display. Gold plate, I hear. Porcelain from the East.
Treasures from the remotest worlds brought to France for the pleasure and profit of France.
Of France? Of Richelieu, I think.
I'm sure Your Majesty will approve the gardens, the terraces.
The avenues of Roman marble.
And glittering fountains.
Your appreciation fills me with pleasure. And when my plans are completed, I trust my palace will be finer than any Your Majesty possesses.
But
Since Your Majesty has showered honors upon me, it has been my desire to make some concrete return to my benefactor. And so I have built a palace that shall outshine that of any monarch in Europe. And I bring Your Majesty this deed of gift, and beg that you will accept it, with its treasures from east and west, its marbles, its terraces, as a token of love and loyalty from your humble servant.
But, Amo, this is magnanimous.
Your Majesty will permit me to withdraw. This document on your table. This, I am sure, is my formal dismissal from your service. When my work is finished, I beg you to sign it, so that I may retire to some simple home where I may walk in my garden and commune with my God. Until then, I take the liberty of withholding it from your hand.
You may take it, Amo. I fear I was hasty.
I thank Your Majesty. If you need me, you will find me at my palace. At your palace. I shall be working there, as always, in the interest of the crown. Your Majesty's a good day. Enemies of the state. Enemies of the state. Take these warrants, Father Joseph. I've signed them. What else is there?
Another Huguenot noble to be arrested on suspicion.
When will they learn, Joseph, that only a united France can be a great France? Who is he?
His name is André de Pont.
Has he had fair and proper warning?
Yes.
First, all means to conciliate, and then all means to crush. Give me the warrant.
England is dangerously friendly towards the Huguenots.
Yes. We must stir up trouble between the English and the Scotch. That will keep England busy. See, Joseph, my map of Europe. The pattern is perfect. With our Swedish mercenaries, we can protect ourselves against Austria, move against Spain. I see no loophole, no vulnerable point anywhere.
Nor do I. Unless we should meet opposition in our own forces.
Yes, true. Some of our noble lords are not too anxious to serve their king. The Count Barada in particular, I'm afraid. I think he'll bear watching, Joseph. Oh, Miss Degree, what do you say? She agrees. It's a pity we can't use Miss Degree, Joseph. She has such beautiful claws. Miss Degree, Who put this ribbon on you?
It must have been Lenore.
Ah, Lenore. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Joseph, you're my oldest friend, and I need your sound advice. What are we to do with that child?
I hadn't thought. I suppose you'll present her at court?
No. No. The court's no place for young girls. Now that she's left the convent, she's my responsibility. But we must give her something to amuse her. She's no longer a child, you know.
She's too old for dolls, of course.
Oh, yes. What about a horse?
A horse? Yes.
Now, don't go and get her a charger, Joseph. Just a quiet mare that she can ride with safety. Children who have nothing to occupy them may get into mischief.
Mischief? No, not Lenore.
Yeah, even Lenore. She'll be in her garden. Ask her to see me in my study.
Very well, Armand.
You sent for me, dear guardian.
Lenore, come in, my child. Well, what have you been doing this afternoon?
Nothing of importance. What have you been doing?
Mine is a life of contradictions. I pray for peace and salvation and send men to their death. I flatter kings, amass worldly wealth, and pray God to be merciful, and I make men hate me.
My father loved you. You were smiling when I came in. What were you reading?
My diary. When I was young, I wrote down words of guidance for my own conduct.
Let me see.
I don't recommend them to you or to others. When I came to court, I wrote this. I was 21. Speak as little as possible. Withdraw adroitly, without lying, when the truth is dangerous. The king loves to be praised. If you have purpose, pursue it. If you believe deeply, act boldly. Ah, well, 21.
If you believe deeply, act boldly.
What would you write for yourself?
Questions, perhaps, without answers.
What questions?
Is it possible to fall in love with someone after seeing them only once?
You shall tell me the answer. Is it possible?
Yes.
Whom have you seen? You've only been out of the convent 3 weeks.
When I was in the convent, the girls used to throw silly notes over the wall to young men. I did it, too. A young officer. He passed again. He was very handsome. And I threw another note. And then one day, he threw back an answer.
Well?
And today I met him.
How often have you met him?
Only once. Today.
And you think you love him?
I'm sure.
His name?
André Dupont.
André Dupont. Does he know that the Cardinal Richelieu is your guardian?
No, he doesn't know about you. He doesn't even know my name.
You're quite sure of that?
Oh, yes. What is it? What's that paper?
André Dupont.
Oh, do you know him?
I've heard of him.
But why do you look so...
Well, Joseph?
His Majesty is here.
His Majesty?
With half the court, I should think.
What does he want?
He says he's come to see his palace.
He wastes no time.
Splendid, splendid. See those paintings, Baradar. Masterpieces, every one. Richelieu. Armand.
Your Majesty, welcome to your palace.
It is all that you claimed for it, Armand. A magnificent gift.
When does His Majesty take possession?
When it is finished, Count Baradar. Of course, Baradar. When it is finished. Armand, I was thinking... And who is this?
Your Majesty.
Charming. Charming. Who are you, child?
She is the daughter of an old friend and loyal subject who was killed in the service of France. I have made myself responsible.
Ah, yes. Well, my child, we must see you at court on occasion. Would you like that?
If I am permitted, Your Majesty.
I give you permission. You'll bring her, Richelieu?
Of course.
When?
Whenever Your Majesty commands.
Bring her tomorrow. We shall look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
You may leave us now, Lenore.
Yes, Your Eminence. Your Majesty.
Good day, my child.
A lovely creature, Your Majesty.
I have eyes, Baradar. I have eyes. Where has she been, Amo?
Oh, at the convent. She's still a child. Come, Your Majesty. I want you to see the Roman marble.
Yes, presently. A child, you say? You forget how young people grow up. You can't possibly keep her cooped up in this palace of yours?
I think the coop is big enough.
No. I've taken a great interest in her. She should come to court. We must find a husband for her.
Your Majesty's interest touches me deeply.
She should have a title, position. I think the right man might be the Count de Cinq-Mars.
Cinq-Mars?
Have you anything against my choice?
Oh, is Your Majesty asking me to marry the Count?
No, don't be obstinate. He has wealth, a good title.
Does Your Majesty deem it necessary to consult Cinq-Mars?
Cinq-Mars will do as he's told.
Is it possible, sire, that there are other reasons for your interest?
Are you daring to suggest?
Sire, I may accustom myself to the caprices of monarchs, but I will not pander to their vices.
Do you forget that I am still your king?
And I am your cardinal, responsible for your immortal soul.
When my time comes, I'll answer for that. I demand that you bring her to court.
I am sorry.
Will you obey your king?
No, Your Majesty.
Very well. We shall see how far the power of the cardinal will carry without the support of his king.
Well, Joseph?
The king's very angry.
Yes. See, Joseph, on what little things the fate of nations depends. A few hours ago, I said there were no loopholes, and now the history of France may be changed by a pretty face. If I could only find some way to keep Lenore out of his reach.
But how? You can't send her away. He'd never forgive you.
Joseph.
Yes?
Joseph, I have an idea. A mad, wonderful idea. Joseph, bring me André Dupont. Sit down. Sit down, Monsieur Dupont.
Your guards arrested me. I demand to know why.
You are arrested as an enemy to France and an enemy to your king.
I am an enemy neither to my king nor my country. But if you think I'll purchase my freedom by allegiance to you, you're mistaken.
You joined with the Dukes of Normandy, Lorraine, and the others that you might defy me.
Haven't we the right to fight for our lands we've held for centuries?
Tell me, who gave your ancestors those lands?
The crown.
If a crown can give, a crown can take away.
It's not the crown who takes them away, but my Lord Cardinal. Every day you gather more power to yourself. Soon you will have the whole of France in the palm of your hand for your own selfish ends.
One moment. You're an officer?
Yes.
You've seen active service?
Yes.
Does your regiment go into battle a mere rabble without authority or guidance?
My regiment is one of the best disciplined in the army.
You exact obedience from your subordinates.
What sort of an officer should I be if I didn't?
And what if they disobeyed you?
I should get rid of them.
And that, my friend, is my method. Why do you quarrel with it?
I was referring to a regiment.
I was referring to the enemies of France. Now, forget your hatred of me for the moment, and let me ask you, why do I take your lands and those of the great feudal lords?
Why?
Because to be strong, we must be united.
We've done well enough for the past few hundred years.
What has stood for a century may be destroyed in a night. England and Austria are arming against us. Our own noble lords are in league with Spain, waiting to help them to march on Paris to crush our country and to place a puppet king on our mighty throne. Have you any pride in your country? Do you want to see France in the ascendant, powerful, glorious, supreme? Or do you want to see a country ravaged by foreign invaders? Unity or defeat?
Armand.
Well?
An important message.
Monsieur Dupont, wait in that room and think well of what I have said. Well, Joseph?
From the king.
Let me see. Mademoiselle Lenore de Brisac will take up her residence in the palace as lady-in-waiting to Her Majesty the Queen, pending her marriage with the Count de Cinq-Mars. Signed, Louis Rex.
You see, it's hopeless.
Perhaps. Send Lenore to me at once. Go. Monsieur Dupont? Well, what is your answer?
They say you're a devil, that you can twist men around your little finger. It's true. I'm ready to serve you.
Good. Sit down again. You married?
No.
Fortunate. You'll have to marry at once.
Marry?
Patriotism demands sacrifices. For my purpose, It is essential that you should marry at once.
You ask me what I will do for my country and then set me the one task that is impossible.
Impossible? You haven't seen the lady I've chosen.
Nor will I.
Oh, you've a lady already. Very charming, no doubt. But you must get rid of her.
No.
Are you going to let some worthless little creature jeopardize your whole career?
You can do what you like. Commit me to the Bastille as you're about to do, but I won't stoop to this.
Oh, you're a very violent young man. Tell me, this girl you have in mind, have you known her long?
No.
Met her often?
Once.
Her name?
I don't know.
Here's a man giving up his whole career for a girl whose name he doesn't even know. I give you a minute to change your mind.
No.
Once this order is signed, I shall not recall it. Well?
I've made my decision. Nothing you can do or say will alter it.
Father, Brother Joseph said you...
Lenore, you mustn't disturb me. I have painful business with this young man.
Andre.
You here?
He's a very obstinate man.
But, Father, you won't send him away, please.
Send him away? I've been begging him to marry you for the last 15 minutes, but he refuses.
Andre.
Oh, Lenore.
You seem to be a most impressionable young man. You fall in love with ladies at a moment's notice. I must leave you. Unless you change your mind again, you will both meet me in an hour in my chapel. Joseph, this is my reply to the king. I'll read it to you. To Louis Rex, Your Majesty, Mademoiselle Lenore is honored by His Majesty's appointment as lady-in-waiting to the Queen, but she humbly suggests that the matter may be delayed until her return from her honeymoon with her husband, Andre Dupont. Well?
Ingenious, but dangerous.
True. Let me add something, Joseph. Something pleasant. Yes. If Your Majesty desires someone to love, love me, Richelieu.
The curtain falls on the first act of Cardinal Richelieu, starring George Arliss. During this brief intermission before Act Two, we bring you the Browning family. It's late afternoon, and Midge comes bursting in from school.
Mother! Oh, Mother!
Yes, dear?
You've got to do something about Bobby.
Why, Midge, what's the trouble?
Oh, he's incorrigible, Mother.
Oh, no.
But he is. Toady Allen was walking home with me, and along comes Bobby, and... There, that's just what he yelled at me, Mother, right in front of Toady, and I was so embarrassed.
Now, Bobby, that wasn't at all nice.
And it was just because I got a run in my stocking, Mother.
She's always getting runs. Why, they call her Runaway Midge.
Well, after all, I can't help it.
You certainly can, dear. You can do a lot better than you're doing if you'd only use Lux Flakes.
Well, maybe it is my fault. I did forget to use Lux. But anyhow, can't you make Bobby stop talking that way?
The quickest way to stop him, dear, is to cut down on runs. If you just remember to Lux your stockings every night, you won't have nearly so much trouble.
Oh, Mother, I will try to remember.
Yes, Luxing stockings after every wearing cuts down on runs and saves many embarrassing moments. Lux saves the elasticity that helps your stockings wear longer and fit better. Cake soap rubbing, or soaps with harmful alkali, are likely to weaken elasticity, and then runs come easily. Give your stockings regular Lux care, and all your underthings, too, to keep them fresh and dainty and to help them stay new-looking longer. Lux has no harmful alkali. It's safe for anything safe in water alone. And a little goes so far, Lux is thrifty. Buy Lux Flakes in the economical large-size box. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Cardinal Richelieu, starring George Arliss with Florence Arliss, Cesar Romero, Heather Angel, Montague Love, and Douglas Dumbrell. With his ward Lenore safely married to Andre Dupont, Richelieu turned again to affairs of state. By his order, the army of France, commanded by Marshal Lemoyne, stands ready to leave Paris to meet the invading Spaniards at the border. But the Cardinal's enemies have other plans. Secretly in league with the Spanish king, Barada has conspired to keep Lemoyne's forces in Paris, knowing that such a move will mean victory for Spain and the establishment of a weak king on the throne of France.
With the Duke d'Orléans on the throne, we will soon regain our privileges, gentlemen, and our lands.
Agreed, Barada, but first, Spain must be victorious.
They will be. Their forces will advance through Corby and surround Paris.
Unless Lemoyne's army meets them halfway before they reach the walls of Paris.
Have no fear of that. Lemoyne's army will never leave Paris. I will have public opinion stirred to prevent it. Our day, gentlemen, is at hand.
Down with Richelieu! Keep the army in Paris! Protect our home! Down with Richelieu!
In the palace, King Louis stands by a window, listening to the distant cries. On one side is Barada, and on the other, Louis's brother, Gaston, the weak-willed Duke d'Orléans, whom the nobles hope to place on the throne.
Listen to them. They sound half mad. They're clamoring for something, the pigs. What is it, Barada?
They want protection. You know, sire, what will happen if the army leaves Paris. The people will revolt.
What? Well, why doesn't Richelieu do something? He's the Minister of War.
You'll forgive me, sire, but it's Richelieu's order that is sending the army away from the city.
I will protect my people. Tell Marshal Lemoyne to let the army remain in Paris. Defend Paris to the last. Give the order yourself, Gaston.
I? Oh, yes. I'll give the order with pleasure, brother.
What is it, Mr. Gray? Life too quiet for you here? Like to go to court, eh? Well, a cat may look at a king, but I don't advise it, Mr. Gray.
Marshal Lemoyne, His Eminence is resting.
His Eminence will see me, Father Joseph.
Lemoyne? Why are you here? Why haven't you and your army left Paris?
Stopped. The army's to stay.
By whose orders?
The king's.
Without consulting me.
He believes Paris to be France. He's frightened of the people. If I move out of the troops, he's afraid it means revolution.
If you stay, it means defeat. If the Spanish army reaches Corby ahead of you, they'll be at the gates of Paris in a week. Whereas if you push on to Corby...
No. Once I trapped them in the hills round Corby, I have them on my word as a soldier.
It shall be done. Master your men and make for Corby.
But the king's order.
I am Minister of War. Officially, I have not been consulted. I give you the order to march.
One moment. I'm a soldier, but I'm also a man. I want to keep my head on my shoulders.
And I want to keep my hand on their throat.
I can't disobey an order of the king.
Let me see that order. This forbids you to take the army out of Paris.
That's clear enough.
Lemoyne, if the army is delivered to you outside the walls of Paris, will you lead them then?
Outside? Yes.
The army will meet you outside the walls of Paris by midnight at the East Gate. I'll lead them myself.
I will be there to meet you.
Godspeed to you, and a swift victory.
Armand, Louis will be furious.
I have one consolation, Joseph. You can separate me from only one head.
The insolence of Richelieu. Gets on a horse and marches the army away from Paris in defiance of my orders.
In any other person, it would be regarded as treason.
Treason? What else is it but treason?
Dismiss him, sire.
I will. But no. Always when he disobeys me, I have a fatal feeling that he may be right.
But, Your Majesty...
That's enough. You may leave, Count Barada.
Very well, sire. Guard.
Count Barada.
Where is Prince Gaston?
With the Queen Mother, my lord. The prince is waiting for you.
No. Surely even Louis won't stand this last insult. This time, Richelieu's gone too far. Barada, well?
The king will do nothing.
Nothing? There's a king for you. His own orders defied, a slap in the face, and he does nothing. I'd have that man's head.
My son, you must calm yourself.
We've failed again. I shall never become king.
Shh, Gaston. You know you were always my favorite. It will all be in good time.
I shall be king one day, shan't I? You promised it. I shall.
Very soon. Our treaty with Spain. It's almost arranged.
Barada, why don't you do something? This monster, Richelieu, will crush us. Kill him. Haven't we got men enough? I'll kill him myself.
Kill him?
Barada, Poor Gaston is mad with rage.
He talks sense in his madness.
Are you mad, too? No one can kill Richelieu. You can't risk it.
We can risk another man. Someone who might kill him, not for political reasons. We'd never be suspected.
But who?
There's a young Huguenot noble here. He's being held prisoner by the king. I'll go and have a talk with him.
Why am I being held here, Barada? Why is there no message from the Cardinal?
The Cardinal? Andre, don't rely on him.
Why not?
Is it possible you're so blind?
Blind?
My poor Andre. Don't you see that you've been used by Richelieu?
What do you mean?
Doesn't it strike you as curious that he married you in such great haste?
It was to save Lenore from the king.
From the king or for the king?
What? Oh, I don't believe it.
The lady found favor in the eyes of royalty. For appearances, a husband had to be found quickly. The Cardinal found you willing, ready to hand.
No man could be such a fiend.
No? Then why doesn't he send you word? Why?
Barada, you must help me.
I will gladly. But you must help yourself, too. Richelieu must die.
My child, my child.
And then they arrested him, Father. He's there now at the palace. They wouldn't let me see him. And it's all through me. Louis is angry because Andre married me.
Not because he married you, but because he protects you.
You will intercede for him.
The king shall set him free or answer to his cardinal.
But when?
Tomorrow, my child. Go to your room, my dear, and try to sleep. Who's there? Who's there, I say? Joseph, is that you? Light the candle, Joseph. Joseph!
It is not Joseph, my lord.
Andre, my son. I thought you were under arrest.
You meant me to be under arrest, but I'm free. I've come here to kill you.
What madness is this?
A fine fool you made of me, my lord. A mock marriage. How sweet and holy your eminence looked. How noble. And all the while you were planning to use her to regain the king's favor.
What are you saying? Who's been pouring this poison into your ears?
They were right. They told me not to wait, but to strike at once.
They have made you their tool. Barada again.
Barada's my friend. Lenore is at the palace where you sent her.
They lie. Lenore is here. Let me pass that I may call her.
A trick. She's not here. You want to call your guards.
Then go yourself. Lift the latch of that door and call Lenore. Well, why do you hesitate?
I'm a fool. You tricked me, I know it. But you tempt me with her name. You know that. Judas.
Call her.
Lenore. It's a trick. I knew it.
Did someone call? Whose voice was that? It's not Andre.
Lenore.
You see, my son.
Oh, Father. Father, forgive me.
What's that?
The signal. I forgot to give the signal. They're breaking in.
Who?
Barada.
Quick, Lenore, go back to your room. Stay here.
Yes, Father.
I'll hold them off.
Stay. You stay with me.
But, Father...
Do as I say. What? Now, listen. When they come in, the deed is done. Understand? You've killed me. Strangled me. Keep them off. Don't let them touch me. Now, set the stage. See, I'm in bed. My hand outstretched. So, my beads knotted about my throat.
So, they're coming.
Draw the curtain.
Andre, here, Barada.
Richelieu, where is he?
See for yourself.
Barada, look. The bed.
He was asleep. I strangled him. I left no trace.
Yes. Dead. France is free at last. Well, there's no need to wait now. We can put our plan into action at once. Remove those beads, Andre, and meet us in the courtyard. There's no time to waste.
Hurry, Andre.
Father, you were wonderful.
It was a great effort. I never felt less dead. Andre, the plan they spoke of. What plan?
To depose Louis and place Gaston on the throne.
Ah?
The Queen Mother and the Queen are on their way to the Spanish border tonight.
To visit her brother?
Yes, but in reality they carry a treaty, a private treaty.
A signed treaty?
Yes, signed by Baradoc, Gaston, and the rest.
Ah, the fools. They put their names on paper, their signatures.
Armand, what is it?
Victory, Joseph. You'll come with me. Quickly, my carriage, my fastest horses. Send gallopers ahead on the route to the Spanish border to warn my men at every village, every tavern, to look out for a royal carriage bearing the Queen and the Queen Mother. At last, their signatures.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. So ends Act Two of Cardinal Richelieu, with George Arliss and our all-star cast. We'll go into Act Three after the short intermission, during which Mr. DeMille takes us behind Hollywood scenes and introduces our guest of the evening.
Hollywood can boast of many researchers and many costume directors, but as far as I know, Edward P. Lambert is our only expert equally at home in either field. 25 years ago, Mr. Lambert helped in costuming and research for The Birth of a Nation. His silver anniversary finds him manufacturing costumes for another picture based on the war between the states, Gone with the Wind. Now with Selznick International Studio, this versatile gentleman worked with George Arliss at 20th Century Studio when Cardinal Richelieu was brought to the screen. Our play tells us about Richelieu the statesman. Can you, Mr. Lambert, shed any light on Richelieu the man?
Well, it's interesting to note that this most important man in France was quite proficient on the lute and would play tunes by the hour. His favorite pets were kittens. When they grew up into cats, he'd get a batch of new ones. Richelieu seldom showed it, but scarcely a day went by when he was free of pain. He suffered almost constantly from terrific headaches.
You probably acquired one or two yourself, prying into the court secrets of the time.
But it was worth it to learn such facts as these. King Louis was very fond of cooking, but often his own dishes gave him such indigestion he'd have to leave the table and go to bed. Silk stockings were very fashionable for both men and women, but were so costly that the Queen of France never hesitated to wear ones that had been darned. Here's a beauty treatment of Richelieu's time. To keep skin white, ladies used a mixture with the following ingredients: fowl's flesh, goat's milk, lemons, camphor, borax, white lead, rose water, and essence of bean flour, and newly laid eggs.
Wow. And how did the men look after their looks?
Listen to what the Duke of Buckingham wore at a ball in Paris. A satin suit with a beautiful gold lace collar and embroidered with bands of pearls. A chain of pearls hung 6 times around his neck. A jeweled girdle worth 30,000 crowns. And in his ear, a huge diamond which nobody could see because his long curls covered it up. In connection with costumes, Mr. DeMille, I'd like to say a word about Lux Flakes. Lux is one of the standbys of my department. Costumes, while they're made originally for one picture, may be worn by other players many times. We've found that regular care with Lux Flakes keeps them in the finest condition possible. They last longer and look better, so I can personally recommend Lux Flakes for regular home use. There will be about 5,000 new costumes in Gone with the Wind, and all the washable ones will soon be introduced to Lux.
What's your biggest problem in manufacturing costumes for Gone with the Wind?
So far, the corn shuck hats. During the war, Southern ladies were so impoverished that they made bonnets of green corn shucks. When it came time to make them for the picture, I discovered that California's crop had all been harvested. After traveling all over the state, we finally found a little Mexican who had planted his crop of corn so late he couldn't get rid of it. He was tickled to death to sell us all the green shucks we needed. And that, sometimes, is how hats and motion pictures are made. Goodbye, Mr. DeMille.
Shucks, Mr. Lambert. Goodbye. We set the scene for the third act of Cardinal Richelieu, starring George Arliss with Florence Arliss, Cesar Romero, Heather Angel, Montague Love, and Douglas Dumbrell. Carrying a secret treaty with Spain, Marie de Medici and Queen Anne race madly toward the border, the royal coach swaying and bouncing on the rutted road. A few miles behind, another coach, bearing the arms of Cardinal Richelieu, races in swift pursuit. At all costs, Richelieu must gain possession of the treaty, bearing the signatures of the traitors to the king. Leaning from the window, Richelieu shouts to the coachman.
Coachman!
Yes, my lord.
Tell the outrider to take the horse trail that goes through Fleur de Cumia. The innkeeper there is one of my men. Have him make some excuse to delay the Queen's coach.
Very, very good, my lord.
More delay. Anne, did you notice that rider who came up on the road and then passed on?
Only some lackey asking the way.
And shortly after, there was this delay.
There's nothing mysterious about it. The innkeeper told us the roads are unsafe after the rain. Come in.
Your Majesties, there's Cardinal Richelieu.
Richelieu?
Yes, he requests an audience with you. He says...
Hear that my regiment of guards is well looked after. Feed them well. Your Majesties.
My Lord Cardinal.
Your Majesties, I'll not waste words. You know why I'm here?
How dare you?
What do you mean by breaking in upon us like
You're
this?
carrying a secret treaty to the King of Spain. I want it.
Your mind sees intrigue in every corner. I have no treaty.
Why fence with me? Where is it?
We have no treaty.
No? Well, I have a warrant for your arrest on a charge of high treason. A warrant signed by the king. Unless you surrender the treaty at once, I shall order my guards to enforce it. Give it to me.
I will not.
Then you have it. If your names are not signed to it, why not give it up and save yourselves?
Because I will not betray those whose names are signed.
They're already betrayed. You might as well know that your plot will be blown to the skies. Baradar will be taken prisoner, the Dukes of Normandy, Lorraine, and the others are in full flight, and Gaston, your favorite, may have to face his brother on a charge of regicide.
There's nothing of that in the treaty.
You have the means of proving that. Come now. The treaty is in this box here, isn't it? Why not give it to me? You'll find it better to have me your friend than your enemy. Well,
devil,
but still your friend.
Take it.
Thank you, Your Highness. The names. Baradar. Gaston's signature wobbles nervously, and no wonder. Your Majesty, I will send my guard to escort you unofficially to Spain.
We have our carriage. We shall go back to Paris.
I would spare the king the surprise of your sudden return. His heart is weak, and the surprise of my return will, I believe, be as much as he can bear. You see, the noble lords have already told him that I am dead. They'll be gathering soon in solemn council, hovering like vultures round his throne, smirking behind his back as they wait for him to sign his own death warrant. Now, that mustn't be for Louis or for France. And so, I know you'll excuse me. Good night, Your Majesties, and a pleasant trip to Spain.
The king will be here at any moment, gentlemen.
Has he been informed of Richelieu's death?
Baradar saw to that. It was for the good of the country. Didn't you know? Richelieu was plotting the king's death. We knew, didn't we, Gaston?
Oh, yes, we knew. Well, gentlemen, the stars tell us of great changes this month, eh?
No need for stars to tell us that, Your Highness.
The king's throne. It looks very comfortable. I wonder what it would feel like to sit in it.
Your Highness.
Oh, there's no harm, Baradar. Coming events, you know.
His Majesty, Louis, King of France.
Your Majesty. My lords, overshadowing all events of the day is the news of Armand de Tracy, Cardinal Richelieu. With his death, many changes will come into effect at once.
Oh, yes, brother.
Already we have decided to revoke the edict confiscating your lands and rely on the loyalty and service of the feudal lords. We ourselves intend to rely for advice and guidance on our good friend, Count Baradar.
Your Majesty.
And upon the services of our brother, Gaston.
You may depend on me so long as you reign.
And we rely upon you, my lords, for advice in your various offices. If we seem to pass over the death of the Cardinal lightly, it is that we have evidence that he was planning something of such treasonable nature that were he alive today to answer for it, his life would be forfeit.
His Eminence, the Cardinal Duke de Richelieu.
Your Majesty, my lord.
Richelieu! How comes this report of your death?
Sire, the attempt was made. It was well conceived and well planned. But Providence elected I should be spared to be of service to you once more.
You deny this plot against my life, against the throne?
Not only do I deny it, sire, I am here to inform your Majesty of the details.
His Majesty is already informed of the details, my lord.
His Majesty is too wise to take the word of an assassin or the word of a traitor. I speak of Count Baradar and the Duke d'Orléans.
You dare accuse my friend and my brother? Where is your proof?
Where is theirs?
His whole life, your Majesty, is all the proof you need.
Cardinal, we have suffered too much from your arrogance. I'll tolerate it no longer. I believe implicitly in the devotion and loyalty of my friends. I order the arrest of the Cardinal Duke de Richelieu.
Sir, I have here a treaty.
Gentlemen, the King's order. Arrest him.
Stand back.
Take him, I tell you.
Back! Stripped of all rank and authority, I carry still a mightier power. I face you now as a priest of God, round whom I draw the circle of sanctuary of our solemn church. Set foot upon that holy ground, and on your head, even though it were a crown, I'll call down the curse of Rome. Your Majesty, you believe me guilty. If I have conspired, as they say, against your life, what punishment, sire, would you declare fit for the instigator of such a crime?
A sentence of death.
Then read this, sir. Read it. A treaty with Spain, a treaty which would ultimately depose your Majesty and set your brother on the throne. And see there whose names are signed to it.
Armand. Armand. You have served me again.
Your Majesty, may I have leave to speak from beside your throne? My lords, nobles of France, from this day forward and forevermore, France is united into one great kingdom. All power is vested in one central authority, one absolute ruler, His Majesty King Louis XIII. And I am his shadow.
Armand, I am going to the chapel.
Your Majesty, I shall go with you. We'll pray together, my son. And for thee and for France, make me merciful and strong, kind and just. In thy blessed name I ask it, for the glory of God and the glory of my country.
So ends tonight's presentation of Cardinal Richelieu, starring George Arliss, who returns in a moment for a curtain call. But before he comes back, I want to ask you a question. How do you judge a woman's age? Well, here's how one man answers that question. He's Ned Wayburn, the famous theatrical producer who has launched hundreds of stage and screen stars. He says your hands, more than your face, tell your age. Stop and think for a moment. He's right, isn't he? Don't smooth white hands look a lot younger than rough red ones?
Yes, they do, Mr. Ruick. But think of all the women who wash dishes every day. Doesn't that roughen hands terribly?
Yes. When you use strong soaps that contain harmful alkali, your hands are apt to get rough and red, all right. But there's no need for that, you know. Why not take the advice of beauty experts who recommend Lux for dishes? Because it protects your hands in the dishpan and leaves them soft and smooth. There's no harmful alkali in mild, pure Lux Flakes to irritate your skin and roughen your hands. And it costs so little to use these beauty suds for your dishes. A little goes so far, Lux is thrifty. So why not use it for all of the soap and water jobs you have around the house to give your hands the protection they deserve? Buy the economical large-size box of Lux Flakes. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
In all his brilliant career, George Arliss has performed for radio audiences only 3 times, and each time on the stage of the Lux Radio Theater. It's with pride then, as well as gratitude, that I extend our microphone so that we may hear Mr. Arliss now as himself.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I'm sure you'll all be glad to know Mr. DeMille is once more looking himself. Since we gave our last broadcast in this theater, my wife and I have been on a visit to England. In returning to the Lux Hour, we have a pleasant feeling that we are meeting our last year's audience as old friends. The enormous number of people that may listen in is still rather awe-inspiring to me, and when Mr. DeMille whispered to me just before we began that he estimated our audience at well over 15 million people, I found the thought staggering. On many evenings I have listened to the Lux Radio Theater and have been gratified by the fact that this theater has faithfully lived up to its great responsibilities. I feel a certain satisfaction that the sponsors of the Lux Radio Theater selected Richelieu for this evening because a play of this kind has the added value of stimulating an interest in some of the most dramatic and entertaining periods of history. May I extend my affectionate regards to my old friends, my audiences of the stage and screen. Good night.
Our producer comes back in just a moment with grand news about the stars and play you'll hear a week from tonight. In Cardinal Richelieu, you heard Ivan Simpson as Joseph, Doris Lloyd as Queen Anne, Walter Kingsford as Gaston, David Torrance as Marshal Lemoyne, John Burton as Brugnon, Dennis Green as Lorraine, Eric Snowden as Oliveris, Frank Nelson as Guard, Lionel Belmore as Innkeeper, John Toty as Coachman, and Lou Merrill as Usher. Cesar Romero, a 20th Century Fox star, is seen shortly with Shirley Temple in The Little Princess. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of the same studio, where he directed music for the new film Jesse James. Heather Angel's new picture is Paramount's Bulldog Drummond's Secret Police. Join the March of Dimes and help to stamp out infantile paralysis. Just put 10 cents in an envelope and mail to the president at the White House to fight the terrible disease. Your dime and the dimes of millions of others will help crippled children walk again. Mr. DeMille.
That sage of the hinterlands, that cracker-barrel philosopher, that champion of the folks back home, stars next Monday night in the Lux Radio Theater, Mr. Bob Burns. We'll hear the horn-blowing pride of Van Buren in his most recent and best-loved screen portrayal, The Arkansas Traveler. Our play is the homespun story of a wandering printer, and starring with Bob, as she did in the picture, is one of Hollywood's most popular and talented character actresses, Miss Fay Bainter, and also from the original cast, the dainty and delightful Jean Parker. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Bob Burns and Fay Bainter in The Arkansas Traveler with Gene Parker. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Tonight's presentation came to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes. Those mild, pure soap flakes, safe for anything, safe in water alone. Be with us then next Monday. Be part of the large audience that gathers each week to hear Hollywood's favorite stars in the most popular plays of stage and screen. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is people. P-E-O-P-L-E.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, a comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you with more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
That's me. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples.
We have some young single people for you tonight, Groucho.
For me?
Well, for you to talk to.
Oh.
Miss Virginia Harbin and Mr. Chuck Wallace. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day, I presume. Virginia Harbin, that's you, huh?
That's right.
Are you married?
No, I'm not, Groucho.
Are you engaged?
No, I'm not.
Are you over 21?
Yes, I am.
Chuck Wallace?
That's correct, sir.
Oh, how old are you, Chucky boy?
I'm 31, Groucho.
31? Well, say, you're a pretty young-looking kid for 31. How tall are you, Chuck?
5'6".
Mm-hmm. That must be why they call you Chuck, eh? Because you're short for Charles?
That's right.
Well, Virginia, let's get back to you. What sort of work do you do?
I'm an employment interviewer at the Bureau of Occupations at UCLA.
Oh, what do you do at this place?
I try to find work for college students.
Uh-huh.
We try to match the employer's requests with the students' requests as to the type of jobs that they're particularly interested in doing.
That doesn't seem plausible. I never heard of a college student that was interested in work. How about salary? I should imagine college students are pretty practical. What do they want to start with? $50,000 a year and free parking?
No, I don't think so, Groucho. I think that they're really more interested in the job and the opportunities that the job has to offer more so than the salary.
Is that so? In other words, you don't think they're interested in money? And you expect an employer to hire a nitwit like that?
No, I think that they really are interested in the money, but I think, too, that they're interested in the opportunities that the job has to offer.
To meet the boss and,
yes.
And the other people who work in the office, the male ones, I mean.
I think so.
Where do you work, Chuck?
I work at the Flamingo Hotel in Las Vegas.
Oh, you work in Vegas?
Yeah, that's right.
No wonder you're short. I go up there occasionally. I've stayed at the Flamingo, and last time I was there, I stayed at the Desert Inn. They have a golf course there. What is your job at the Flamingo? Are you the little fellow under the roulette wheel that makes it stop on the wrong number?
No, I'm the masseur there.
Monsieur? Oh, you're a Frenchman. Well, good evening, monsieur. Monsieur, what do you do in this place, monsieur?
Well, I give the steam bath, the rubs, and the oxygen there.
You give the oxygen? Is
That's
this after they play or before? Well, have you always been a masseur up there?
No, I was a lifeguard before that, Groucho.
That's kind of a strange job in Vegas, isn't it? When a man jumps in the pool up there, the last thing he wants to be is saved. Is it pretty hard work, Chuck?
No, it's fun.
The lifeguard?
That's right. In fact...
you dive after pennies like they do in Hawaii?
Well, in a way, yes. There was a rumor going around the hotel that...
There were a number of them when I was there. They finally threw me out of the hotel.
Well, anyway, this rumor was that if anyone would throw a silver dollar into the pool before they'd go into the tables, well, they'd have good luck that night. And
how does a rumor like that ever get started?
I started it.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Finally found somebody who was crookeder than I was. Well, Vegas is certainly a fabulous place. Are there any more little traditions like that one about throwing the coins in the water?
Well, there's a rumor going around the Flamingo now that if you come down to the health club and get a rub and give the boy a silver dollar to rub your arm, you'll have a...
That's you, huh?
Well, that's right.
Well, Mr. Wallace, I hope you won't be offended by this, but my guess is you're about as straightforward and honest as a Las Vegas slot machine. Well, you make an interesting and attractive couple, and I'd like to go on talking to you, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. We start you off with a $100 bankroll. This is right up your alley, isn't it? Which you try to build as high as possible. Each time you miss a question, you lose half of what you have. You can quit whenever you like. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see how much money you can make. You selected music. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
50? 50, do I say.
Okay, $50. What musical instrument does Vladimir Horowitz play?
Okay.
Talk it over. You're partners. And if you don't know, guess.
Do you have any idea?
Take a guess.
Violin?
No, you're close. It's a piano. That's pretty close. They're next to each other in the office.
Well, you lost half your bankroll. You still have $50.
Now, what do you want to try? 60, 80, 10?
40? Okay, whatever you say.
$40. A few years ago, a famous clarinetist had such men in his band as Gene Krupa, Harry James, and Lionel Hampton. He was known as the King of Swing. Who is he?
Benny Goodman.
One answer.
Benny Goodman.
I guess you're right. Go ahead.
I think it was Benny Goodman.
Oh, you just nosed under the wire. That's right, huh?
Well, you now have $90.
Chucky, maybe you better let her answer.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Doc.
This girl goes to UCLA. Now you have $90. Now what do you want to try?
Should we try the 70?
Well, okay.
$70?
70? The orchestra will play a familiar song. You tell me the name of it. Play, Mr. Meekin.
Me and My Shadow.
Me and My Shadow is right.
You've now climbed to $160.
Shall we try the 90?
The 90 is right off the boat. We just got it in today.
Good.
You going to try the 90?
90. The orchestra will play a song by Cole Porter. You identify it. Jack? What is
just
it?
one of those things?
That's right.
Once again?
Just one of those things?
That makes 3 of those things. That's right.
And you wind up with $250.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And I hope you're very happy together. George, it's time for a commercial. Not just any commercial, but the one about that beautiful, tremendous new DeSoto Coronado. So say something.
Well, I don't have to, Groucho, because this car speaks for itself. It's a real honey. Sleek, glamorous, and new. The DeSoto Coronado is a 170-horsepower beauty with a Sierra beige top and a Cadiz blue body that's just the greatest. And the Coronado's got a new chrome and stainless steel setup that makes it look even longer and lower, if that's possible. Yes, this Coronado is a real work of art. And to prove it, we've put the name on the rear fender in shiny chrome. Up front is the famous Fire Dome name, proof that the Coronado offers the same unbeatable performance as all the other DeSoto automatics. Inside, this car is like nothing you've ever seen. It's so beautiful. The cream seat bolsters are the finest top-grain leathers, a perfect blend with the pale blue of the weave-patterned corded nylon upholstery.
George, that car is so lovely. I wonder if it's doing anything after the show.
Well, Groucho, I hope it has a date. A date with a lot of those nice people out there. A date at their DeSoto Plymouth dealer showroom. to see for themselves that the beautiful DeSoto Coronado is another proof that DeSoto puts you ahead automatically. Remember, the dealer who sells the stunning DeSoto Automatic also sells the high-style Plymouth.
George, let's have the next couple. Who are they?
We have some people with interesting stories, Groucho. Mrs. Tommy Lewis and Mr. Peter George Stathis, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Peter George Stathis and Mrs. Tommy Lewis. Mrs. Lewis, you're a woman. I'll start with you. What's your first name?
Tommy.
Tommy.
That's
Is
right.
that a man's name?
Nothing to spell with I-E.
Really? I didn't know that. Next time I see somebody with an IE, I'll make sure and tip my hat. Where are you from, Tommy?
I'm originally from Pasco, Washington.
Where?
Pasco, Washington.
Pasco, Washington? That's in the apple country, isn't it?
Near there, yes.
I was up there once, but they threw me out. They figured one bad apple could wreck the entire industry. Are you married, Tommy?
Yes, I'm married.
Where did you meet your husband?
I met my husband, Douglas Aircraft.
Douglas Aircraft?
That's right.
What were you doing there?
I was a riveter, and he was a tool crib attendant.
You were Rosie the Riveter. Huh?
No, I was Tommy the Riveter.
Well, Rosie is IE, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. We're back to the IE again.
What was he doing in the tool crib? Was he just a baby at the time?
No, he was the attendant. He gave out the motors and guns and the equipment to work with. So the employees had to go to the tool crib and get the equipment to work with.
Well, we seldom have an opportunity to explore romance in the riveting section. And I always like to do research on any subject. How did your husband break the ice the first time he saw you?
He didn't. I did. I rushed up to the tool crib and asked him if he had a high-speed motor with a loose chuck. He said he had the motor.
You're lucky he didn't call a policeman, huh?
Yes, I think so.
What is a high-speed motor with a loose chuck?
Well, a high-speed motor is a 1,500 RPM motor.
And it's revolutions per minute, huh?
Yes. And it's...
what they're having in Puerto Rico, huh?
And a loose chuck is one you can spin down to fit the drill with your fingers instead of taking your chuck and keep the key and keep turning it like this by hand and making your arm tired. So I'm under high-speed motor with a loose chuck.
And, well, is that how they make chuck steak? Do they shoot at it with a gun?
No, I think that's a different subject.
That ends with IE, too, you know.
Oh?
Chucky.
Yes. I thought we were past that deal now.
We may never get past that. Your name is Peter George Stathis?
Yes, Groucho.
Well, you're a very cute-looking George Stathis.
Well, thank you.
I didn't mean to ignore you for such a long...
I was wondering.
I wasn't really ignoring you. I was merely occupied with a ricochet romance. Can you sing that song, Tommy?
No, I don't sing. They play on the black notes and play on the white notes, but I always sing in the crack.
Well, I have no answer for that. What sort of work do you do, Peter?
I'm a restaurateur.
A restaurateur, huh?
Yes, sir.
Really? I've been arrested many a time. Do you have frog's legs?
Yes, sir.
Let's see them, huh?
That would be.
Well, Pete, you look like you're a pretty good advertisement for your place. What are your measurements, by the way?
Well, I measure 5 feet 5 inches, and I weigh 210 pounds.
Is that strip for Jim?
Yes, sir.
Well, you're a fine figure of a man, Pete.
I do.
My advice is stay out of dark alleys. You'd certainly be an easy man to roll. Where are you from, Peter? Originally, I mean.
I was born in Greece, in the island of Kythera.
Kythera, huh? How is it so many Greeks are good restaurant operators? Is it just a coincidence, or because they happen to be experts on Greece?
Well, Groucho is like this.
That's an old joke, you know.
Every Greek boy is born with a spattle and a spoon on his hand.
A spattle? What kind? A whiskey spattle?
No. It's the one that you stir a stew or a soup or anything that you want to make in a deep casserole.
Well, let's talk about your place, Pete. Where is it?
Well, my place is located at 701 East Ocean Boulevard in Long Beach.
No.
The Seafood Grotto. And if you really want to enjoy the finest seafood, you better come down or call Long Beach 76748, and you'll have the finest seafood you ever had anyplace.
Well, I'll give you a ring. Suppose a halibut answers. Do I hang up? How do you feel about seafood, Tommy?
I don't like it. Fish tastes too much like fish.
Fine partner I have. Why I choose you.
Well, my advice is, after that, don't eat at Pete's place, huh? You're liable to get a Mickey in your mackerel. Well, you're a very entertaining couple, and it's been real nice talking to you two. And now let's play You Bet Your Life.
In the race for the $1,000, the first couple won $250, and the secret word is people.
Now let's see how much money you can make. You selected sports. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. What do you want to start with?
Let's have $50.
$50. That's a nice compromise. What do you call the last runner on a relay team? Talk
That's
it over.
the anchor man.
Yeah, you're right. It's the anchor man. But in the future, give me one anchor. But she may have a different version.
Wonderful.
Pete, and you're a pretty smart cookie there, huh?
You now have $150.
Now, what question do you want, Pete?
Let me have it.
Well, you can have an 80, a 10, a 100, 30, anything.
60. Let's advance it 10 more.
Okay. Is that all right with you, Tom?
Is that all right, Tommy?
What do you call the area a football player aims for when he tries to kick the ball out of bounds near the goal line? One answer now.
Oh, no. That's a coffin corner.
That is right. It's the coffin corner.
Your bankroll is now $210.
Now, you can quit or you can go ahead.
Let's take a chance.
What do you want? What question?
$70.
$70. What do you call the basic rules and provisions of modern boxing?
The rules of Logsbury rules is something of that type. The Queensberry rules.
That's right, it's the Queensberry. The Marcus of Queensberry rules. Well, you were
That's
flirting
right.
with it. We had to give it to you.
And you now have $280.
Are you a gambler?
Well, let's gamble on it.
Okay.
Big one or a little one?
80.
Let's have $80.
$80. How many players on an ice hockey team?
On an ice hockey team? 5.
No, 6.
Oh, we missed
Too bad.
Very one.
Well, you've lost half your bankroll. You wind up with $140.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto
Thank you.
Plymouth dealer. Sorry you
Thank
didn't
you.
win. Who's next, George?
Well, Groucho, we have a housewife and a married man for you. They volunteered just before we went on the air. Mrs. Capitola Fredrickson and Mr. John Blake. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. You're John Blake, eh? It's spelled
right.
Jon. Why is that? Did somebody knock the H out of you?
No, Groucho. It's just a contraction of the early English Jonathan.
Oh, I see. Where are you from, Jonathan?
The Washington Heights section of New York City.
Oh, really? I used to live up there in Washington. 165th Street and Amsterdam, maybe, around there. How old are you? It was about 100 years ago.
I'm 27, Groucho.
27. Well, you're a fine-looking lad. Mrs. Capitola Fredrickson, huh? Fredrickson?
Fredrickson.
That's you. Where are you from?
Well, I was born on an Indian reservation in Red Lake, Minnesota.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir.
You're not wearing your feathers tonight, huh? What tribe are you from?
I'm from the Chippewa tribe.
Chippewa?
Yes.
Is that your Indian name, Capitola?
No, that isn't an Indian name, Groucho. My Indian name is Celine Janat Ozawandib Dawasanakwadok Kinu.
I don't know, but I'd be willing to try. Well, what does your name mean in English? You fish on your side, I fish on my side, nobody fish in the middle?
No, it means a girl with the dark brown hair flowing outwards under low clouds with a little eagle.
That's not easy either. What sort of work does your husband do, Capitola?
Oh, he works in the post office, Groucho.
Oh, does he ever play post office with you?
Well, sometimes.
What does he do in the post office?
Well, he calls himself a post office.
Postmaster?
No, post office mortician. Because he works in the dead letter department.
That's his little joke, huh?
Yes.
While he's clowning around the post office, The mail-order electric belt I sent for to give me the strength of Hercules is rotting in the basement. Come to cut out those jokes. Where did you meet your husband?
Well, he came up to Minnesota on a duck hunting trip one time, and he lost his hunting license. So he...
And you were a decoy?
No. Well, I was in an Indian pageant at that time, so he spent his evenings watching this pageant and flirting with me and saying fancy things. And,
like what?
oh, how you doing, kid? What you doing tonight? How about a date? And he didn't think I could understand English because I was in Indian costume all the time.
When did he finally find out you understood every word he said?
When he asked me to marry him, I fooled him, and I said yes.
That's one question a woman can understand in 68 different languages. By the way, have you taught your husband how to speak Chippewa?
Well, a short time after we were married, I told him, honey, I'll bet I can make you talk Indian. Talk in 2 minutes.
And right after that, he declared war on them.
He said, how? I said, see, I made you talk Indian already.
You certainly have a variety of little jokes in your family. You know, I was up in Montana last summer, Blackfeet Reservation up there. I was up there. They were shooting a Western picture, some friends of mine. I went up to watch them. Had this big museum up there, this Indian museum, and I went in. Of course, I had my little girl with me, and I was interested, and she was. And we went there. There was a couple of dozen Indians in there looking at this exhibit, this Indian exhibit. They had moccasins there, and a canoe, and all kinds of blankets and things that they carry, the papooses, and these Indians were standing there, and they were fascinated by this stuff. Most of them had never seen any of these things. I had been in a Western picture with a lot of Indians in one of our movies, and I was explaining to the Indians what all these things were for. It's really an incongruity to have me standing there from New York City explaining to the Indians about their own paraphernalia. There's no joke to this, but I thought it was a kind of an interesting piece of Americana. Now, John, occasionally I like to sound people out on their hobbies. Do you have any particular ones that we could discuss?
Yes, I do, Groucho, but...
What do you do? What is it?
I paint with salt and pepper.
You paint with... What do you mean you paint with salt? What do you paint, steaks?
No, Groucho, I paint portraits of pretty girls, landscapes, and so forth. You know.
Now, this is modern art. You have to take it with a grain of salt. Have you sold any of these salt and pepper pictures?
Yes, quite a number, Groucho. As a matter of fact, a few of them are in some of the finest bars in Hollywood.
Well, so have I been, but I can't paint. Well, how much do you get for these?
I asked $500 a picture, Groucho.
No, you haven't answered my question, John.
Oh, well...
So how much do you get?
I asked $500, but I got $30 for my last.
Now we're getting down to basic facts here.
Yeah.
What kind of work do you do, John?
I'm a window cleaner, Groucho.
A window cleaner? Is that so?
Oh, yes.
What kind of windows do you clean?
Dirty ones.
That's a pretty good joke. I'm just surrounded by feeble jokes here tonight. Now, I'll bet $5 that I can teach you to talk Indian in less than 2 minutes, okay?
I'll bet you can't.
No, you weren't supposed to say that. You were supposed to say how. Okay, here's your $5. You're getting too sharp for the old quizmaster. Well, it's been fun talking to you two, but I'm sure you'd rather win some money. So let's play You Bet Your Life.
In the race for the $1,000, our first couple, Chuck Wallace and his partner, are still leading with $250.
Let's see how much money you can make. You selected movie quiz. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. What do you want to start with, and one answer between?
70.
70?
70? What is Henry King's job in the making of a movie?
He's a director.
That's right, he's a director. That's right.
Your bankroll now contains $170.
You want to quit? You want to go ahead?
I want to go ahead.
Okay.
I do, too.
All right. What do you want to try?
Let's play 80.
80?
80, yes, fine.
All right, who won the Academy Award for her portrayal of the title role in Kitty Foyle?
Ginger Rogers.
Yes.
Ginger Rogers is right.
You now have $250.
We'll try the 90.
90. Have you consulted this
Yes.
with
Yes.
John over here? Virginia Mayo's husband is also in pictures. What is his name?
Michael O'Shea.
Michael O'Shea is right.
Your bankroll now contains $340.
Here's your last chance to be the other couples. What do you want to go for?
Well, 100.
You're betting 100.
100. Who won the Academy Award in 1946 as the best supporting actor in the picture Best Years of Our Lives? It was his only movie role.
Oh, the amputee.
Yes. It was Harold. He's the amputee, the veteran, the Veterans Organization now, the Disabled American Veterans. Harold Kirby. Was it?
No.
I'm afraid I don't know the last.
The name is Harold Russell. You didn't guess the name. I'm sorry.
Good.
How much did they win?
And you wind up with $170.
Well, that's not too bad. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Sorry you didn't win it.
And that means, Groucho, that Chuck Wallace and his partner, with $250, in just 1 minute get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. And here's the winning couple, Groucho. Chuck Wallace and his partner, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Here we go for $1,000. I give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. In the year 1215, the Confederated Barons of England forced King John to sign one of the great documents of human liberties, the Magna Carta. For $1,000, where in England was this document signed? This is something you learned in school. Now talk it over.
Unless you can think of something else, I'll say the Charter Oak.
What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Charter Oak?
No, it's Runnymede, England. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, they lost the big money, but how much they win the quiz, George?
They won $250 in the quiz.
Well, congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Caution, control, and courtesy are the ingredients that add up to traffic safety. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meekin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive. Yes, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
The Raleigh Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton, with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette Program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you tonight, Rod?
Oh, fine. How you feeling, Red?
I got a cold.
Well, take care of it.
I am. I've had it for 5 days. Still good as new.
Well, I hear Mr. Raleigh's gone back to Louisville.
Yeah.
Do you have any trouble getting train reservations?
Well, a little. The Santa Fe, all they had for him was an upper berth. I remember those things when I was in vaudeville, upper berths.
Me too, brother. I never could get undressed in one of them.
Now, I remember one night when I tried. I put one arm around my head, the other behind my leg like this, and I give a fast, quick turn like that, and bingo.
You were undressed?
No, I tied Boy Scout knot number 6.
Well, Mr. Raleigh had a lot of fun, I guess, and he's taking a lot of memories back to Louisville.
Yeah, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, the La Brea Tar Pits, Mr. Beaumont, everything, you know.
And that model I introduced him to.
Yeah, there's something I'd like to ask you about her.
Well, what is it?
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know. What is it? Don't you know any girls with teeth? Boy, what a girl. Cotton stockings, you know. Either she's overconfident or she just don't care. One of the other. Hey, how much does she weigh anyhow?
280, I guess.
You're not kidding. She put on a yellow dress and 7 guys went, taxi! I'm proud of that. That ain't it.
She was the hit of the spring fashion show. Say, by the way, did you get a glimpse of the new spring fashions?
Yeah, those hats are wearing the silliest women, you know. I saw one made up specially for California women.
Really? What did it look like?
Yeah, it was 2 avocados and some lemon peelings and grapefruit rind with a snow shovel offset by fog lights with 2 smudge pots on each side. No matter what happens, she'll be ready.
Say, you know, I read where material for clothes will come from wood, you know, real wood fabric.
Really? Clothes made out of wood, huh? Mm-hmm. That ought to put a lot of chiselers back to work. Hey, look. Wood fabric's not new. I remember when I was a kid, I had a lumber jacket. How'd that get in there? Say, speaking of clothes, I went to that tailor you told me about.
Well, how'd you like the suit he made for you? You know, the one with the pants and the accordion pleats in the front? Did you like them?
No, every time I stoop over the place, let it snow, let it snow. Because of the shortage, the pants don't have any suspender buttons or belt straps. Suspender buttons.
Well, how's he expect you to hold them up?
You ever heard of the clutching hand?
Well, how's the material?
I got cut out in the rain today with it.
Well, what happened?
You ever try putting your pants on with a shoehorn?
Well, anyway, it was better than that suit you were wearing when you got discharged from the Army. Where did you get that? Blue and white tweed or blue and pink tweed?
Yeah, you almost loused me up, didn't you?
Sure did.
That wasn't blue and pink tweed. Those were moth holes, and the pink part was me.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive. Yes, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, exhaustive scientific tests of America's 6 biggest-selling brands based on a method used by the United States government. Tests certified by a jury of 14 distinguished doctors, including throat specialists, have proved conclusively no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars, so no other is safer to smoke. Yes, Raleighs are right. Right for taste, right for throat. So enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that smoother, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science now offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
And now our lovely Anita Ellis will sing Atlanta, G.A.
I love the morning glories growing and the breezes softly blowing in Atlanta, G.A. I love to wake up in the morning, see the sun come up at dawning in Atlanta, G.A. I love to walk among the flowers and taste the honey from the bees. I want to while away my hours, reading books and dreaming dreams beneath the trees. I want to see the ivy clinging, want to hear the robin singing little songs I adore. I want to attend the Sunday meeting, want to hear that friendly greeting when I get home once more. I long to hold that certain someone. I miss him more and more each day. I'm getting ready for a wedding, gonna get the train that's heading for Atlanta, G.A. I wanna see the ivy clinging, wanna hear the robin singing little songs I adore. I wanna attend the Sunday meeting, wanna hear that friendly greeting when I get home once more. I long to hold that certain someone. I miss him more and more each day. I'm getting ready for a wedding, gonna get the train that's heading for Atlanta. For Atlanta, G.A.
Tonight we fan the pages of the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire to stories entitled The Traffic is Terrific. Our characters are fictional. If there's any similarity to persons you know, don't brag about it. Chapter 102 is entitled Getting a Driver's License. If they're afraid to give you a driver's license, either you're stupid or Clem Cadiddlehopper, the fella from the country. Well, here I
That's right, boy. Spring is here again. I guess I'll drive my new car over that I just bought to see Sarah do. Spend my last dime to buy this car. Of course, I ain't complaining. Where else could you get a better buy for 10 cents? Or there's somebody coming down the middle of the road now. There's a sight you very seldom see. Especially in California, a pedestrian standing up.
Howdy, Clem.
Well, Sarah do. Howdy doody to you, too.
this your new car?
Yeah, it's a sport coupe, if you please.
Well, is it a convertible?
Yeah, you put the top down, you got the nicest garbage can you ever wanted. How'd you like to take a little ride with me?
Well, I don't know, Clem. Can you drive?
Can I drive? No. You women expect a man to do everything, don't you?
Well, do you have a driver's license?
I can't say that I have, no.
Well, then you can't drive without one. Oh, come on, Clem. I'm going to take you down to get a driver's license.
Okay.
I'll hop in the car. This door won't close. I wonder what's keeping it from catching.
You didn't give me a chance to pull my ears in. Well, here we go. I gotta do something about that ping in the engine. I think it could use a little bicarbonate if you ask.
Well, here we are at the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Yep, here we are.
Well, Clem, why are you panting?
There's no floorboard on my side. There's running all the way down here.
Well, come on, let's go in and get our license.
Okay, this must be the place here.
Good afternoon. What can I do for you?
I'm Clem Cadiddlehopper.
Sorry, I can't do anything for that.
Officer, Clem wants to get a license.
The Humane Society is next door.
Now, I ain't no dog.
I'm sorry I made that mistake. I guess I was thrown off by his Cocker Spaniel ears.
Now, just a minute. I don't have Cocker Spaniel ears either. The way I got them tucked in my collar here.
Well, do you both want to take a driver's test?
No, just him.
Well, miss, you wait over there and I'll take care of your boyfriend.
Well, I'll wait out in the car.
Okay, kiddo.
Well, first I'll have to test your eyes, all right? Sit down and face the eye chart, Mr. Cadiddlehipper.
Cadiddlehopper's the name. Just swallow your tongue. It's easier to say that.
All right, Adam Brain.
Okay.
Put your hand over your left eye and read what you see on that chart.
Okay. I'm finished.
I want you to read it aloud.
Well, can't you read?
Yes, I can read, but I want you to read it.
All right. Let's see now. Never came across words like them in Peter Rabbit. I don't know. There must be some mistake. I wanted the license so I could drive in the United States. Them words there kind of throw me. The first two look familiar, though. They used to play football for Notre Dame, didn't they?
Come on. Read that eye chart. Don't you want to pass this test?
That's a good idea. Let's pass this one and go to the next one, huh?
How can you be so dumb and still stay alive?
Oh, no, I ain't telling you. Never give away my professional secrets, I don't.
Well, here, see if you can fill out this questionnaire.
All right, let's see now. That first question, that's a pretty hard one there. I should have studied up on it, I guess.
Well, all it asks is your name.
Don't give me any hints. I'll get it for myself.
All right. Answer this question.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're crossing an intersection and another car pulls out in front of you, what do you do?
Have an accident?
Let's try this one.
Mm-hmm.
When a pedestrian enters a crosswalk, do you drive by or slow down?
That's a very good question. Is she a blonde?
We're not getting anywhere with this. Now, let's go out to your car and see if you can pass the driving test.
Okay.
Come on now, Q-head. We'll see how you can drive.
Q-head?
I've got a feeling I'll regret this as long as I live.
And with me driving, that won't be long either.
Okay, now drive your car up to this trash can and we'll take it from there.
That's no trash can. That's my car. Hop in there, hop in.
How'd you make out with the test, Clem?
He flunked.
And 100% too.
Now here, miss, you sit in the back seat and I'll get in front with your boyfriend. All right, Clem, now drive around the block. Make it snappy. I've got other things to do, you know.
Yeah, and if you were smart, you'd be doing them too. Here we go.
What makes the engine pop like that?
I'm using high-octane kerosene.
Now, you're coming to a safety zone. Do you know what that means?
Yes, sir. That means look out for the pedestrian.
That's right.
Then when you see one, try to beat the other cars to him.
Oh, look out, Clem, look out. That car's pulling out from the curb in front of you.
Step on the brake. You know which pedal it is?
Yeah, I think it's this one. Maybe it's the one next to it.
Remember, medical science offers you proof positive. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Joseph Cotton, starring in David O. Selznick's Duel in the Sun, says, quote,
I've seen the facts. I'm convinced medical science has proved no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. Thus, no other is safer to smoke. I'd rather have a Raleigh. Raleigh's all right.
You're right, Joseph Cotton. Raleigh's all right. So try Raleigh's. Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that smoother, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science now offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
David Forrester and his orchestra now play one of the most famous of Spanish dances, Malagueña by the Cuban composer Lecuona.
very much, David Foster. Chapter 104 of the Skelton Scrapbook is entitled Junior Police. All children should be taught to live a clean and helpful life and respect law and order. This also goes for Junior, the mean widow kid.
Junior, where are you? What are you doing?
I'm sliding down the banister.
Did you remove my vase from the bottom step?
Yes, I
Junior, now you're going to get a whipping.
did. No, not after I've been sliding down the banister. To be a sport, give me time to cool off, there.
Junior, what am I going to do with you?
I don't know.
Why don't you play outside with that rubber ball you found yesterday?
No, I might run into the little boy I found it from.
Junior, you mean if the ball belongs to another boy?
Well, sorry.
Get the hairbrush so I can spank you.
No, I don't know where it is, but here, you can throw a rock at me. Go ahead. There, pick it up and hit me with it.
Junior.
No, I'm a bad boy. Go ahead now.
I wouldn't do that.
No, I should be punished. Throw the rock at me. Go ahead. I am wicked anyhow. I am the worst little boy in the world.
No, you're not, Junior. You're really pretty nice.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Bless his little
No, don't bless his little I'm bad, that's all.
Oh, you're very nice, Junior.
Well, if you insist.
Junior, I'm going to take a walk. Do you want to go with me?
Why is you always taking walks?
Because walking helps you take off weight.
You take off weight? Goodness, I is puny now. My legs are so bony that little dogs follow me around. Ketchup bottles, yeah.
Let's go, Junior. Who knows, you may meet some nice little boys on the way.
Well, in that case, I better wear me brass knuckles, huh?
That's enough, young man. Come on.
Okay.
My, isn't it a beautiful day?
Yes, it is.
But I do wish the city would clean up those gutters.
Why, didn't Grandpa get home last night?
Junior, your grandfather got home very early.
Not funny. I didn't hear him come in. Didn't blow the siren this time, did they?
Look, young man, you're getting too big for your britches.
Yes, I know. Every time I bend over, the buttons grab on for dear life, you know. It's really embarrassing. Hey, has I grown up much since you first seen me?
Oh, yes. I'll never forget when you were born.
Really, Grandma? Does you remember it?
Yes. It haunts me day and night.
Oh, look down on the corner there. Look at the kids playing policeman down there. Look.
They're not playing, Junior.
They're not?
They are policemen.
Really?
I read in the paper where they're organizing the junior police force.
You mean they're out to get me, huh?
Oh. No, Junior. You see, our town is following the lead of Phoenix, Arizona, and many other cities in forming a junior police force.
Oh.
These children stand on the street corners and guide other children across the street on their way to school.
That's why I'm going to join that, too, I
Oh, you can't join, Junior, until you start to school.
Start to school? You mean carry books and pencils?
Yes, Junior.
Study and learn to read and write?
Yes.
Give the teacher an apple?
Yes.
Play with the other kids at recess?
That's right.
You couldn't get me to do that with a straitjacket.
If you're anxious to join the junior police, you'd have to promise to do all you can to make your home and your town a safe place to live in.
Oh, well, I was getting tired of my chemistry set anyway, you know. Who's that driving? It's the cop. I knew that they finally tracked me down. Let me out of here. Let's take it on the lamb. Get jigged up, kiddo.
Junior, come back here.
I'll meet you when it blows over. I know a doctor that can change my face.
Good afternoon, madam.
Well, what is it you want, officer?
I came to see about your little boy.
What has he done?
Well, I don't know. I don't think he's done anything.
You must be a stranger in town.
I thought maybe he'd like to join our junior police force.
Oh, he'd love to. Won't you come in, officer?
Thank you.
Junior, where are you? Junior, I see you under the sofa.
Stool pigeon.
Come out from under there.
One of the mob.
Do you hear me? Come out from under there.
Yeah.
Well, how are you today, young fella?
I'm terrible. I've been in bed 2 days with 3-day measles. And there's catching, too. I'll flick some ammonia out of you. Now, he's the one that's fresh. He spoke to me, and I don't even know him.
Look, Sonny, I came to ask you to join the junior police force.
Now, you never get... Join the junior police force?
That's right.
Well, this is not a booby trap, is it?
No, son, you look like a nice little gentleman.
You better take another look, bud.
Won't it be wonderful, you a junior policeman?
You mean I can carry a billy club and give people tickets and stuff?
Yes, and you wear a red uniform and a badge and blow a police whistle.
Oh, I do believe I've died and gone to heaven. Blow the whistle.
You know, Junior, you're rather young for the force right now, but we are trying to enlist all the little boys and girls in our program so they can qualify as soon as they start to school.
Really? I got news for you. You're a windy old bird, ain't you? Oh, you wait until I get to be a junior policeman and I see some guy driving by and I stop him, boy. Just let me get my hand on him.
Uh-huh. And then what will you do to him?
Well, I will say to him, pull over there. Why don't you drive a little slower and see our city? Or would you rather drive faster and see our jail? Or would you rather see some little kid get killed because of your carelessness? You see, Mr. Driver, you have to protect us little kids because we has been taught that no one really wants to hurt us. And that's why sometimes we run out in the street, we just don't think. And if you don't stop your crazy driving, you might hit a man, woman, child, or even a widow animal, regardless of what it is. If you carelessly take its life, you'll be responsible for that lonely feeling that's left in a home when that loved one never returns. And the memory of a lifeless widow body won't be worth the 5 minutes that you tried to save by speeding. Now, don't get mad, Mr. Driver, when I give you this ticket because it's merely a memo of safety and not a punishment.
I'm proud of that, Junior.
You is? Well, okay, kiddo, but when I get to be a policeman, there can be no more spankings, you know. Because you molest an officer, you taking the law in your own hands. Now send you so far up the river, kiddo boy, it would take Eskimos to deliver the mail to you.
Well, starting right now, you must try and be a good little boy so that the junior police will take you in.
That's what I'm going to do. And right now, going to go upstairs and take that bear trap and that 5-inch firecracker out of Grandpa's bed.
Remember, we'll all be back with you next Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, David Forster and his orchestra, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Gigi Pearson, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening.
Brown and Williamson invite you to other good listening throughout the week. Hear the Raleigh Room starring Hildegard tomorrow night, and People Are Funny with Art Linkletter Friday night. And return with Red Skelton next Tuesday. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Clean smoking right down to the bowl bottom. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Keeps home sweet home. The brand of grand aroma.
Sir Walter Raleigh. Sooner or later, your favorite tobacco. Yes, a favorite in the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, with men everywhere who appreciate quality pipe smoking. Try Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America. Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who we find covered with oil and grease, having just finished fixing Bertie's sewing machine.
Well, your sewing machine's all fixed now, Bertie. You should hear that singer hum.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gillsleeve. Is it all right to use now?
Oh, yes, indeed, Bertie. Go right ahead. No reason now why you can't sew on the little so-and-so.
That's fine. Now I can run up my new summer uniform for the mysterious and bewildering order of the Daughters of Cleopatra.
Oh, yes. What kind of a summer uniform?
Oh, we just switch from the heavy to the lightweight veils.
Hello, Bertie.
Hello.
Say, Unc, how'd you get all that oil on your hands and face? You look like you've been playing post office in a grease pit.
Post office in a grease pit? Well, I never played post office there, though I never mind the frantic antics of my youth. I look this way because I just finished fixing Bertie's machine.
Yes, and now I just puts my foot on the pedal and away it goes.
Yeah.
Couldn't have been a better job done if a real mechanic done did it.
Of course not. I'm an expert. Don't forget, I had hundreds of them at the Gildersleeve Girdle Works. Anytime we had a breakdown, I'd bounce right out of my office and fix the trouble before the motor had a chance to slow down.
Gee, I never knew that.
Why, I could take a machine like Bertie's apart and put it together again in the dark in less time than it'd take the average mechanic in broad daylight. And another thing, a bell. Oh, my goodness, a visitor. Mustn't see me in this disgraceful condition. I hope there's plenty of hot water, Bertie.
Okay, I'm coming. Oh, hello, Miss Banks. Come right in.
Thanks, Bertie. Oh, Marge, Penny Banks is here.
My, that ain't the snappiest uniform I ever did see. What, you supposed to be, a lady general?
No, Bertie, this is the Red Cross Motor Corps uniform.
Well, what do you folks do, doctor sick automobiles?
No, but we're supposed to know how to fix our own cars.
Well, I have to get back in the kitchen before Leroy hollers that he's feeling holler.
Here's Marjorie, Penny.
Oh, sorry to keep you waiting, darling. Well, you needn't have hurried. I don't think we'll be able to start the motor mechanics course this afternoon after all. We won't? Why not? Well, Mr. Cobb, who was supposed to show us how to tear down a motor, can't be there. Oh, that's too bad. Gee, it'll be almost impossible to reach the girls and tell them not to come. Yeah. I don't know what we can do.
Oh, gee, why don't you ask Uncle Mort to teach you?
Does he know anything about automobile motors?
Oh, sure, he's a whiz. He can take whole cars apart and put them together blindfolded in the dark.
Well, I never knew that, Leroy.
Well, I didn't either up until a few minutes ago. But he's fixed up Bertie's old jalopy so that she just puts her foot down on a pedal and away she goes.
Oh, no, Leroy. No one could repair that coffee grinder.
Well, Uncle Mort did. He used to fix all the trucks at his girdle works himself before they could even come to a stop.
Well, it sounds like your uncle can save the day for us, Marjorie. Shall we ask him? Well, this is all news to me, but why not? Oh, Uncle Mort?
Yes, Marjorie?
Can you come here for a moment?
Why, certainly. What is it, my dear? Hello there, Penny.
Hello.
Well, my, you look attractive in that outfit.
Oh.
Hey, by the way, what outfit is that outfit for?
Well, it's the Red Cross, and we need your help.
Why, certainly. How much, my dear?
Just a couple of your hours of your time, Uncle. We'd like to have you come over to headquarters and show us how to take apart and put together a motor.
Like you did for Bertie, Unc.
Oh, yes, birdies, of course. The Red Cross used a lot of them. When do you want me?
Oh, this afternoon, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Come, Penny. Don't be formal. Just call me Uncle Mort.
Well, will you, Uncle Mort?
Oh, well, I'm sure you could get somebody better qualified.
Oh, now, don't be modest, Uncle. You'd be
I'm
wonderful
nervous.
for this. Besides, the man we wanted couldn't show up.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Oh, you wouldn't want to disappoint all those pretty girls.
Oh, pretty girls. Well, of course, if you put it that way, I'll come.
Oh, fine.
Huh?
And you'd better make your talk fairly simple. Some of our girls don't know the difference between a hose connection and a garter.
Oh, they don't, eh? Well, I'd have a hard time telling them apart myself. Of course, that's stretching it a little bit.
Oh, Uncle Mort, always joking.
Oh,
Tell the truth, I'm not so sure about several things myself. Now, take the differential.
no, thank you. If I did, I wouldn't know what to do with it.
Oh, now be serious, Uncle Mort.
Huh?
You sound as if you didn't know a thing about cars.
I don't. But I know sewing machines from bobbin to shuttle.
Oh, sewing machine. Oh, Uncle. Really, Marjorie, your uncle says the most amusing thing.
Well, I don't see why you have to go into stitches about sewing machines.
Oh, we just know, kidder.
Glad you liked it.
Well, let's get going now. Oh, come on. Oh, be down at headquarters at 2, please, Uncle Mort. Goodbye, Leroy. Bye. Don't be late, Uncle.
Goodbye, girls. Leroy, what's so funny about sewing machines? Were they giving me the needle?
I don't know. You were the one who brought them up.
Well, I did not. They asked me to come to Red Cross headquarters and show the girls how to take care of them, didn't they?
Oh, no, not sewing machines. Automobiles, Unc.
What? Oh, but I never... what have I gotten myself into?
Gee, what's wrong, Unc?
I don't know anything about auto motors, Leroy. Why, on half of the new cars, I don't even know how to raise the hood.
Gee, Uncle Mort, I didn't mean to get you in this jam. Where are we going?
To find the mechanic to fix my lecture. Now, this garage we're coming to, Mike.
No soap, Unc. Look, this shop closed Saturday afternoons.
Oh, leaping lima beans. Come on, Leroy. What a town this is. So far, only one mechanic who works on Saturday afternoons, and he can't speak English.
Well, cheer up, Unc. Maybe there's one here.
I hope so. I'm getting corns on my bunions. Well, now that I've explained the whole thing to you, mister, how about coming with me?
Who, me? Oh, I ain't no mechanic.
You're not? Then what are you doing in this garage wearing overalls and carrying a wrench?
Oh, I'm the plumber.
You.
Come on, Uncle Mort, let's go inside. You're 30 minutes late already.
Good. Maybe the girls have all gone home by now.
No, they've waited.
They have?
There's a whole gang of them inside. Boy, are they keen lookers. They look like a bunch of magazine covers.
Yeah, well, this is the first time I'd rather be looking at popular mechanics.
Oh, come on now, Uncle Mort. Give them the old line.
Yeah, and they'll take the old line and hang me with it.
Well, there's Marge, and she sees us. We can't back out now.
No.
Oh, come in, Uncle Mort.
Oh, thank you, Marjorie. Sorry we're late.
Hello, Leroy. I didn't know you were coming along, too.
Oh, I figured if I came and listened to Uncle Mort, I'd hear things I never knew before.
Yeah.
Oh, Penny, here's Uncle Mort now. Oh, at last. Girls, here's a man who can tear a motor down and put it back together again, blindfolded, just as easily as he can with his eyes open.
Well, that's no lie.
Leroy.
Girls, I want you to meet Mr. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Yes. Hello, girls.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, come. Don't call me Mr. Gildersleeve. Just call me Uncle Mort.
Oh, and this is Mrs. Salisbury Twitchell, Uncle Mort.
Oh, yes. Now, how do you do?
Charmed, Mrs. Twitchell. The pleasure's all mine.
I dare say you're right.
Mrs. Twitchell's been kind enough to lend us her station wagon, Uncle.
And you're sure, Mr. Gildersleeve, that you're an expert in these matters?
Oh, don't worry about your benzene buggy, Mrs. Twitchy. You'd be surprised at just how much I know. Yeah, if all you sweet young things will gather around, and you too, Mrs. Twitchell, I'll explain all the important features.
Excuse me. Mind if I come in and listen?
Oh, hello, Judge Hooker. What are you doing here?
Oh, I just came down to see you in action, Gildy, old pal. Bertie told me where you were, and I figured I might learn something.
The old goat. Ladies, this is Judge Hooker.
How do you do, ladies? How do you do?
A judge who never has to lay down the law, because after he's through with it, it lays down by itself.
Now, Gildy, suppose you stop gassing and get started.
Yes, all right. Now, ladies, in studying the modern motor, the first thing we encounter is the hood. Every car should have a hood. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, Uncle Mowat.
Uncle Mowat.
That's right. We're all one big family here, Grandpa. The hood covers the motor, as I said. Well, now that we've covered the motor...
Oh, wait a minute, Uncle.
Yes.
Suppose you tell us what goes on under the hood when you start the motor.
Oh, yes. Maybe you'd like to tell the girls, Judge?
No. I wouldn't rob you of the pleasure for anything. You just go right ahead.
Yes, all right. Now, first you touch the starter. That starts the car. Unless, of course, you forget to turn on the ignition key.
Well, suppose you turn the key and step on the starter, but the battery is dead.
Who is that? Oh, yes, I see you now, my dear. Well, I'm glad you brought that up. That brings us down to dead batteries. Now, a dead battery...
Wait a minute.
Yes.
You aren't finished with the motor yet. In fact, you haven't started it.
Well, how can I with a dead battery? Yes. Now, to get back to the motor, or as we experts call it, the engine. The strange thing about an engine is that it might be missing and still be right there. Yes. This happens when the spark plugs fail. Then the last of the gas is exhausted out of the exhaust. Well, that reminds me, I'm exhausted myself.
Here's a chair, Uncle Mort.
Thank you.
Nice going. Let's get out of here pretty soon.
You're right. Well, if it's all clear to you now, ladies...
Oh, wait. I'm sure the girls have loads and loads of questions for you.
Yes, that's what I thought, you backseat driver.
All right, girl. Well, isn't the muffler supposed to keep the motor warm? And how often do you oil the fan belt?
If you have an electric heater, do you still need a radiator?
Well, yes and no. Those are very good questions, girls. Shows you were paying attention. Now, suppose we take them up, say, next week.
Oh, let's finish them up now. The afternoon is still young.
Yes, but I'm not.
Oh. Relax. I figured out a nice, simple way for you to answer all the girls' questions.
What's that, Judge?
Just show them everything you've been talking about by taking the motor all apart.
Why, that's a splendid idea, Uncle Mort.
Oh, Marjorie, my own flesh and blood, too.
Oh, that should be very interesting, shouldn't it, girl? Don't you think so, Mrs. Twitchell?
Well, I'm not sure. I know less about automobiles now than I knew when I came here. It's beyond me how anyone who looks so simple can make everything look so complicated.
Go ahead, Gildersleeve.
You double-crossing dodo. I'd be glad to do it, folks, only I didn't bring any tools.
Oh, well, there's a complete set in the car, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, fine. Too bad I'm wearing my best clothes, though, isn't it?
What, that zoot suit?
Yep.
Here's a pair of coveralls, Unc. Gee, I just found them.
Coveralls. Well, isn't that just peachy? Your uncle's little helper, aren't you, Leroy?
Yes, sir. There's a place over here where you can put them on, Unc.
Oh, well, after such a build-up, I guess I'll have to tear down the motor. Here, come on, Leroy. Here, hold my coat. Young man, what's the big idea?
Unc, I found an instruction book and a catalog of parts in that lady's car. It shows how to fix the motor, too.
Oh, fix the motor? Oh, that's help. Where is it?
I hid it in back of the water cooler out there. That way, every time you get stuck, just go over and take a drink. Then you can sneak a look at the book.
Sneak back and... You're a bright boy, Leroy.
You ready now, Uncle Mort?
Ready? Not from a mechanical standpoint, Leroy, but let's go. Well, here we are again. Well, shall we begin? Oh, I see you've removed the hood, Judge Hooker.
Yes, and here are your tools, Gildy. Now, quiet, girls, quiet.
Yeah, quiet.
Pay attention to Uncle Mort. As a mechanic, I'll bet he's a panic.
Yes. Well, come on, girls. Don't be afraid to ask questions now. Don't crowd me so, girls. Oh, what am I saying? I don't mind the crowding a bit.
Oh, Uncle Mort, what's that little round piece of machinery?
Where?
Right there.
That. Well, that's the, let me see now. Well, that's funny. I'm a bit thirsty. Excuse me while I go get a drink of water.
Oh, isn't he fascinating? I'm going to ask him what I should do about my clutch. Just trim your nails, honey.
Understand why one needs both a radiator and a heater.
And now, my dears, what was that question?
Well, I just wanted to know what this little round dingus is.
Oh, that. That's the generator. Number 4B33, 28 amps, sells for $8.95 FOB Detroit.
Thinks he's smart. You'll have to take it off before you can get the motor out, Gildy.
Yeah, I knew that. Hand me the wrench, Leroy. Thanks. Now, all I have to do is...
Uncle, are you all right?
Just a little shock, my dear. I'll be all right just as soon as I get another drink of water.
I'll get it for you, Uncle.
Never mind. I'll feel better if I get it myself. I don't know why I should be so thirsty. Something I had for lunch, no doubt. I'll be right back and dismantle the motor.
According to my watch, it took you just 2 hours to take that motor apart. Well, Gildersleeve, I gotta hand it to you. In all my experience, I've never seen a man do so much work and drink so much water at the same time.
Yes, I've been to the cooler more times than a patrol wagon.
Better sit down, Uncle. You look a little seasick.
Huh? It's not that, Leroy. It's just the tide coming in.
Well, girls, Mr. Gildersleeve has certainly revealed all the mysteries of a motor.
But I still don't understand the difference between a heater and a radiator.
Yeah.
Oh, Uncle Mort, I think you're just wonderful.
And I think you're just... thank you, my dear. Thank you.
Well, I don't think anyone was more amazed than I was. Oh, Marge, I know someone who was.
Be quiet, Leroy.
Say, girls, I've got an idea. How about you being my guest for tea and sandwiches? Now, there's a nice little place right around the corner.
Oh, Judge. Oh, that's very kind of you, Judge Hooker. Come on, everybody.
All right, but I'll have to wash up first.
Oh, no, you mustn't waste any time going to tea, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why not, Mrs. Twitchell?
Because you have to put my motor back together again.
Oh.
I'll need it to drive out to my country place later on.
Oh, yes. I forgot all about your motor. Anyway, I'm so full of water I couldn't have drunk tea anyway.
I'll stay and help you, Uncle Mort.
Thanks, Leroy. Run along, girls, now. I don't mind.
So long, Gildy, old chap. And I hope you know where to put all those parts.
I know where everything should go, Judge, including you. Leroy, I'm not a violent man, but someday I'm going to play soccer all day with that little all-day sucker.
Oh, cheer up, Uncle Mort. I bet you can put this motor back together again even faster than...
Shh. Oh, what's that? Marching. Oh! Daddy! Oh, look, the army's outside, Leroy.
Excuse me, sir. I brought down a detachment of men from Fort Platte. We were told that there would be a group of Red Cross canteen hostesses here to meet the men.
Oh, well, I don't know where they could be. Say. Why, yes, that's what I'll do. How many soldiers have you got outside, Captain?
142.
142. Splendid. One of our public-spirited citizens just took the girls out for a snack. Now, I'm sure he'd love to have you join him. Just march your gang over to the tea shop round the corner and ask for Judge Hooker. He'll be tickled pink to see you.
We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. But right now, I guess most men will agree that nothing starts the day off right like a good hearty breakfast. Yes, give me sizzling hot eggs with plenty of toast, or maybe some pancakes or waffles, and man alive, I'm about ready to lick the world. That's why grand-tasting Parquet margarine deserves a mighty important place on the breakfast table. Yes, spread wholesome Parquet margarine on waffles or pancakes or breakfast toast. You're sure to love its delicate, appetizing flavor. And as for those breakfast eggs, try pan-frying them in Parquet. You'll find they're tastier, and you'll like using Parquet because it doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. Yes, and Parquet margarine is grand for baking, too, because unlike bland, tasteless fats, Parquet is a real flavor shortening. And remember, Parquet margarine is not only good tasting, it's good for you, too. Yes, wholesome Parquet is a mighty nourishing energy food, and every pound contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. So right now, put Parquet margarine at the top of tomorrow's shopping list. Remember, it's Parquet, Parkay. It's made by Kraft. And now back to Gildersleeve and Leroy, who have succeeded in putting the motor back together again and have returned home.
More fried onions, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, thanks, Bertie. I only ate these to get them out of my sight. They look like piston rings, and I never want to look a piston ring in the face again.
How about you, Leroy?
Oh, nothing more, thanks. Well, I think I'll go to an early movie now.
Yeah, maybe I'll go with you. Is there a Hop-Along Cassidy playing around here anyplace?
No, you've seen all the new hop-alongs. How about going to see an Eastern picture for a change?
No, Leroy. When I go to a picture show, I want to hear a lot of shooting. It keeps me awake.
Well, I'll run along now. I'll be back early.
All right.
Care for a little dessert, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, that depends on what you have to offer.
Well, there's some custard and a slice of devil's food cake and some pie left over from yesterday. Or you can have some stewed fruit and icebox cookies. Or fix some fresh tapioca pudding. And, of course, there's still some of that strawberry ice cream.
Oh, fine. That'll be just right for me.
You mean all of them?
Oh, no, I wouldn't stuff myself with all of them. You can skip the stewed fruit.
Oh. Okay. My, it takes a wide variety of desserts to make a wide variety of gentlemen.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. I'll get that doorbell, Bertie.
Hello, Gildersleeve. Can I see you a minute?
Sure. Take a good look.
No, I want to talk to you, Throckmorton.
What do you want, you little snake in the bush?
I'm a snake. Say you just stuck me with 142 soldiers.
Oh, yes, the Army. I'd forgotten about that. Well, what do you want, Judge?
I seem to have lost my watch.
Huh?
The last I remember, I took it out and set it down to time you when we were at Red Cross headquarters.
Oh, did you go back there and look for it?
Yes, I was there just now, but I couldn't find hide nor hairspring of it.
Yes, hairspring.
Sure you didn't happen to pick it up?
I'm not accustomed to picking up other people's watches, Hooker. It's a nasty habit that gets you into bad company. You start associating with judges and people like that.
Cut the comedy, you big clown.
Yeah.
Now, let's try to figure out what's happened to that watch.
Was it valuable?
I should say. Given to me by the grand jury after we indicted that fake jewelry racket mob.
Oh, left over from the investigation, no doubt.
It was not. This watch cost a couple of $100. Oh, my goodness.
What's worrying you, Hooker?
I just remembered. I set the watch down on the engine block.
Well, that's funny. I didn't see it when we were putting the motor back together.
Oh, maybe it's in one of the cylinders.
Yeah, well, that could have happened very easily, couldn't it?
Yes, it could. Well, don't stand there. Do something. Help me.
Why should I help you, you misguided little nincompoop?
That's no way to talk to your pal, Throcky.
Hey, pal.
Come on. We've got to rush down there and tear that motor apart again and rescue that watch before that woman drives it away.
Oh, you mean Mrs. Salisbury Twitchell. Sounds like a nervous hamburger.
Yeah. The minute she starts that motor, my beautiful watch will be ground up into junk. Please, Gildersleeve, please. I'm sorry I was mean to you this afternoon.
Well, all right. I'll come down and help you, baby. But first, I'm going to have a bit of dessert. You care to join me in a dish of custard, Judge?
No, come on. There isn't a moment to lose.
No, all in good time. She won't start that car. Your watch is safe.
What makes you think so?
Because after Leroy and I had the motor all put together again, we found 6 or 7 parts we forgot to put in.
Well, there's the station wagon, and it looks like the coast is clear.
Yes, Judge. There doesn't seem to be any sign of that old battle axe. Hello there, Mrs. Twitchell.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. I've just packed some boxes to be sent overseas. I wonder if you'd put them in the back of my car.
Oh, Judge Hooker will only be too glad to do that, won't you, Judge?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, thank you. Well, they're right in here.
Look, pal, I'll take Madam Hoity-Toity out of here while you dig into that motor for my watch.
Nothing doing, chum. I've been through that engine once today. I'll lure the old buffalo away. After all, I'm more of a lady killer than you are.
Yeah, they look at you and laugh themselves to death.
Okay, I'll resign.
No, I apologize. See if you can get her away from here, and then I'll go to work.
All right, I'll take her out somewhere for a little while. But remember, you're going to pay the expenses. Yes. Are these the packages, Mrs. Twitchell?
Oh, yes. As soon as they're loaded, I'll take them down to the express office. Oh, incidentally, I hope I'll find my car in good condition.
Oh, you'll find it all right. You'll find it all right. Yeah. After I overhauled it all, though, the judge called something to my attention.
And what was that?
Well, the judge is quite an expert. He seemed to think that there was a sort of a Swiss movement in the motor.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. He thought that if you didn't mind, he'd try to get it out.
Oh, well, all right. I'll be in town again tomorrow.
Oh, I think he'd rather have you do it right now.
Now?
Yes, he feels that he could save time that way.
All right, if it won't take too long.
Oh, it won't. Merely a minor adjustment. Judge, Mrs. Twitchell says it'll be all right.
You mean for me to get the watch out?
What's that?
Yeah, be sure to watch out for trouble. Take your time, Judge. Take your time. Don't worry, he'll wash out. And while he's working, would you care to step out for a bit of sherbet?
Oh, no, I do. Oh, what's that?
What's what?
That.
You must have very sharp ears. I can't hear a thing. Would you like to go out for a banana split, Mrs. Twitchell? I know a place where they make the drippiest banana splits.
Oh, no, I really don't. Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, surely you heard that.
Oh, yes. Those chimes are certainly beautiful, aren't they?
That weren't chimes. Those is my car.
What?
What's he doing to it?
Now, don't worry, Mrs. Twitchell. He's just tuning it up.
It sounds like wheeling steelmakers tuning up.
Yeah. Now, just compose yourself, my dear. The judge knows what he's doing. Say, I know what you need.
Oh, you do? What?
A nice big bowl of chili con carne. Come, Mrs. Twitchell. I know a place where they serve the hottest chili in town, with all the beans and onions you want thrown in free.
Of all the concerned ding-dang fool pieces of machinery I ever had the misfortune to get up.
Well, hello, Judgy. Wow, you certainly declared total war on that motor. It's all out. Find the watch?
No, and I've done everything, even strained the oil.
Oh.
Say, where's Mrs. Twitchell?
Well, I left her at the movies. I sneaked out while she wasn't looking.
But you were supposed to stick with her.
Well, I'd have done it, too, if Hopalong Cassidy was only there to help me.
Oh, what's Hopalong Cassidy got to do with it?
He keeps me awake. Anyhow, it's after 10, and she'll be back pretty soon. And, brother, if that car isn't all in one piece, you won't be either.
Oh, when I look at all these parts scattered from one wall to the other, I don't think I'll ever get it back together again. Oh, come on and help me, won't you, Gildersleeve?
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Judge. I'll give you just as much help as you gave me this afternoon.
No. No, that isn't fair.
You bet it isn't. All the pretty girls have gone home.
Okay, I'll do it myself. I always knew you'd turn out to be a fair weather friend.
Well, it's raining.
Hi, Unc. Hello, Judge Hooker. Say, Bertie told me you were here, so I hurried over just as soon as I got home.
Leroy, what are you doing out so late?
Well, gee, I had to come. I clean forgot to tell Judge Hooker about his watch.
What about my watch?
Well, you left it on the engine, and I picked it up. Here it is, Judge.
What? And I did all this work for nothing?
Oh, Judge Hooker, is my car ready?
Oh, jumping jeeps, Mrs. Twitchell. Come on, Leroy, quick. Let's duck out the back way. Goodbye, Judge. Good luck, Judge.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But first, I'm sure you housewives have to be pretty wide awake in your food shopping these days. Yes, you have to buy wisely. Be sure the foods you get are nourishing, good tasting, and fit into your food budget, too. Well, that's where delicious Parquet margarine can help out a lot. You see, Parquet margarine, the wholesome modern margarine made by Kraft, just about fills all these requirements. It's nourishing, it's wonderfully good tasting, and Parquet margarine's economy helps out a lot in making your food budget work. Yes, Parquet margarine is a delicious, economical source of important food values. It's a wholesome, highly nutritious food, one of the best energy foods you can serve at your table. Besides, every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. What's more, Parquet margarine is so delightfully good tasting, it just can't be compared with old-time margarines. You'll like its delicate, appetizing flavor, whether you serve it as a spread for bread or use it for baking and pan frying. So if you're a wise food shopper, you'll certainly try delicious, economical Parquet margarine. Yes, tomorrow sure, order Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. It's the margarine made by Kraft.
Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, we're going to be on wartime. And if time means money, wartime means that our country needs all the money we can spare. And when you invest in defense bonds and saving stamps, you all join in saying, "You're a hard man, MacArthur." Good night.
Be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Extensive research has proved conclusively that there are two kinds of husbands. One, the husband who takes absolutely no interest whatsoever in household affairs. And two, the husband whose wife wishes he'd mind his own business and leave things alone. In Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, Jim Anderson is about to demonstrate that there is no happy medium. Like this.
6 goes into 36 6 times. 6 goes into 42 7 times.
Kathy, why don't you stop that? You know Mother has a headache.
But I have to learn my 6 goes intos.
Margaret, could I have another cup of coffee, please?
Of course, dear. Bud, stop banging your feet on the table.
I wasn't banging my feet, Mom. I was just... Holy cow, look at the time. I gotta go. Come on, Squirt.
Well, stop pulling me.
See you later, everybody.
Bud, don't slam the door.
Did you call me, Dad?
Never mind.
Okay.
Mother, why don't you lie down for a while? I'll take care of the dishes.
Well, that's very sweet, Betty, but it isn't necessary.
Well, all right. I'll come right home in case you need me for anything.
All right, dear.
Bye, Father.
Goodbye, Betty. Your head still aching, honey?
No, it's really nothing, Jim. I don't know why everybody makes such a fuss over a little headache. You'd think I were dying.
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
You know, you haven't been looking very well lately.
Well, that's a pleasant way to start the day. How to cheer up your wife in 6 easy lessons.
I don't mean you look that bad. I mean, you just look so tired.
Jim, darling, in 5 years I'll be 40, and then you can swap me in for 2 20s.
Margaret, I'm being very serious about this. If you want to treat it as a joke.
All right, dear, I'll try and be more respectful.
Oh, where was I?
You were telling me I looked like an old hag.
Oh. Well, that's not what I said at all.
I'm sorry, a young hag.
Margaret, I'm merely trying to be helpful. I think I know why you're tired, and I believe I have the answer to the whole problem.
You're going to shoot the children.
Well, that had occurred to me. But I think I have a better idea. What you need is a housekeeper.
Oh, Jim, don't be ridiculous.
I don't see anything ridiculous about it at all. The Gilroys have a housekeeper, and I sell 3 times as much insurance as he does.
Jim, it's not a question of how much insurance you sell. We don't need a housekeeper. And where would she sleep, or haven't you thought of that?
Of course I've thought of that. She can sleep in the den on the rollaway bed.
Jim, I don't want a housekeeper.
Then when people like the Edwards come over for dinner, there wouldn't be all the fuss and worry.
Jim.
Yes, dear?
Who are the Edwards?
Well, Harry and Grace Edwards. You remember them, don't you? We met them at the Hathaways last week. He's the little stocky fellow with the red face. President of the Chamber of Commerce, remember?
And they're coming to dinner when?
Tomorrow night, didn't I tell you? I could have sworn.
Jim, is there any connection between the Edwards and this sudden passion for a housekeeper?
Of course not. I just thought, well, you've been working so hard and you have a headache and...
There isn't any reason for wanting to impress Mr. Edwards, is there? Or Mrs. Edwards?
Margaret, I just finished telling you that the whole thing... Well, after all, Edwards is the head of the Chamber of Commerce, and there's an opening on the board.
And Bert Gilroy's trying to get it.
Well, the Edwards had dinner with the Gilroys.
And the Gilroys have a housekeeper, so you thought if we blossomed forth with a housekeeper...
Margaret, being on the Chamber of Commerce is a very great honor. I certainly think that it's worth the small expenditure of time and energy.
Jim.
Yes, Margaret?
No housekeeper.
Well, if you'd only listen to me instead of flying off the handle...
I'm not flying off the handle. I'm merely telling you, simply, quietly, and without emotion, no housekeeper.
There was an ad in the paper only last night.
No housekeeper.
All she wanted was $75 a month, and she'll take complete charge.
No housekeeper.
She's courteous, efficient, energetic, loyal.
No.
A wonderful cook, neat as a pin, loves children. Margaret, why don't you give her a trial?
No.
Honey, this isn't something you can decide on the spur of the moment. Why don't you think it over?
All right. I can't see any harm in that.
That's a good girl. Well, I've got to go now. I'll call you right after lunch.
All right, dear. Oh, Jim, I've thought it over.
Margaret.
No housekeeper.
Is that you, Jim?
Yes, dear, I'm home. Just put your things down there for a minute, Mrs. Collins.
Okay. Nice looking place, ain't it?
Well, it's comfortable.
Jim, the children are all upstairs, and as soon as you're ready, we'll have... Well, hello.
Hi.
Margaret, this is Mrs. Collins.
Oh? How do you do?
Well, to tell you the truth, I ain't doing so good. My feet's just killing me, and I got a pain in my back that I wouldn't wish on to my first husband.
I see. Jim, would you come out into the kitchen with me for a moment? I'd like to speak to you.
Hey, you got a piano. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I always like a house where they got a piano. Shows culture. And if there's one thing I'm just nuts about, it's culture.
Well, just make yourself at home, Mrs. Collins. We'll only be a minute.
Oh, it's okay. You don't have to worry about me. I got plenty of time.
Jim Anderson.
Now, wait a minute, Margaret. I can explain the whole thing.
I don't want any explanation, and I don't want a housekeeper. I told you this morning.
But, honey, I hired her last night. I thought you'd be very happy.
Oh, I am. I'm the happiest woman in the whole world, and I want you to get that person out of my house.
Oh, look, Angel, it isn't worth quarreling about. Nothing is.
I know, Jim, but our home's too small for a housekeeper. We don't need one.
Now, Margaret, Mrs. Collins can be a great help. Don't you see, Margaret? She's a diamond in the rough. Mrs. Collins is very competent. Why, in 1 year, she worked for 9 of the best families in Springfield.
Only 9? She certainly gets around, doesn't she?
Well, they just didn't understand her. With a little training, she can be one of the best housekeepers in the whole town. She said so herself.
Jim, if we ever take a trip to New York, will you promise me one thing? Don't pay more than $50 for the Brooklyn Bridge.
Finished talking yet? It's getting late. I got to get dinner rolling.
Mrs. Collins, I've been talking to my husband.
Well, why don't you talk to him in the parlor? I just happened to think it's dinner time, and I got work to do. Hey, some kitchen.
Jim?
Well, all right, Margaret. Mrs. Collins, I'm awfully sorry, but we've decided that Well, after all, you really won't be comfortable sleeping in the den.
Oh, stop worrying about it, will you? I got it all figured out. We can move, what's your boy's name?
You mean Bud?
Bud. We can switch him into the den. I move into his room, and everybody's happy.
Well, it's not quite that simple, Mrs. Collins. I told my husband this morning.
Hey, wait a minute. When you been eating breakfast?
Well, it's 8 o'clock, but it really isn't going to make any difference because...
Well, from now on, breakfast is going to be at 7 o'clock.
Now, see here, Mrs. Collins.
Wait, Jim. This is becoming very interesting. What else, Mrs. Collins?
Well, I ain't nobody's personal maid, so everybody hangs up his own stuff. And if I find any pants hanging on the back of a chair, well, don't be surprised if I just chuck them out the window.
Well, don't look at me, Margaret. I don't leave my pants on the chair.
No. Go ahead, Mrs. Collins. I think I'm beginning to like the whole idea.
Well, I don't mind if you invite folks for dinner. Matter of fact, I like company. But I got to have 48 hours notice.
That seems logical.
Oh, wait a minute. What if it's impossible? What if somebody comes in from out of town?
We'll take them to a restaurant. There's lots of restaurants in Springfield.
Margaret, if you think I'm going to stand here...
Jim, please. Mrs. Collins was talking.
Oh, that's okay. I'm finished anyway. Now, why don't you two kids just go inside and relax, and I'll start dishing up the food.
All right, Mrs. Collins. Come on, kid.
Margaret, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. If you think I'm going to...
Jim, you heard Mrs. Collins. We've got to go inside and relax.
That's right. Take it easy. I got everything under control.
Come on, Jim. Mrs. Collins has work to do.
Margaret, that woman's impossible.
Oh, I don't think so, dear. She's a diamond in the rough, remember?
But how rough can you get? She wasn't anything like that when I talked to her last night.
Well, we'll try it for a while. That's what you want, isn't it?
Margaret, I'm going into the kitchen and fire her right now.
Why, Jim, that wouldn't be fair. She's worked for 9 of the finest families in Springfield, and with the Edwards coming to dinner...
Oh, no, she can't be around then.
Well, wasn't that the general idea? We've got to impress the Edwards, and unless I'm very much mistaken, they'll be impressed.
Oh, Margaret, can't we...
Hey, Jim!
Jim?
Get the kids down. Soup's on.
Well, that was quite an about face for Mother Anderson. If only Father had talked to her first, there wouldn't have been any argument. And the way things are going, it doesn't look as though she'll brook any arguments from Father. And I don't think I'll run into any argument on this point. I say when you buy coffee, just one thing means real value. It's flavor. The flavor you get for your money. And extra flavor is what you do get in our Maxwell House coffee. That wonderful, good to the last drop flavor no other coffee has to offer. No coffee but Maxwell House. And here's why that's so. It's our recipe. The only recipe under the sun for that good to the last drop flavor. It calls for certain fine varieties of coffee blended together a very particular way. It's the one way, the one recipe for that famous Maxwell House flavor. That extra flavor that's made our coffee America's favorite brand. So today, when you really want the most in flavor for every penny you spend, Maxwell House is now more than ever your coffee buy. Just open up that familiar blue tin of Maxwell House tomorrow. See how much enjoyment, how much real value you get from the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
A day has passed, as days have a habit of doing, and once again it's dinner time in the White Frame House on Maple Street. This time, however, it's a special dinner, with company, the children stashed away in the breakfast nook, and a uniformed housekeeper to wait on table. Mr. Edwards, president of the Springfield Chamber of Commerce, says...
In the last 4 years, Anderson, bank clearances in the greater Springfield area have increased a total of almost 9.2%. And that's progress.
To which Jim Anderson replies...
It certainly is, Mr. Edwards. That's
Progress, if I ever heard it. At which point, the new housekeeper, Mrs. Collins, observed.
Now, why don't you two stop gabbing and eat your soup?
Mrs. Collins, I think I smell something burning in the kitchen.
Oh, it's your imagination, dear. Everything's all cooked. Say, Jim.
Yes, Mrs. Collins.
If it's all right, could I take off this funny-looking cap? I don't mind the uniform, but this hat's driving me nuts.
Mrs. Collins, why don't you wait in the kitchen until we call you?
I can't hear anything in the kitchen. What do you want to do, talk about me? Go ahead, I don't mind.
I think you'd better go into the kitchen.
Okay, if that's the way you want it. You finished, Mrs. Edwards?
Yes, thank you.
Look, dearie, if I was you, I'd lay off the bread. With a shape like yours, it's murder.
Well, really?
Mrs. Collins, will you please go into the kitchen?
Okay, I can take a hint. Yeah, if you want me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Edwards. You were saying something about progress.
I was? Oh, yes. I wasn't I? The Chamber of Commerce feels that its contribution to the progress of Greater Springfield is...
Never mind, I'll get it.
Keep right on, Mr. Edwards. It's very interesting.
What is?
Well, whatever you were going to say.
Hello? Oh, hello, Bessie. Hey, wait a minute. Go ahead, folks. It's for me. What's cooking, Bess?
Hasn't the weather been beautiful, Mrs. Edwards?
I haven't noticed, really. When you're as busy as I am, you know, club work and charities.
Yes, indeed. Grace manages to keep herself pretty busy. Getting so, I have to make an appointment to see her myself.
You don't have any children, do you, Mr. Edwards?
No, I'm sorry to say Mrs. Edwards and I have never been blessed.
That was my cousin Bessie on the phone. She's just a scream.
I'm sure she must be, Mrs. Collins. And I believe we're ready for the next course.
You know, she was just telling me...
Mrs. Collins, we're ready for the next course.
Okay, I heard you.
Mother, when I finish my dessert, may I go over to...
Kathy, you get back inside where you belong. Can't you see we got company?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the trouble with kids nowadays. They don't know their place. Shove your plate over, will you, Jim?
I'll answer it, Mrs. Collins.
Now, you stay right where you are. What do you think you're paying me for?
That's a reasonable question, isn't it, Jim?
Okay, I'm coming.
Yes, indeed. You
Hello?
get a couple of kids in the house and you...
Oh, hello, Mickey.
Yes, indeed.
I did, huh? What did it pay? $16.40? Hey, that's all right. Okay, look, now put me down for $5 on little Jeff in the 4th at Bay Meadows tomorrow. Yeah, little Jeff, $5. You're to win. Okay, Mick, I'll give you a growl tomorrow.
Well, Mrs. Collins has an endless assortment of talents, hasn't she, Jim?
All right, Margaret, you don't have to rub it in.
Just a little gem my husband brought home for polishing.
Mrs. Anderson, I'm afraid that we...
That's all right, ain't it? $16.40 for two. I sure can pick 'em. Hey, any of you kids play the races?
Harry, I have an awful headache.
I know, dear.
The way I feel, a headache would be a relief.
Mrs. Collins, if nothing more important comes up in the next few minutes, could we please have some food?
Okay, but you take it from me. You're skipping a good thing if you miss little Jeff in the 4th tomorrow.
Mrs. Collins, if you don't hurry up, we'll be ready to eat little Jeff tonight.
That French for roast beef is coming up.
Good night, Mrs. Anderson. It was a lovely evening. One I'll never forget.
Oh, I'm sure of that.
Good night, Anderson and Mrs. Anderson. It was, well, good night.
Good night, Mr. Redding.
Good night, sir. We'll have to get together again real soon.
Yes, indeed, yes. Sometime soon. Good night.
Quiet, isn't it?
Margaret, I don't know what to say. I was wrong, and I'm sorry. I think that woman's insane.
Oh, no, dear. She's just, well, uninhibited. She likes to speak her mind.
What mind? She's got the brain of a half-witted hyena. And if she had the least bit of decency, she'd give it back.
Jim.
What?
Did you see the look on Mrs. Edwards' face when Collins told her she needed a new girdle?
Oh, that was nothing. You should have seen Edwards when she told him he could use one, too.
Jim, I can't help it, but I think they were the stumpiest people I've ever met.
She told Edwards. She said she thought that...
Everybody's having a good time, huh? Well, that's what I like. People laugh and enjoying themselves. You live longer that way.
Mrs. Collins, I'd like to speak to you, if I may.
Talks nice, don't he? Go ahead, kid.
Thank you. Mrs. Collins, I'm not usually one to complain, but...
Complain? Well, go ahead. If you feel you got a beef coming, just spread it right out. That's the way it ought to be. Everything out in the open. All the cards right out there on the table.
Right. Now, Mrs.
Now,
Collins...
I don't go for the stabbing in the back routine. You got any complaints, I want to hear them. It's your house. I'm working for you, and anything you don't like, all you got to do is just tell me.
How?
Jim, you'll wake the children.
Look, you don't have to yell at me. Just talk, and I'll listen.
Mrs. Collins, there are a great many things I could say, and a great many ways in which I could say them. But since all of the things I have to say, and all of the ways in which I would say them, add up to one and the self-same thing, I say to you now from the very bottom of my heart, you are fired!
Jim, you know my whole life that's the nicest way I ever got canned. Well, I gotta go to bed.
Just a moment, Mrs. Collins. I'm afraid you don't understand. My husband fired you. You don't work here anymore.
I know I ain't deep, but I still gotta go to sleep.
You will not sleep here, Mrs. Collins. We want you to go away now. You're discharged. You're the most discharged person we've ever had in this house. Now, will you please pack up your things and get out?
Jim, I'm surprised at you. A smart man like you with a nice home and a nice family. Why, you ought to know more about the law. You can't fire me. I gotta have a week's notice.
I'm giving you a week's notice. I'll pay your wages for a whole week. Only please go away.
But I like it here. And it ain't just the wages, Jim. I'm supposed to get room and board.
I'll give you 2 weeks' wages.
I don't think so. You got a piano, and I can call my bookie on the phone, and it's like a vacation with pay.
Margaret.
Mrs. Collins, is there anything I can do to...
Sure. Just call me when breakfast is ready. Well, good night. I'll see you all in the morning, huh?
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
When they start giving out awards for the world's prize idiot, be sure and tell them about me.
Oh, Jim, darling, you're an idiot, but you'd never take any prize.
I certainly would.
Well, I won't argue, dear. After all, Father knows best.
Well, Father certainly plunged into that head over heels. Now, how sorry he is. Just goes to show it always pays to look before you leap. On that score, when it comes to buying a pound of coffee, it certainly pays to look for flavor. The most in flavor for every penny you spend. After all, flavor is what you're paying for. And we don't think you can beat the famous flavor we pack into every pound of Maxwell House. But here's my point. Air can steal coffee flavor. And ordinary containers, like paper bags, can't prevent roasted coffee from losing flavor, whether it's ground or whole bean. That's why we take our Maxwell House, fresh and fragrant from the roasting ovens, and carefully vacuum pack it in the familiar blue tin. It's the only way you're guaranteed coffee that's fresh and full-flavored as the hour it was roasted. So be sure you get all the flavor and fragrance you paid for, your money's worth and more. You always will with Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
This world is not so bad a world as some would like to make it. Though whether good or whether bad depends on how we take it. A week's gone by, and we find Jim Anderson walking along a busy street in downtown Springfield. The Chamber of Commerce is still dear to his heart, and he is not what you'd call a particularly happy man, like this.
Serves me right, that's what it does. Make a fool of myself in front of Edwards. Spoil my chances of getting on the board. Gosh, I wanted that spot on the Chamber of Commerce. The speeches I could have made. About important things, too. Why, I could have said things like, ladies and gentlemen, it's an established fact that everybody wants a different thing. A farm, a store, a college education for their children, or maybe they just want to retire and go fishing. But there's one thing everybody wants, security. And there's one way, one sure way for each and every one of us to get it. Save for your independence. Buy United States savings bonds. That's what I could have told them. I could have said, buy bonds automatically if you can on the payroll savings plan or the bond-a-month plan at your bank. They're like cash on hand, and they return you $4 for every $3 you invest. Buy United States savings. Save for your independence. And start now. Then I could have said...
I say, Anderson!
Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Edwards. I didn't see you.
I thought if you weren't in any great hurry, we might take a stroll together. A little matter has come up that I'd like to discuss with you.
Why, of course, Mr. Edwards. It'll be a very great pleasure.
You know, Anderson, we never did get down to a discussion of business at your house the other night.
Mr. Edwards, I wanted to explain about that. You see...
Tut, my boy. No need to explain. I understand completely. As you know, Anderson, there's a vacancy on the board of the Chamber of Commerce, and, well, it's yours if you want it.
If I want it? Why, Mr. Edwards, of course I want it. And thank you very much.
Oh, it's nothing at all. Tell me, Anderson, that Mrs. Collins, is she still with you?
No. We finally got rid of her this morning.
This morning? That's too bad.
Oh, I don't think we could have taken it another day. She had the whole family waiting on her hand and foot all week.
I see. You wouldn't know how I could get in touch with it.
Well, I might. I think she left a forwarding address with Margaret, but why?
Well, I wouldn't want this to get around, Anderson.
Oh, of course not. I won't say a word.
Well, I followed that bit of advice Mrs. Collins gave me about little Jeff, you know. And I won $64.
Did you know? Now there's an instant coffee with roaster fresh, pure coffee flavor. It's Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. Unlike most instant coffees, it's all rich, pure coffee. Nothing added. Tomorrow, try the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. And now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Yes, this is your...
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Hiya, babe. Say, how about a little... Ouch.
Does that answer your question, buddy?
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. You all remember Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's famous Maisie pictures. In just a moment, you'll hear Maisie in radio, starring the same glamorous star you all went to see and loved on the screen, Ann Southern. But first, your announcer. Here's Maisie.
Yep, I'm Maisie, like the man said. Maisie Revere. Of course, that's only the name I use on the stage. I'm half Irish, half Scotch, and the way I keep on believing that I'll make a success in show business, I guess I'm also half nuts. But I'm not complaining. I travel from place to place trying to make an honest buck, and I keep laughing at trouble. And trouble always seems to laugh back. And such a dirty laugh, too. Like, for instance, the time I wound up in the thriving little town of Bartonville. I was hitchhiking my way back to Brooklyn. I figured if I wasn't going to eat, I might as well not eat among friends. So, well, I didn't want to stay stranded in Bartonville, so I walked up to an old gent whittling away in front of a tree by the general store. Pardon me, mister, but can you tell me when the next train leaves here?
Yep.
Well, how about telling me?
You haven't asked me yet.
Oh, pardon me. When does the next train leave for the east?
9:15.
9:15?
July 8th, year after next.
Oh, then I guess I'd better hurry or I'll... Year after next?
Yep, the railroad company won't put in a spur track off the main line until the town has a population of 2,600, and so far Bartonville only has 2,492.
Well, I guess I'll have to take the bus.
Ain't no buses out here, neither.
No buses, no trains? What do you folks do when you want to leave this town?
Talk ourselves out of it.
Oh, fine. Stranded in a one-horse town.
Look, Missy.
I know. No horse either.
Yep.
Well, mister, since I'm stuck here for a while, any way of earning any money in this town?
I wouldn't know. I never tried it.
Well, there's no rush, Grandpa. You're young yet. I guess I'll have to stay somewhere until I figure out my next move. Can you tell me where the hotel is?
Yep.
Okay, I'm asking. Where's the hotel?
Down the street to the corner and then 2 blocks over.
Thanks.
Yeah, you won't like it there, I reckon.
Why not?
It burned down last week.
Well, why didn't you say so?
You didn't ask me.
Sorry, it slipped my mind. Any place else I can get a room in this warmed-over graveyard, Grandpa?
Well, you might try Agatha Slumps.
Well, frankly, that don't sound like a very tasty dish.
Aggie's a teacher at the high school. She takes in boarders every once in a while. Only lady boarders, mind you. Aggie's a spinster lady. You know how it is.
No, but I bet it ain't good. Can you tell me where I can find the high school?
Yep. It's still down by the river, I think.
You think?
Yeah, I ain't been down to check since the tornado.
Well, I think I'll amble down to the high school and see if I can make a deal with Miss Schlump. So long, Pappy. And don't sit there at the base of the tree too long. You might start to take root. So, since I figured I was destined to have to stay in this American Devil's Island for a while, I walked down to the Bartonville High School to find the Schlump character and ask her to put me up for a spell. On the way to the classrooms, I passed the football field where the team was having practice.
43, 28, 96.
Stick to the game, quarterback. You too, Coach. Oh, pardon me, young man.
Yes, what can I do for you?
Well, first wipe the steam off the inside of your glasses and then tell me where I can find Miss Agatha Schlump.
Oh, you'll find Prune Face in the history room.
Prune Face?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're not related to her by any chance.
Well, in a way. We're both the same sex.
Well, you'd never suspect it.
No. That isn't a nice thing to say about a teacher. After all, what would the world be like without teachers?
Paradise. Especially without a sourpuss like Miss Schlump.
Sourpuss? Oh, you mean she's a...
Wait till you meet her. She's been even worse than ever lately.
Oh, fine. And I wanted to ask if she'd take me in as a boarder.
Oh? You expect to live in Bartonville?
Yeah, you call that living.
Well, I'll show you where the history room is.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, I'm Maisie Revere.
Oh, hello. I'm Tommy Johnson.
Oh, hello.
Here's the history classroom, Miss Revere. I don't know whether Miss Schlump is in there yet. It's still an hour before class begins.
Yes, miss. Is there anything I can do for you? I'm looking for the history teacher, sir.
Sir! Miss Revere, that's Miss Schlump.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Schlump. But with that manny suit and the way you're wearing your hair...
That's quite all right, miss. Perhaps I do dress a little severely, but after all, I'm a school teacher and not a glamour girl.
You can say that again.
What was that, Tommy?
He said he may need a pen. Didn't you, Tommy?
Yeah. Well, bye now, Miss Revere.
Bye.
Exactly. What can I do for you, Miss...
Revere. Maisie Revere. Of course, that's just the name I use on the stage.
The stage? Then you act on the stage. How awful.
Oh, you've seen my act, then. Well, I know it's not very good.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Revere. Forgive me. I haven't been feeling well lately.
Oh, well, then maybe you could use somebody to, well, sort of take care of you and sort of, maybe somebody like a boarder, maybe.
You want to live in this town?
Oh, it's not such a bad town, Miss Schlump. I think it's out of this world. A little too far out. I won't be in your way, though, Schlumpy, unless maybe, no, you couldn't be.
Couldn't be what?
Thinking of getting married?
Married?
Oh, gee, I'm sorry, honey. Don't cry. Here, dry your eyes. Here's a blotter.
Married?
Oh, well, please don't. Marriage is a wonderful institution, and you look like you're ready for one. Oh, I mean, someday somebody will come along and...
That's just the trouble. Somebody has come along.
He has?
Only he hasn't.
Say, you haven't been well, have you?
You don't understand.
Well, maybe you'd better tell me about it. But have a drink of water first.
There's some on the desk.
Oh, yeah. Here.
Don't you think you better take the flowers out first?
Oh, sure. There.
Thanks.
Now, I'm ready to listen, honey.
Oh, I don't want to annoy you with my troubles. Besides, it really doesn't make sense.
Well, love ain't supposed to make sense, honey. It's just a disease that science hasn't found a cure for yet. It'll make you feel better to tell somebody about it. Are you in love, honey?
Oh, I feel so miserable. So miserable.
Oh.
I don't think I want to live anymore.
You're in love. Now tell me about the fella. Is he handsome?
I don't know.
Oh. Well, then what does he look like?
I don't know. I've never seen him.
Never seen him? Where'd you meet, in Pittsburgh?
I never met him.
You don't know what he looks like. You never met him, and still you're in love?
Well, it isn't easy to explain.
I'll bet it ain't, sister.
You see, we both fell in love. Oh, you'll never believe this.
I will, honey, if I have to force myself.
You see, Roger St. John Terwilliger Tarramy is his full name.
And a fuller name than that I've never heard.
He's a professor of history at the Sorbonne in Paris.
Mm-hmm.
And he wrote a book, a wonderful book, called The Tribal Customs of the Ancient Aztecs.
Mm.
You haven't read it by any chance?
No, and I'll never understand how I missed it. How did you and Roger St. John and so forth fall in love?
Well, we didn't at first.
Oh.
You see, I was so impressed that I wrote Roger, well, You might call it a fan letter.
Oh, and he answered, and that's how you both fell in love.
We corresponded for months, and last month on my 23rd birthday, he proposed.
You're only 23?
I know. I look more like I'm 43, don't I?
Well, only when you smile, honey.
I know what you mean, Miss Revere. And that's exactly what Roger would think if he ever saw the real me.
If? You mean he never saw you either, and he wants to marry you?
He wants to marry the beautiful girl I led him to believe I was.
Uh-oh. In your letters, you toyed with the truth a little.
I said I had golden hair, figure like Lana Turner, complexion like Elizabeth Taylor.
Some toying, I'll say. Look, honey, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but when Roger comes here to marry you, well, you don't wear a veil until the ceremony.
It won't be a ceremony. He keeps asking when he can come to America and marry me. But I keep putting him off with excuses. All kinds of excuses.
Oh, don't cry, honey. Maybe if he did come here and saw you, he'd... Well, after all, you have a very smart brain.
But a brain is the last thing a man looks for in a woman.
Yeah, after he looks for everything else.
Oh, come in.
Pardon me, Miss Schlump, but a cablegram just came for you. They asked me to bring it in.
Cablegram? Maisie.
Here.
Oh, gosh, I'm so nervous. Oh, open it, Maisie.
Well, I'm sort of nervous, too. You open it, Tommy.
Okay. It's from somebody called Roger.
Roger? Oh, let me see. Dear. Arriving 11 a.m. today by plane, and we leave right after we get married for France. We'll not listen to any more excuses. This is our wedding day. I love you, Roger. Oh, Maisie, what'll I do?
Well, offhand, I'd say you ain't got enough time to do anything but pack a nightgown and practice blushing.
But what will Roger think when he sees me? He thinks I'm beautiful.
He does. Well, he couldn't...
And never mind, Tommy. I think Aggie is pretty, if you look for the right things.
You really think so, Maisie?
Why, sure, honey. Why, you have very pretty...
Yes.
Well, this may come as a surprise to you, honey, but I can't remember when I ever saw a girl with such beautiful earlobes.
I have nice earlobes?
Why, exquisite. That's what they are, just exquisite. Don't you think so, Tommy?
I wouldn't know, Miss Revere. I ain't much of an earlobe man.
Never mind. And there's possibilities with that complexion, too. And your nose is cute. Say, Schlumpy, is there a decent beauty parlor in this town?
I don't know. I've never been to one.
Well, Antoine's down on Maine does great work. Miss Hardwick, the English teacher, always goes there to have her mustache dyed.
Agatha, honey, you're off to Antoine's to get your kisser made kissable.
But will there be time? Roger's arriving at 11 and it's after 10 now.
Well, then you better hurry. Get a facial, a massage, your eyebrows thin.
Yeah, so Roger won't think you're John L. Lewis.
Tommy.
But suppose it won't work. Suppose Roger doesn't... Well, you know, I can't afford to lose my job. Jobs aren't very easy to get.
Yeah, so the rumor goes.
Maisie.
Yeah?
Would you...
Would I what?
Take over my history class for today.
Oh, but I don't know anything about what happened hundreds of years ago. I can't even remember what happened yesterday.
Say, why can't you just memorize today's lesson?
Memorize?
Yes, it's right here in the book. It's all about the First Punic War from 264 B.C. to 241 B.C. You remember studying that in school, don't you?
Well, I'm afraid not, honey. You see, I only went as far as the 6th grade, and I must have been playing hooky the day we took up the Punic Wars.
I guess I'll just have to let Roger see me as I am. I was born to go through life without love. And maybe Roger will find somebody else to marry. Somebody pretty.
Tommy.
Yeah?
Hand me that book.
Oh, thanks, Maisie. Thanks just millions. Well, I'm off.
I guess I'm a little bit off, too. Get the works, honey.
Here's the book, Miss Revere. And here's today's lesson. There ain't much time. You better start memorizing.
Yeah, sure. The First Punic War, 264 to 241 B.C. A band of mercenaries who had been dismissed by the tyrant of Syracuse.
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern, will continue in just a moment. see.
Good morning, class. I'm the substitute history teacher. Come to attention, class, please. I said come to attention, class, please. Shut up! Thank you, gentlemen. I am Miss Revere. Miss Schlump won't be with you this morning. Well, she's having a few mistakes fixed up so she can pass a very important examination this morning. I will now call the roll. Henry Grunbroad. Present. George Mason. Present. Percival Langdon.
Here, teacher.
Woman hater. Tony London.
Oh, he's not here, teacher.
I didn't ask you. If Tony's not here, let him say so himself. Tommy Johnson.
Here, Miss Revere.
Where?
In your chair. You're sitting on me.
Oh, I didn't see you. You may go to your seat, Tommy. I'm going to start the history lesson.
Sure. Good luck, Miss Revere.
Oh, thanks, honey. Thanks. Now, students, as you all know, today's lesson is about the
First Punic War.
Yeah. Well, here goes. A band of mercenaries who'd been dismissed by the tyrant of Albany.
That's Syracuse.
Well, I was close. Took possession of the city of Messana, and from this stronghold harassed the northeast corner of,
Sicily.
Thanks, dearie. Sicily. The tyrant of Syracuse, King Hero.
That's Hiero.
Oh, don't be such a show-off. Now, where was I?
King Hiero undertook a war.
Oh, yeah. This here king character undertook a war against them. In 264, Rome's legions found the Carthaginians already in possession of Messana, and the First Punic War began. Thanks, fellas, thanks. It was really nothing. Now, are there any questions? No? Good. Now, you may open your books and read the next lesson.
I have a question, Miss Revere.
Wouldn't you just know it? What's your question, Percival?
Where is Messana?
A very good question. Now, as I said before, you may all open your books and study the next lesson.
I've already read tomorrow's lesson, Miss Revere.
Well, read it again. I ain't playing any favorites.
If you don't mind, I'd like to ask a question about the Second Punic War.
Oh, the second one?
Yes.
Well, the first one was a much nicer war, you know.
Well, very well, then. Let's discuss the First Punic War.
Sure, kid, sure. The First Punic War, a band of mercenaries who'd been dismissed by the tyrant of Syracuse, instead of marching home...
Who fought in the First Punic War, Miss Revere?
Took possession of the city of Messana, and from this... Who fought?
Yes, between exactly what armies, exactly?
Exactly what armies, exactly.
Well, teacher, the First Punic War was between who?
Between who? Why, between the Punes and the Icks, naturally.
But, Miss Revere...
Sorry, that's all we have time for. Class dismissed.
Oh, but Miss Revere, it's only 10:45.
You heard, teacher, Sonny. Class dismissed. Cat now.
Gee, thanks, mister. I was in a tough spot. I don't know how to thank you.
I do. Just say yes.
Say yes? To what? Have dinner with you, maybe?
Yes, for the rest of your life.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I never saw you before.
Oh, but I've seen you, darling, in my dreams. And you look even more beautiful than your letters led me to believe.
Letters? Oh, then you're...
Yes, Roger, and your admirer.
Admirer?
That's how you sign all your letters. Ever since your first fan letter. You never told me your real name.
Well, look, Roger,
Don't
Mr.
talk, darling. Don't talk. Just say you'll marry me at once.
But, Roger, you're making a mistake.
Yes, a big mistake. By not coming to America sooner and taking you away with me.
Well, then I
never thought teachers of ancient history could be so beautiful, so gorgeous.
Oh, Mr.
So...
Roger, Well, now, hold it a minute, Tommy. Go on, Roger.
Such gorgeous golden hair. Just think, in 20 minutes we'll be man and wife.
20 minutes? Oh, well, look, I can't. Can I, Tommy?
No, look, mister.
Go away, boy, and tell the principal he'll have to get another teacher. Ma chérie, je t'aime. Est-ce que vous m'aimez aussi?
Oh, well, say it in English, Roger. I'm afraid I might be saying yes to the wrong question.
Look, Miss Revere.
Revere. Oh, a beautiful name. But soon it will be changed to Durhamy. Mrs. Roger St. John Terwilliger Durhamy. I have the justice of the peace waiting at the plane.
The plane?
Yes, I had to charter my own. Took all my money. The pilot is waiting, and I have to get back today in order for both of us to make the boat to France.
But she can't marry you.
No, it'd be bigamy. Oh, I took the teacher's place here.
Well, they can get another teacher to take your place. I'll get the justice of the peace back here. We'll be married before you can say...
Schlump.
Schlump? What's a schlump?
Exactly what it sounds like.
It sounds like something quite unattractive.
You guessed it, mister.
Well, I've got to rush off now, darling. I'll be back in 20 minutes.
Well, Tommy, what now?
Gee, I don't get it. What made him think you were her?
Well, Aggie probably told him she was the history teacher here.
And since you were subbing for her as a teacher, he thought you were Miss Schlump.
Yeah, and I don't mind subbing for her as a teacher, but expecting me to sub for her as a bride is a little too much. You got to get Aggie, Tommy, and bring her back here fast.
But supposing she don't... Well, I mean, he already thinks she's... Well, I mean, you're beautiful, and when he sees her, maybe the beauty parlor didn't... well, you know. What then?
I don't know, Tommy, but Confucius once said that love is blind. Well, we'll soon find out whether Confucius is a liar. Go get Miss Schlump, Tommy. Well, Tommy, where's Aggie?
I didn't bring her. She's still under the dryer at the beauty parlor, with her face all covered up with goo.
Oh, well, how'd she look?
Just like she fell from heaven and landed on her face.
Well, did you tell her that her dreamboat just docked?
Well, I tried to, but they threw me out.
Who did?
Miss Schlump is also getting a massage all over. And the massage thought...
Never mind. Gosh, this is a problem. Roger will be back in 10 minutes, Judge ringing license.
You ain't thinking of marrying him, are you, Miss Revere?
No, but the trouble is, how can I stall the wedding until... That's it, Tommy.
What's what?
I'll go through the ceremony and stall it long enough for Miss Schlump to get here.
But can you stall becoming Mrs. de Ramey long enough for Schlumpy to get beautiful?
I don't know, Tommy. But if I can't, my children are going to have a complete stranger for a father.
Well, no point holding things up any longer, Mr. de Ramey. I have other marriage ceremonies to perform, you know. Do you have the ring?
Yes, Judge. Here it is. Like it, darling.
Well, sure. But don't you think it's a little too small for my thumb?
For your thumb?
Yeah. In case I ever hitch a ride, I want the fresh guy who picks me up to know I'm married.
Please, I have 5 other couples to marry. Hold the bride's hand, please, Mr. de Ramey.
Oh, he can't do that.
I can't. Why not?
Well, after all, I hardly know you.
I'll introduce myself after we're married. Go ahead, Judge.
Yes. We're gathered here today to witness the marriage of... your name, please, my dear.
Mary Anastasia O'Connor Revere.
To witness the marriage of Mary Anastasia O'Connor Revere...
That's after my mother's favorite sister, you know.
I didn't know. To witness the marriage
She was a wonderful woman, my aunt. But she was married to an awful fella. Lazy. And very superstitious.
Please, Maisie, we don't have all day.
No, we don't. To witness the marriage...
You would have loved my aunt.
I doubt it. To witness the marriage of Mary Anastasia Revere to Roger St. John Terwilliger de Ramey.
Wise guy.
Please, darling, let's get on with the wedding.
Yes, I'm not getting paid by the hour. Do you, Roger, take this woman?
Mary Anastasia O'Connor Revere.
For your legally...
After my mother's favorite sister.
Yeah, I know all about it. For your legally...
Oh, did you know my aunt? She knew everybody. She's dead now.
Good. For your legally...
She was so...
I do.
He didn't ask the question yet.
I knew the question.
Oh... So, Roger St. John Terwilliger de Ramey, you've been married before.
No, thank goodness.
Now, if there's anybody
here... Roger St. John Terwilliger de Ramey, if you're going to jump down my throat at a simple little question, maybe we'd better call this whole thing off.
Please, Maisie, I want to marry you.
So do I.
Too late, Judge. Roger saw me first.
Oh, please, let me get my 2 cents into this so-called love match. Before I declare you man and wife, is there anybody present who has any objections?
I do.
No.
I do.
Oh, thank goodness, Miss Schlump.
Who is this?
Tommy told me he was here, Miss Revere. But he didn't tell me you were marrying my Roger.
You're Roger.
I don't understand.
But I do. This man-crazy female here wanted to get me out of the way so that she could entice my fiancé away from me. And that's why she sidetracked me to the beauty parlor.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't. Say, what'd they do to you, man? You're gorgeous.
Now, wait a minute. What's coming? Yes. She's gorgeous, isn't she?
If he's so fickle that he'll marry the first girl he sees, I never... What? You really think I'm pretty, Roger?
Does that answer your question, honey?
Look, I've got a little question, too.
And Agatha's the answer, Roger. She's the one you've been corresponding with. The one you really want to marry, don't you, Roger?
Well?
Well?
Well? Do you mind, Maisie?
Oh, not at all. Before I get married, I promised my aunt, Mary Ann...
No, let's not go through that again.
Will you marry me, Miss...
Agatha Schlump.
Schlump. Oh, that's a beautiful name.
And you really love me, Roger.
Honey, if he thinks Agatha Schlump is a beautiful name, you know he loves you. Go ahead, Judge.
Yes, we are gathered here today to witness the marriage of, if you'll pardon the expression, Agatha Schlump.
Just a moment, we shall return to the adventures of Maisie. Once again, here's Maisie.
And so Aggie and Roger were married. Aggie made a beautiful bride. That beauty parlor did wonders by her. Brother, I'll bet there was one lemon who never thought she'd wear orange blossoms. But I guess all brides are beautiful. And I hope those two kids will be happy. Not have one of those modern marriages where right after the ceremony the bride keeps the wedding bouquet and throws away the groom. And marriage can last if both persons use a little horse in. After all, marriage is, well, like a girdle. It gives a lot, takes a lot, holds people together. Well, I'm on my way again to... Here, get to this bit of mine. Gosh, my feet hurt. They're wonderful things, mind you. Feet, I mean. But there's only one thing wrong with them. They're built too close to the ground.
You've just heard The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Sothern. Maisie is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical On the Town, starring Gene Kelly, Frank Sinatra, Betty Garrett, and Ann Miller. Maisie was written by Arthur Phillips. Original music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. Supporting cast included Lorene Tuttle, Gerald Moore, Sidney Miller, Frank Nelson, Tommy Bernard, and Elmore Vincent. Jack McCoy speaking.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Camel, the cigarettes that's first in the service. Camels stay fresh because they're packed to go around the world. Play the music Jacob, Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes, Prisoner Zorro. Tonight's special guest from Columbia Pictures is Janet Blair, and starring Bud Abbott and Costello. There you are, Costello. What kept you? Where have you been?
Oh, I was driving down here, right to the studio in my car, and a cop was following me all the way, Abbott. When I went fast, he went fast. When I went slow, he went slow.
Well, what did you do?
What did I do? I got out of the car. Well, thanks to the cop, I said, "Hey, officer, is anything wrong?" He said, "No, I was just siphoning gas from your tank, and I didn't want to break the tube."
No.
Some cops.
Well, Costello, you have to expect those things. There's a terrible shortage of gas, you know, and we have to conserve.
Oh, I'm doing my share, Abbott. I don't even use gas. I use beer.
Beer?
Yeah.
Doesn't that make the motor buck?
No, burp.
Burp.
Ain't after all, you know,
that's silly. Of course, in some countries where they don't have any gasoline at all, they burn coke.
They burn coke?
Sure, they put coke in their tanks.
Don't the bottles rattle?
No. Costello, now that's ridiculous.
Oh, I don't know. Well, hello, fellas.
Oh, here's Ken Niles.
I'm sorry I'm late, fellas, but I had to pick up my wife at the big Bond rally at Hollywood and Vine. She was at the kissing booth.
What was she doing? Selling or buying? What was she doing? Selling or buying? I'll give you one more chance. What was she doing? Selling or buying? No joke. Continue.
Now, see here, Costello, I'll have you know that my beautiful wife doesn't have to buy kisses. Why, she has lips like petals.
Yeah, bicycle pedals.
Oh, I heard that remark, Costello. What makes you say that my lips look like bicycle pedals?
Because your nose hangs over them like a mudguard.
Oh, it so happens that everyone thinks I have a very nice nose.
It's too bad it's not in the middle of your face.
Oh, you...
What a pal was Mary.
You think you're so smart, don't you, Costello?
Oh, I get around. I do a little reading. Did you ever hear of a tree grows in Brooklyn?
What are you, a hawk that grew in Pittsburgh?
I don't like those remarks, Mrs. Niles.
That was wonderful, dear.
Yes, Kenneth, I really struck him out that time.
You're just the old bat that can do it.
Now, talk sense, Costello. Say, Mrs. Niles, Ken tells me that you've been doing some charity work lately.
Oh, yes, Miss Abbott. That's just what I came to see you about. You see, our club is putting on a big benefit concert tonight. You know, our West Side Ladies Gin and Rummy Club.
That's just gin.
We're remodeling our clubhouse. The girls' rooms need wallpaper, and the boys simply must be plastered.
Well, boys will be boys.
Will you keep all of this? Well, Mr. Abbott, would you and this fat thing like to entertain the ladies tonight?
Why, we'd be glad to, Mrs. Niles.
You may be, Abbott, but I'm not. I ain't going to entertain a bunch of old hens.
Oh!
You heard me.
There isn't a woman in my club older than I am.
That's old enough.
Oh, I'll remember that remark, Costello. I won't forget it if I live to be 100.
That's 2 more years.
Now, Costello, stop fighting, please.
Oh, well, I mean, that's
Oh, here comes the chairman of our entertainment committee. Mr. Abbott, I'd like to have you meet the famous movie star, Miss Janet Blair.
Thank you, Mrs. Niles. Hello, Mr. Abbott.
And don't forget me, Miss Blair. The name's Costello.
Oh, so you approve of Miss Blair, eh, Costello? You never looked at me like that.
You never look like that.
Well, so you're Lou Costello. I don't mind admitting I'm a little disappointed now that I've seen you face to face.
What'd you expect?
A face?
Now, come on, Janet. I mean, that's...
Get away, Costello.
I don't...
I thought you didn't want to have anything to do with the club. You said they were a bunch of old hens.
Yeah, but you just presented new evidence.
Costello!
Well, I mean, those hens have been sitting around so long, they hatched a nice new baby chick.
Take it easy now.
Now, look, you're just wasting time. I came here to ask you to entertain at our charity concert. You see, I've been looking for talent high and low.
How come you didn't find me?
I never looked that low.
Oh, good for you, Janet. Oh, I'm glad glad you're telling the fat boy off. He has such a complex.
Well, from where I'm standing, it looks more like a duplex. You might as well know, Costello, that I just want Mr. Abbott to be master of ceremonies. Then the only other act I need is a concert pianist.
Oh, so you're going to have a piano solo, Janet. Oh, I love the piano. Oh, Beethoven is my favorite.
I'll bet you were his favorite, too. Now, cut that out, Costello. I don't like it. But look, Abbott, I really want to help in the entertainment with Janet Blair. You know why? Because I love you, Janet.
All right, Costello.
Janet?
Yes, you can help me. Look, Costello, you can help me. You play the piano solo.
Oh, but I can't play the piano because...
Oh, but Costello, you must play. You see, I'll get very close to you.
I can't play the piano.
But look, Costello, I'll put my arms around you like this.
Oh, Janet. I can't play the piano.
But, Costello, don't you see? I'll kiss you like this. Well.
Costello, play tonight.
Past the reefs and into the smoking beach. Past the reefs and into the smoking beach comes a landing barge. And standing upright in her stern, guiding her in, is a Coast Guardsman. They've got what it takes, these helmsmen of the invasion barges, and so is their cigarette, Camel. First with men in all the services according to actual sales records. Yes, and wherever our men land, we're sending Camels, often by the ton. And when they get there, Camel cigarettes are fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning, because they're packed to go around the world. Yes, freshness is one reason why more people want Camels now. And another is more flavor, the result of Camel's expert blending of costlier tobaccos. So remember, if your store is sold out today, try tomorrow. Camel cigarettes are worth asking for again. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. Camel's tobacco standard is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world. Freddie Rich and the orchestra with the lovely new song, Speak Low.
You dummy, it's your own fault for telling Jeanette Blair that you'd play her for a concert tonight. Now, what number does she want you to do? Oh, she wants me to play the Flight of the Stumblebum by Rimsky-Korsakov. Korsakov. That's crazy. Now, listen, you've got to play that concert tonight. Sit down at the piano here, and I'll try to teach you something.
You mean over here at the piano?
Now, first we start with the scale. Of course, you know what a scale is.
That's a freckle on a fish.
I know. Now, a scale is a chromatic arrangement of notes going from do to do.
Goes where?
from dough to dough. Now, do you know what goes from dough to dough?
Yeah, a traveling salesman.
Now,
he goes from door to door.
Door to door, behave. You're
From door is no good for him.
Come on, let's get back to the music.
Okay.
Now, the first note of the scale is dough. Now, what comes after dough?
The finance company.
You don't know your music.
You don't know my finance company.
Look, pay attention, will you? First there's dough, then comes Ray, and after Ray comes me.
What are you doing in this?
I'm not in this. When I say me, I don't mean the me that means me.
No?
No, I mean the me that means me.
Now you're talking.
Oh. Of course I'm talking.
You're talking, but you ain't saying anything, brother. I see your lips moving.
No.
Coming out.
Look, listen, please. Pay attention. I'm trying to tell the scale. The scale starts with dough. Then comes Ray, me, and so.
So what?
No, not so what. So far. So far.
Okay, so far, but no further. I'm getting off. This is the end of the line, brother.
Wait a minute, just a minute. You've got me all mixed up. Wait a minute. You even make me put so ahead of far.
Shame on you, Abbott.
Quiet.
Woo! Shame on Abbott.
Now.
He put his so ahead of his far.
Costello.
Dirty Abbott.
Will you please? Now let me finish. After far, so comes la-ti-do. Do you see? La-ti-do.
Hey, Abbott, I didn't know you talked baby talk.
It isn't baby talk. The scale runs from dough to dough. There's dough on the top and dough on the bottom.
Dough on the top and dough on the bottom.
That's right. Now, what have you got?
Apple pie.
No. I don't know why I'm wasting my time with you anyway. I sent for a music teacher to give you a lesson, and he should be here any minute. Wait a minute. Come in.
Good evening, Mr. Abbott.
Professor Nazaro. I was just talking about you. I want you to meet my friend Lou Costello.
So this is my little pupil, eh? My, but he has nice, big, white teeth. You're looking at the piano, brother. I'm up here.
Professor Costello has to learn to play the piano in a hurry.
Yes, in a hurry, because I promised Jeanette Blair I'd play a concert tonight. Oh, I can teach you in no time. Now, just sit down here at the piano. That's it. Now, place your right hand over the black keys. Good. And when you start to play, you bring out all the little sound apostrophes to step big. And if the keys go through the mighty solve, you just have a rubber say remark the face. That's how you come out of all. I couldn't do that to this piano. Well, let's start another way. We better. You take your left hand, place it over the white keys, and simply run your melodies up with the course of salary device. Now, as you come back and start playing, those little melodies will bring out the course of the melody force and strike for the bass, not the real apostrophe. Don't bring it as a celebrate. Just straight out the course. And then go to Santa Fe to say it, and the four parts with a counter riddle with the hit and and the four parts are right. You see what I mean? Yes, I see what you mean. It's very plain, but I mean, how do I know what you mean? You put a hit and
Costello, well, why don't you pay attention? He's trying to teach you something.
Certainly. After all, I just told you to sit down at the piano and merely kind of fall a race. Now, I don't care if you play Masterprince or Velvet or Reba Silver Bill Bonneville. But I want you to be sure to play force to the counterparts and bring out the counterforce to step. That's my method, and it's my secret. And brother, you're keeping it a secret. Look here, Costello. I'll have you know that I play the piano by ear. Don't want to get caught between the cracks?
Costello, will you please stop insulting the man? Professor Nazaro is a great pianist.
Why, yes. I've played for that great artist, Nelson Eddy. Did you ever hear him sing Our Sweet Mystery of Canavena Moses? Or Genie with a light-bound transcendent vessel, but really fall about the back and No, but I heard Eddie sing short and blit blit. You mean short and blit? No, blit blit. He has two slices.
Costello, move over and let the professor sit down and teach you something.
Yes. Now, the fundamental of playing the piano is three chords. The first chord is Wince. The second chord is Mafas. And the third is Twaddle-Poop. You see? It's as simple as frying an egg. I don't like the way you're scrambling it. Now, Costello, suppose you try the same chords. The first is Prince. That's it.
You like it?
The second is Matthias. Good.
Not bad, huh?
And now comes Dwaddlefoot. No, stop it. Do you call that last one Dwaddlefoot? It certainly was Dwaddlefoot. Well, it wasn't. It wasn't Dwaddlefoot. You played Scandin Vapor Force for the message group.
Costello, why do you fight with a man? He knows what he's doing.
Yes, I can make that piano talk.
I wish you would. I'd rather talk to the piano.
In all my years of teaching the piano, I never heard of a person tenorible or to play the pipes. Now, you take me and think that I was Stottlemere or Trace, or I can't even hold the field of playing all my face? Why, I've taught Mescal, Helgabay, Boston for Pulisic. I'll never teach a man who can't find Dwaddlefoot on the piano. Goodbye.
Well, there you are.
Well, goodbye.
All right. Well, are you satisfied? You ruined your only chance to be able to play for Jeanette Blair tonight.
Well, I don't care, Rabbit. No, I'm getting plenty mad. Biffle. I am any say a swear word.
Now, take it easy.
I wish I never started this thing. I hate this piano.
What are you trying to do? Break the piano?
No, Abbott. Look, I just found Waddle Poop.
Get out of here.
I found it.
Here's Connie Haynes to sing the lovely new ballad, My Heart Tells Me.
My heart tells me this is just a fling. Yet you say I love me, everything. Do you mean what you are saying? Is this a little game you're playing? My heart tells me I will cry again. Lips that kiss like yours could lie again. If I'm fool enough to see this through, will I be sorry if I do? Should I leave my heart on you? My heart tells me I will cry again. Lips that kiss like yours could lie again. If I'm fool enough to see this through, will I be sorry if I do? Should I believe my heart or you?
Now, when Sweet Adeline fell flat on her face, she sounded like this. Yes, sir, that's flat. And it can be worse than a cigarette. If you want a cigarette that won't go flat, no matter how many you smoke, get Camels. They've got more flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos. And more flavor is what helps Camel cigarettes hold up, pack after pack. Prove that in your T-zone. T for taste and throat. Your own proving ground for Camel's rich flavor and smooth extra mildness. And remember, Camel cigarettes stay fresh, cool smoking and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camel cigarettes. They're first in the service. They've got what it takes.
Hello, here we are. Here's the concert hall. Pretty soon you'll be playing a piano solo. Whose line is that?
Come on now. Now, just take it easy and don't get excited.
Hey, Abbott, I can't play the piano.
Oh, shut up. Follow me.
Hey, Abbott, listen to that pretty music. Ain't it pretty?
Pretty music. That's the orchestra tuning up.
Sounds just like throttle flop, don't it?
Oh, boys, there you are. Welcome to the West Side Ladies Gin and Rummy Club.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Niles.
Oh, I'm so thrilled about tonight's concert. Oh, I'm glad you came along because I just had to talk to somebody. There's so many wonderful things happening. You've no idea. I just simply have to let off steam.
Down before you bust a boiler.
Now, you wait right here. I'll send Janet Clary.
Oh, boy, Abbott. Can't you help me out? Think of something. Don't you know how to play the piano?
Oh, I fool around with it a little. You know, not much, but I only know how to play one number. Pistol Packin' Mama.
Pistol Packin' Mama?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a new song?
No. Look, I'll tell you what I can do. There are 2 pianos here. I'll put a screen around one of them, and then get behind the screen, and I'll play. She won't be able to see me, and she'll think it's you.
I get it. Then I'll sit at the other piano, and Jeanette will think that I'm playing.
That's it.
Are we gonna fool her? Hey, play some number. You know, let me hear how it sounds. Go ahead.
All right.
Wait a minute. Hold it, Abbott. Are you playing in the key of H?
H? There isn't any key of H.
I don't know. It sounded like H to me.
Well, that's the best I can do. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it. But listen, we got to have some signals to do this. How are we going to know when to start and stop?
Well, now, that's very simple. When you say all right the first time, I'll start playing. And when you say all right the second time, I'll stop playing.
Oh, now let me get it. All right, that means the first time you start.
That's right.
Then the second time you say all right, that means you're going to stop.
That's when you say it.
Would you mind let's having one rehearsal?
All right, we'll try it once.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right.
All right. All right. That's perfect.
Isn't that wonderful? Now, she can't see me being by...
Hello, Mr. Costello.
Hey, Abbott, here comes Jeanette Blair. Quick, get behind the screen. Hurry up.
Oh, Mr. Costello, I'm so glad you're here. You don't know what your piano playing is going to do to my concert.
Oh, yes, I do.
Well, now, Costello, I think I'll just sit down here beside you on the bench. I want to wash your fingers.
Don't sit beside me, kid. Sit over there. Sit over there.
Over here?
Not over there. Way over there.
Where?
Nobody sees my fingers.
Well, all right, just as you wish. Now, first, I want you to play Prokofie's Prelude in A minor.
She made it. What's that?
Prokofie's Prelude in A minor.
Twice she made it. Okay, I'll play Put the Coffee in a Pail for the minor. But I better warn you, Jeanette. It's gonna sound a little bit like Pistol Packin' Mama.
Well, that doesn't matter. Go ahead and play.
Okay, here we go. All right. Do you hear what I hear? Is she sleeping?
Well, Mr. Costello, I'm waiting. Why don't you play the piano?
I'm waiting, too. Hey, Abbott, come on. All right. Abbott, start playing the piano. All right.
Wait a minute, Costello. What is this all right business?
It's just a part of the song. It's the concerto. That comes before the andante and the antipasto.
Oh. Well, now, look, will you please start playing? I haven't much time.
All right. Did I hear some hollow all right? What was that? That's mice in the piano, kid.
Oh.
Well, now everything's all right. I'm playing with one hand behind my back.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, you can stop now, Costello.
Yeah, I think that's about enough. All right.
Saying all right. This is getting silly.
Who said all right? I didn't say it.
You said all right.
Who said all right?
You said all right.
Yeah, all right. All right. Throw that guy out. Hey, Abbott. Now, when I say all right,
like your place. Now, come on, let's get going. Hurry up.
Costello,
Yes,
look.
ma'am.
Look, Costello, that was wonderful, and I want to congratulate you. I didn't know you could play so well.
Oh, you didn't, huh?
No, sir. Boy, you're all right.
All right. Here we go again. All right, stop it. Wait until I say it. Wait till I say all right, then you play. Not now. All right. That's enough. Yes, get me all mixed up. Let's this union cloud away. We have it.
Costello, I certainly admire you. You know, I can see that you love to play the piano all right.
All right, stop. Don't play when she says all right. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, between 5 and 6 tomorrow, we will have another rehearsal. Thank you. I think we played very, very good. Don't you think so, Jeanette? Look, Jeanette.
Yes, I do, too.
I love you, honey.
Look, Mr. Costello, there's nothing to get excited about.
Nothing at all?
No, not a thing to get excited about.
Well, look, honey, please don't congratulate me anymore, because we're skipping all over the joint here, and I don't know where I'm going.
Tell you that everything's going to be...
Don't say it.
Don't say what?
Don't say all right.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment. Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Stewart Mate David W. Jefferson of New York City, one of the many brave Negroes serving with the United States Navy. During an amphibious assault in the Mediterranean, the infantry landing craft on which Stewart Mate Jefferson was serving grounded on an uncharted sandbar. Although subjected to continuous enemy fire from machine guns, mortars, and artillery, Jefferson volunteered to swim through the surf with lifelines and anchors and contributed materially to the successful landing of the troops. In your honor, Stewart Mate David Jefferson, the makers of Camels are sending to our Navy men in the Atlantic 300,000 Camel cigarettes. Each of the 4 Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the traveling Camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, a shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Gary Moore and Jimmy Durante. Saturday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. Monday to Blondie. And next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guest, Miss Carmen Miranda. We're a little late, folks. So good night. See you next week. Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show with our special guest, Carmen Miranda. Janet Blair will soon be seen opposite Cary Grant in the motion picture Curse. And remember, Camel cigarettes are packed to go around the world. Camel stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole world. Yes, sir? For years, PA has proved it stands for pipe appeal. Proved it the hard way over the counter. Try a big red 2-ounce package of Prince Albert yourself. Prince Albert is the rich-tasting, well-smoking tobacco. It's the national joy smoke.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles. Earl C. Anthony Incorporated, California Packard Distributor.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Ready is tonight's theme as your Sears Radio Theater host Andy Griffith presents Jim Jordan in The Troublemaker.
Your esteemed father is not about to do an El Poldo. I called again, introducing myself as Adnan Mubarak Sofin, Finance Minister of Kuwait. And I was brushed off again. I began to wonder how many finance ministers, presidents, or other assorted possible clients had ever called and been told to go stuff a cabbage. Made me very nervous about my investment.
Our program will begin after this message from your local station.
I'm lost in Rome. Remember when gas stations were closed on Sundays? When long lines drove you nuts? Well, listen to this. A big gas price hike may be on the way. Gas could go to $1 a gallon. International Motors brings you gas-saving new 78 Datsuns at low 78 closeout prices. Sale on the Datsun B210. And hurry in to register for the fantastic ski giveaway this weekend. 3 pair of Olin skis and bindings courtesy of Bobo's Rena Ski Shop. No purchase necessary, no obligation, but you must be present to win at International Motors. 2620 Kitsky Lane, open 7 days a week.
Say, are you one of those pretty Mackenzie dancers from the Bodacious show?
Yes, I am, sir.
I sure enjoyed the show. Saw it 7 times. That Ken Newton on that fiddle and Peter Van on banjo, something else. And them jokes of Gail Baker. I never laughed so hard. And you dancing girls with them high-kicking, high-stepping routines. And that Blue Bayou number, woo-wee.
Thank you very much, sir.
Say, how about coming out to the truck and I'll show you how to double clutch?
You dopers are all alike.
See Bodacious at Pick Hobson's historic Riverside Hotel.
At 6:45 this morning, Charles Kirby, a man in his late 60s, skips down the outside stairs that lead to his little apartment over a garage, takes a deep breath, savoring the crisp morning air, listens to the birds singing, walks down the driveway, the man with a smile on his face, at peace with the world. He takes out the sports section, flips back to the financial pages, runs down the New York Stock Exchange quotations, and then...
Judas Priest.
No longer at peace with the world, his face a mask of fury, Charles Kirby stormed back into his house. When Charles Kirby retired, he counted on an upward-headed computer-related company called Extronics to support him comfortably, if not luxuriously. His broker referred to it as a tiger. Well, the tiger had just bit him.
Kaufman, George, and Moss, this is Larry Bendel.
This is Charles Kirby, Mr. Bendel. What in the world has happened to Extronics?
Well, Charlie, here's the way I see it.
Hold it. What right have you to call me Charlie? Well, I know your father. He calls me sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Kirby.
You should be. Now, you were going to tell me the way you see it?
Well, the truth is, sir, I don't know what's going on with Extronics, and nobody else does either.
You've got a gold star, Bendel. Your honesty is refreshing, if not nourishing. I'm going to let you in on a little secret.
Yes, sir?
I am a lone man. I'm retired and no longer young, who is about to take on a corporate giant and bring it to its damn knees. And may the fur fly where it will.
And that's just the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your hosts,
Lorne Green. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure.
5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, The Troublemaker, by John L. Green. Our star, Jim Jordan.
When I need advice, I go to my mom. Why not? It's free. Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen. You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you'll need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should, too.
Can't believe you owe the IRS that much? Well, when things just don't add up, you can count on a Sears desk calculator to help you add up what you don't owe. Add, subtract, multiply, and divide, then read the figures 2 different ways. 12-digit display or tape printout. There's a 2-memory system that helps ease multi-step problems. Plus, its many extras make it a great time saver. Sears 2-memory desk calculator now cut $25, just $99.99 through March 10th at most Sears retail stores. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Light it, clean it, and love it during Sears Home Center sale.
With lighting bars that shine. Save $10 on 4 chandeliers with colonial, transitional, or country mood. Your choice, $29.99 each.
And save over 20% on a 15-pound box of Sears laundry detergent. It removes more soil than the nation's leading detergent.
So light it, clean it, and love it during Sears Home Center sale till February 24th at most Sears retail stores. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii. From Sears, passion that sends out the storm. Salute the sunshine. Step out, military flair. These double-breasted trench coats get down to details. Choose olive green or khaki tan Dacron polyester and cotton, sizes 8 to 18. Another fashion winner, the new quilt trim sheared shoulder coat with self-belt. In chino beige polyester and cotton, sizes 6 to 16. Both coats come with a nylon lining. Fashion that sends out the storm. Salute the sunshine in the coat department at most larger Sears retail stores.
Let me ask you a question. If you were a man facing this big financial crisis, if you were in urgent need of economic advice, the sort you just don't run into any old place, where would you go? What's that? The barber shop, you say? Exactly right.
Mario, I come to you because you're my barber, and you claim to know almost everything. What's going on with Extronics?
Yeah, I dumped that because I didn't know what was going on either.
Well, their plant is in your area, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Don't you ever hear anything? I'm counting on Extronics to support me in style, and that includes this expensive haircut.
There's a bar down the block where some of the guys from Extronics show up. It's got a picture out front of a wild pig with a spear in it, and it's called the Bloody Boar. You get it? If you see the...
Mario, don't explain jokes to me, or I'll cut your throat with a lady's razor and make it look like suicide. Go on.
Well, I just heard grumbling there, so I sold.
Oh, thank you, Mario Seville. And now back to you in the studio, Charles Kirby. I returned home to change my costume, and just as I was about to leave for the West Valley to see what I could find out about Extronics, my darling daughter arrived in her usual fashion.
Good afternoon, Daddy.
Damn it, Carolyn. I've told you not to knock and bust in here immediately like an English maid with the paper and the morning tea. I might be entertaining.
Oh, you're always entertaining, Daddy.
Well, you know what I mean.
At your age, Daddy?
Carolyn, I'm still strong enough to flip you over my knee and let my right hand explain about respect for your father. Now, what was it you wanted?
I just wanted to tell you I'm pregnant. Isn't that wonderful?
Oh, I suppose. But that's one of the easiest things in the world for a girl to be.
Daddy.
Congratulations to you, and congratulations to Paul.
Thanks.
And remind me to congratulate you again in 9 months. Now, lock up, daughter. I'm heading for a sink of iniquity in the West Valley.
Oh, Daddy, do you have to wear that noisy jacket? Thank you for your prompt reply.
Well, the Bloody Boar turned out to be very cozy. Good drinks, fish and chips, darts, and fortunately for me, a medium-high-level disgruntled Extronic employee.
Sure.
I know what's wrong with Extronics. How'd you know I was with the company?
The Extronics ID pinned to your shirt, the Extronics windbreaker, and the Extronics cap.
Pretty observant, aren't you?
No, just a shot in the dark. How about Extronics?
Sorry, but I couldn't talk about the company to a stranger.
I see. Miss, bring another for my friend here. No, a double bourbon and ginger.
You know, somehow you don't look so strange anymore. Except for that weird jacket.
I stole it off a horse at Santa Anita. Well, what is wrong with Extronics?
Actually, nothing's wrong.
Oh?
Except we've got 3 vice president, or whatever they are, who blame each other for everything that goes wrong.
And who are these geniuses?
Listen, Mr. Horace Blanket. Hinkle, Evans, and France are absolutely indispensable. Necessary. We need them.
Now, this Hinkle.
A sweetheart, a wonderful guy. And what a sense of humor. You should see the insulting memos he sends off from Hinkle to Evans and France.
Oh, does have a ring to it.
He does them right after he comes back from lunch. Shows them to us, waits a couple hours, then sends them off.
Hold it. Why does he wait a couple of hours?
So when Evans and France come screaming in, he's on his way home. Funny.
Hilarious.
You aren't laughing.
Oh, I've got stock in Extronics, so it hurts me when I laugh.
Yeah, now, the guys in France's department have no responsibility. They have nothing to do, because old Fredo France decides on everything. When he decides, it took him 3 days to decide what kind of paper clips we should use. But they are the greatest paper clips.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, what's the matter?
I think I just swallowed a cannonball. Well, what about Evans?
He's really bright, and does he ever know it? His problem is he can't get along with human beings.
That cuts out a lot of people. And does the chairman of the board approve of these kiddie games?
How would he know? He's out peddling the product.
Oh. Now that I'd found out why my life savings were being fiddled away, I had to pass the information on where to reduce them good. So I called Extronics.
Martha Wilkerson speaking.
Is this the office of the chairman of the board?
Yes, of course.
Well, my name is Charles Kirby. I'd like to speak to Mr. Fisk.
So would a great many people. In regard to what, Mr. Kirby?
Well, I prefer to explain that to Mr. Fisk. It's a matter of some urgency.
Mr. Kirby, what may seem a matter of some urgency to you may be of total insignificance to Mr. Fisk. I suggest you explain this urgency in a letter, and I'll see that it comes to his attention. Thank you for calling.
I'd love to kill that lady, and I just might do that. So, I wrote a letter that E.B. White would be proud of. Erudite and witty, but not too witty. And after a few days... Who's there?
A relative.
Oh, come in, daughter.
Well, are you sure the coast is clear?
Yes.
There isn't anybody in a black negligee hiding in the broom closet?
Oh, for heaven's sake.
The mail was there, and you've got a letter from Extronics.
Let me see it.
Oh, don't snap.
Well, I don't believe it.
It's a form letter.
Thank you for your letter. Extronics is sorry it cannot answer all communications in a personal way, but rising wage costs, company mismanagement, and rude employees preclude that.
Oh, you're making that up.
Oh, so I am. In a personal way, but your letter has been filed appropriately. They shredded me. Meanwhile, we thank you for your interest in Extronics. Most sincerely, scribbled initials.
Well, you can't win them all.
Why not?
It's just an expression.
I never use it. Your esteemed father is not about to do an El Foldo. I called again, introducing myself as Adnan Mubarak Sofin, Finance Minister of Kuwait. He was brushed off again. I began to wonder how many finance ministers, presidents, or other assorted possible clients had ever called and been told to go stuff a cabbage. made me very nervous about my investment, and I decided to take more direct action.
Dad, Paul says that he thinks he can... What are you doing?
You first.
Paul has a friend whose uncle goes to the same barber as Mr. Fisk. And maybe when the uncle gets back from trout fishing in New Zealand...
Stop. Time is of the essence.
Well, what are you doing?
I'm going to crate myself and get delivered to Harrison Fisk's estate.
I don't believe it.
Not even standing here looking at the crate?
Damn it, Harry. Don't shoot. But who knows what's coming out of the crate? Could be the ultimate blob, the goo from outer space, the totipotent cell. Oh, why can't you read a sports page instead of science fiction? Oh, hold it. Hold it. Okay, mister. Don't make any funny moves.
Where am I? And who are you?
You're in the outer drive of the Fisk home, and we're the Estate Patrol Bomb Squad.
I was supposed to be taken inside the gates. Where's Harrison Fisk?
When this crate showed up, he and his wife lit out for the Blackwell Hotel. Shall we recrate you and send you back?
Daddy. Oh, Daddy, they haven't arrested you, have they?
No, and they're not going to. Too many papers to fill out.
I think we'd better take this man in. Okay, but you fill out the papers. Sir, consider yourself a free man.
Oh, come on, Daddy, I'll take you home.
By way of the Blackwell Hotel.
Oh, Base 1, this is Mobile 16. Alert the Blackwell Hotel that an unwelcome man will be trying to contact Mr. Fisk. He is a male Caucasian, about 75...
67.
Works every time. 67, white hair, wearing a sport jacket you wouldn't believe. Sort of a two-button rainbow.
Take me home, Carolyn. I've got to institute Operation Squeaking Wheel.
And what is that going to be?
Harrison Fisk is going to think God has declared Practical Joke Week exclusively on him.
Sarge, this is Officer Murray. Women carrying babies have been going into Sears all day long.
All week long, officer.
What?
It's Baby Week at Sears, Murray. A great time for play suits, snap-side shirts, playpens, Jenny Lynn baby furniture, blankets, and a whole lot more. Mothers and mothers-to-be shop Sears all during Baby Week.
Come on, Sarge. How come you know all this?
Because my wife and Sarge Jr. are probably at Sears right now. Because Sears has baby buys bundled up.
Sears Budget Shop has a vested interest in value. Vested dresses and vested skirt and pant sets in sizes 8 to 18. Styled just right for spring. They're romantic flounce dresses topped by vests. Tunic pantsuits coupled with vests. Also, the tunic and skirt smartly finished with a vest. The vest, the season's fashion basic. Lots of exciting print and solid color combinations. So you can be choosy. Invest in fashion. Invest in value. Vested dresses and vested skirt and pant sets in the Budget Shop at most larger Sears retail stores.
Darling, I'm a mattress who knows what to wear. Solid color percale sheets in Sears Medley collection, of course. This gorgeous sheet I'm wearing speaks for itself. The color is called Indian Sand. Isn't that stunning? I wear sheets of royal blue, lemon yellow. Sears has a dazzling selection of up to 24 colors. And the fit? Well, just look. I can't understand why mattresses wear anything but these smooth perma-pressed sheets. Honestly, darling, I wouldn't wear anything else. Sizes from twin to king in most Sears retail stores and in the catalog.
I love to eat.
But it takes so long to cook.
That's why we both love our new Kenmore microwave oven from Sears.
I can cook a 5-pound roast medium rare in just 30 minutes. Or 3 strips of bacon in 3.5 minutes on a paper plate. Bake 2 potatoes in 8 minutes and cook vegetables faster than boiling them in water.
That means less time in the kitchen.
And more with you.
Fast, clean, cool cooking with Sears Kenmore microwave ovens, all with automatic defrost. Choose the right model for your kitchen from the many styles available at most Sears retail stores.
It takes a large barrel full of imagination to come up with a scheme that'll make somebody listen to what you have to say. Charles Kirby is such a man, which is a good thing since our story's about him. Harrison Fisk wouldn't listen. And so Charles Kirby raised his voice a little bit, so to speak.
Monsieur and Madame Fisk, pardon the interruption.
Everything is perfection as usual, Emile.
The salmon is marvelous. Oh, thank you, merci. But I have just been asked to hand this note to you.
Mrs. Fisk gets all the notes in this family.
This seems to be for you.
Oh?
What is it, dear?
Your car is not here. It has been reparked at the Acapulco restaurant in Long Beach. You'll like their margaritas. Do you know anything about this, Emile?
Oh, they do have very good margaritas.
No, about my car, for heaven's sakes.
Well, no, sir.
Well, check on it, Emile. Check on it.
I'm afraid your car's not here, sir.
Oh, bleep!
Harrison.
I am awake. How could I be sleeping?
It's the burglar alarm.
Yeah, I know. Something about it. Go down and ask the burglars to leave. I'm waiting for the estate patrol.
And that's how you turn it off, Mr. Fisk. Of course, there might have been a burglar.
But there wasn't?
Well, just this note on the front door.
Oh, thank you. Your alarm system has been tested by Slicky Boys of Busan Incorporated and has passed. If any of this distresses you, please call this number.
Mr. Fisk,
I asked not to be disturbed. Maybe you'd like to write the quarterly report.
Very well. I'll tell Mrs. Fisk you can't see her.
Oh, wait a minute. What's she doing here?
Trembling since you asked. She's almost hysterical.
Well, bring her in.
Yes, sir.
Oh, my God, now what?
Oh, Harrison.
Well, Margaret, sit down.
I can't sit down. My knees are clenched.
What happened?
Everything, that's what's happened. Party Rents wants to deliver 100 folding chairs, an electric hospital bed, and a portable toilet. There are tree surgeons who want to give us estimates for taking down all the eucalyptus trees. And there's a man with a bulldozer who thinks we want him to knock down the front gate. There's a man who wants to clear the hillside of brush. He looks like Pancho Villa, and he's got a whole army of mercenaries with machetes. There are four plumber's trucks. And when I sneaked out the back way and drove off in Isoroku's pickup, the third howdy neighbor was just driving up. I've had it, Harrison. I've had it up to here, or maybe even up to here. Oh, I love you, but you seem to have a lousy karma lately. And I'm thinking of leaving you before somebody has a charity block party in my house.
All right, Margaret. I think I know what I have to do. It's all right now. It's all right, darling.
Hello?
This is Harrison Fisk. I gather you'd like to talk to me.
There's a tavern not far from your plant called the Bloody Boar. I'd like to meet you there alone in an hour. I assure you it will be good for you, for me, and for Extronics.
Kirby?
Sit down, Mr. Fisk.
Thank you. I consider the way you forced me to come here completely reprehensible.
I'm sorry you forced me to be reprehensible. I realize you're a busy man, Mr. Fisk. You're inaccessible. I phoned, and I wrote this very nice letter on my best stationery. This is a carbon.
Erudite, witty, but not too witty.
Exactly. In answer, I received this foreign letter.
Oh, I begin to sense the source of your animosity.
I'd like to shove it down the throat of that snide secretary of yours out there. Now, the reason for all this is that I put most of my retirement money into Extronics. And now I see my semi-comfortable life threatened. So I found out why Extronics stock is going down.
How could an outsider possibly...
I talk to insiders. You have three factions here that don't get along. Groups headed by Hinkle, Evans, and Trance. So your management is divided. or as today's kids put it, polarized. As chairman of the board, you should have done something about this 3 years ago.
You're quite right. But goodbye, Mr. Kirby.
You sit right down, or I'll tear this solid gold button right off your jacket.
All right. I'll hear you out. But I know the problem. I can't fire any of them. They're too good, too important. And they're also prima donnas, and if I speak frankly to them, they'll quit, and one of my competitors will hire them. Of course, if I don't fire them...
Right down the drain.
There's no solution.
There's always a solution. Let me give you an example of a difficult problem. Once upon a time, an Arab died, leaving his 17 camels to his 3 sons. Half to the oldest, a third to the middle son, and a 9th to the youngest son.
17's a prime number. It's impossible.
Yes, but then a wise man rode up on his camel, and they told him their problem. The wise man thought a moment, then said, "Suppose I lend you my camel, temporarily. Now, you have 18 camels, and half of 18 is 9. So the older son took 9 camels. Next, a third of 18 is 6, and the middle son took his 6 camels. And a 9th of 18 is 2 for the youngest son. And now 9, 6, and 2 are 17. And so this remaining camel, of course, that's mine." And with that, the wise man got on his camel and rode off. Shall I run the camels by you again?
No. I was just thinking. It's an unusual solution.
Well, I have a solution to your problem. And it's a little unusual, too. When I'm through, Hinkles, Evans, France, and you will be one big happy family again.
You'd have to be a genius.
Oh, I do have my bright moments. And I expect to be well paid for them.
Yes, right. But about the camel...
Well, think about that for a while. First, I suggest you hire me, and then here's what you do and what I'll do.
Gentlemen, I want you to meet Kirby Charleston, Mr. Hinkle, Mr. Evans, and Mr. Pratt.
How do you do, sir?
I'll be brief, gentlemen. Benton, Rogers, and Gravatt, as well as Matrix Development, are concerned about the way things are going at Extronics, and they should be. Our dividend is going to be half of what it was last year.
What are you talking about?
Now, needless to say, they believe we're doing something very wrong. And they suggested Kirby Charleston here. He's been a very successful troubleshooter with other companies, and I'm confident he'll do as well here. Now, I want you to give him your cooperation and extend all courtesies to him, because he'll be working directly under me as special assistant to the chairman of the board.
Oh, well, you won't find any problems in my department.
I don't have any trouble.
Nor do I.
How can you be so damn sure?
What?
Your 3 departments make up the company, and the company is in trouble. At least one of you must be grossly misinformed about his own department. And I'm going to find out who it is. I wandered around Extronics for 3 days, asking questions, taking secretaries out to lunch. Very pleasant it was, too. Asking questions and filing the answers away. The 4th day, I visited Hinkle, just after his 3-martini lunch. Good afternoon, Mr. Hinkle.
Hello.
How was your lunch?
Oh, delicious. Very tasty.
What'd you have?
What?
To eat.
Oh, what did I have to eat? Let's see. I had,
You had veal kidney. Now, do you answer your mail now?
Sure. I'll do it now. Never put off till today what you don't have time to do tomorrow. That's one of Fredo Francis's problems. Can't make decisions. Come to think about it, I ought to write him a memo about that. Yeah. I had veal kidney. How do you know?
The shadow knows. Oh, he do. The Hinkle situation was just as I had heard it at the bloody board. So, one down. And the next day I dropped in on Evans. A really nice, bright man.
Miss Henderson! Where are you, Miss Henderson?
Hello, Mr. Evans.
Oh,
Where did you come from, Mr. Charleston?
I came from Ohio. Miss Henderson stepped away from her desk for a moment.
What for?
Guess.
Well, that's another one I've got to replace, leaving her desk. Women. What was it that Shakespeare said about women?
No. That's what Sherman said about war.
You're right. Hey, have you found out who's creating the problems around here?
Indeed, I have.
Great. Glad to hear it. Anybody I know?
You better believe it. I was reasonably sure that I was right about France, but I wanted to check. I dropped in as he was on the intercom to his secretary.
And tell National Oxides I'll get back to him in 2 days. Then tell Henderson at Formula X I'll get to him with an answer in a day or so. And tell Harvey Levick I won't be able to talk a deal this week. I've got to look over all that material he sent me. Now, you've got to put off that meat. I'll get back to you later, Eunice. Hello, Mr. Charleston.
Mr. France.
What can I do for you?
Answer a few questions.
Gladly.
Have you okayed the order for the Syndrex Corporation?
No, not yet. Haven't had time to look them over.
Well, the space and tolerances are what you asked for. Why the delay?
I've had other things to do. I'm taking care of it, Mr. Charleston.
In a very sloppy way.
What did you say?
Surely you heard me. How long did Syndrex Corporation guarantee their prices?
Now, you look here, Mr. Charleston.
Today is the last day. I suggest you call them personally and say yes before you get a 15% hike.
I'm a very busy man, sir. Would you mind getting out of my office? Out!
I can only say to you what you said to me when I came in. Oh, gladly. I had found the problem. 3 of them. Now the trick was to solve them without losing the company and my retirement checks in the process.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
Who would be the skier you most admired in your 2004 years?
That would probably be the Colonel.
The Colonel? That wouldn't...
He's an extra crispy little old guy, little beard.
He is a skier?
Fearless skier, as a matter of fact.
Oh.
If anybody ever calls him a chicken, you know...
I get the picture.
As a matter of fact, in the off-season, he used to ski down a big mountain of mashed potatoes. But, Bobo Sheehan from Reno Ski Shop is a good friend of his. As a matter of fact, he convinced his wife, Leslie, to marry him.
Oh?
Yes, the Colonel was hobbling around Bobo's store with a broken wing. His leg, yeah. It might have been his wishbone.
What about Leslie?
Well, the Colonel heard this muffled voice in this rack of skier and Levi clothing. And
Leslie.
Bobo. He had bought so much great merchandise that he was about to suffocate himself.
And she saved him?
Took a pair of Olin skis and popped them out like a shoe on the promise that he'd marry her.
Heartwarming. When did that happen?
That was last Thursday. Kids were thrilled about it.
Shop Bobo's Reno Ski Shop, 1200 South Wells Avenue.
Okay.
I gained 20 pounds in 2 months. Chocolate and peanut butter. Yeah, I never lost that weight either. With me, it was different. I was climbing the walls, yelling at the kids. I just couldn't live with myself. Neither could Dan, could he? No, not really. He said having a wife that smoked was better than being terrorized day and night. Better a friendly dragon than a nasty dragon, huh? Right. So anyway, I'm back to a pack and a half a day, addicted just like I was.
Let's hold it right there. The American Heart Association wants you to know that smoking cigarettes becomes a habit, not an addiction. Habits can be broken. Smoking is a matter of choice, not destiny. We can help you quit. You don't have to gain weight or climb the walls. Contact your American Heart Association for a free booklet that explains how to break your cigarette habit step by step. The American Heart Association wants you to know we're fighting for your life.
This is Andy Griffith again with the concluding act of The Troublemaker.
There are several ways of skinning a cat. At that particular moment, none of them had to be used because only a worried Mr. Fisk was involved. He stopped me in the corridor between offices.
What about those camels?
Well, I can tell you more about Extronics, and I think it's about time to set up a meeting.
Oh, good. Hinkle's coming this way.
I'm ready for him.
Hello, Harrison. And Mr. Charleston.
Well, I'm glad you're here, Mr. Hinkle. Because I don't like to talk about people behind their backs.
You mind if I eavesdrop?
Drip away. I was just about to recommend to Mr. Fisk that you not be allowed to make any company decisions after 1 o'clock.
And what does that mean?
It means that those 3 martinis at the Simpering Bull turn your brain into a bowl of minestrone.
Oh, wait a minute.
Your judgment goes to pot. People tell you things you wouldn't even look at in the morning. You get childish and write insulting memos. This is a company, Mr. Hinkle, not a daycare playground.
Oh, now, Mr. Cho, are you trying to call me an alcoholic?
I'm trying to avoid calling you an alcoholic. I'll leave it to Mr. Fisk to act on my recommendation. I have more to do, but I'll tell you something, Mr. Hinkle. You and your 3 martini lunches are one of the things wrong with Extronics.
Did you hear that?
Oh, every word, clear as a bell.
Well, I resent this guy.
Oh, I don't blame you. Of course, I have seen some of your memos.
Well, I sometimes get in the mood to write a memo.
Is it usually after lunch?
No, I don't think so at all. Not really.
Well, if there's nothing to it, don't let it bother you.
I won't. But, well, he practically called me an alcoholic.
I hope that was a psychic slip.
Yes, it must have been. I haven't had lunch yet. I haven't. You know.
And why is that, Mr. Charleston?
Wouldn't you like to know? You would, and I'll tell you. I was planning to play a tape of a phone call in which your attitude toward the president of System 3 Semiconductors can only be described as outrageous.
My God, is that who that was?
Naturally, Mr. Matsumoto didn't get through to Mr. Fisk.
Matsumoto?
And he won't call again unless I persuade him to reconsider.
Oh, I wish you would.
Oh, yes.
Very well. Well, I'll just tell him that... I'll tell him Martha's father and mother died in an automobile crash the day before, and she was out of sorts. I'll say it was her car.
I'll go, but please don't play that tape.
Very well. The point is, try not to filter out everybody.
I got the point, Mr. Charleston, and I'll be more careful.
Now, I have already recommended to Mr. Fisk that Mr. Hinkle not be allowed to make business decisions or write memos after his 3 martini lunch.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
I'll miss those memos.
It seems to me that's pretty strong, but...
Mr. Fisk has not taken the recommendation yet. It's an easy solution, which is more than I can say for the problem with Mr. France here.
What problem?
Mr. France, you've got to do something about that enormous ego of yours.
Ego? I? Mr. Charleston, I am the humblest of men.
Yes, I know. You're the tops in humility. And considering yourself humble is just another form of arrogance.
I consider that pretty insulting.
Well, since we're paying for it, I think we ought to hear him out.
Well, what's that got to do with my department in Extronics?
I'll get immediately to the point. You and your ego think you're the only ones who can pass on everything. You may be the best to decide, but anybody can order special paper clips. And meanwhile, your desk becomes a hiatal hernia obstructing the passage of vital paperwork, information, and decisions.
Maybe you don't realize that he often works all night for Extronics.
I know, doing things he should delegate to other people. And then he's tired all the next day. But it's interesting you should come to his defense, Mr. Evans.
Why not? I don't like the way you're handling this whole thing.
You're going to like it less. I'm surprised you back up, Mr. France, when you're the most inconsiderate of the people who work for you. You ride roughshod over your assistants like a Hungarian nobleman.
Now, hold it.
No. What about Annabelle Potkin? You drove her out of Extronics, and now she's with Rockworth, when she's needed here. Have you found a replacement yet?
How would you like to step outside?
Now, take it easy, Eddie.
I suppose you think that would prove Extronics didn't need her. Don't you have the slightest feeling for your fellow human beings? Can't you be satisfied being a minor god? You'd get cooperation you wouldn't believe.
I'm not going to take this.
Wait for me, Eddie.
And you wouldn't have to break in a new secretary every week.
I'm coming too.
Think about what I said,
I'm
Starhead.
just going to...
Eddie, come on.
Let's go.
I just hope I haven't lost my 3 top men.
So do I. Just remember, I have stock in Extronics, too.
What would you have done if Evans really tangled with you?
I would have beaten the hell out of him. heads caucused in the executive restroom.
Let me tell you one thing, boys. We may have had our differences, and we may have needed each other more than was absolutely necessary, but we have got to get together and get rid of this character.
Eddie, would you go in and shoot him now if we all promised to swear you were in Chicago at the time?
I'm tempted. And Harry, yeah, you may have to wait until 5 for your martinis for a while.
I may take up jogging for lunch.
I didn't know we lost Annabelle Potkin.
I shouldn't have yelled at her. She's too sensitive.
Seems to me somebody found your sensitive spots recently.
You could say that. All right. I agree with Fredo. We've got to sign a truce, back each other up, and tell Harrison to wrap up Kirby Charleston and send him back to Benton, Rogers, and Gravette.
Yeah, but we're going to have to stop taking extronics for granted. Yeah, we've all been doing it.
Yeah, first things first. Are we prepared to tell Harrison or else? I am.
I am, too.
No, not me. Not me. I didn't go out for lunch today.
I thought you seemed friendlier.
Oh, wait a minute, Eddie.
Now, hold it. We've got to go back to what we used to be. The Three Musketeers, the can-do kids. And it's got to be one for all and all for one. Are we ready?
Almost. Thank you.
Now, you know, the old Arab, I've been wondering how... Oh, here they come, Charles. You were right.
Go ahead. Say anything.
And furthermore, these are the men who made Extronics what it is. Oh, gentlemen, I'm glad you're here. I was just about to tell Mr. Charleston that we were the team that made Extronics, and we aren't breaking it up on the basis of a fast psychological fix from some corporation medicine man.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Fisk. You agree?
Believe me, Harrison, he's not a troubleshooter. He's a troublemaker.
Oh, you can say that again.
But everything I said was right. Hinkle was screwing up with his martini lunch. France wouldn't let anything get done in his department without his initials. And Evans was alienating everybody in his radiation fallout zone. Douglas MacArthur was a pussycat in comparison.
That's enough, Charleston.
But wait, it's all true. These men don't realize how they've been kicking Extronics down the tube by fighting among themselves.
I don't want to hear it, Mr. Charleston.
But you've got to hear it.
No, I don't. Mr. Charleston, you may be very perceptive, you may be very bright, and you may even be very right. I'll have to check with my 3 right-hand men about that, because they've always been honest with me. But as far as I'm concerned...
No, I'm not through yet. My work isn't done here.
Oh, that may be so, but all I can say is out!
I see. Well, I can't imagine how you're going to survive. Goodbye.
Hey, all right. How about that? Get one cheer for the chairman. Hip, hip, hooray! Fellas, I'm sorry I hired him, but everything was going down. I didn't know what to do, but I had to do something. Maybe there's something to be learned here. I just wouldn't have the slightest idea. Well, Charles Kirby, a.k.a. Kirby Charleston, it was worth it. Retrieving my car from Long Beach and suffering with the burglar alarms and all the rest of it. I think you've got my management team straight now.
Well, the idea was get them all to hate me instead of each other and then get them united in their hate. And you fire me. Well, they're happy, you're happy, and I'm happy.
Oh, what could I say? You said the things to them that nobody could say without upsetting the relationships. Oh, boy, were you frank.
I had to be.
But they're going to remember. You burned a lot of your criticism right on their...
minds?
Well, yes. And that was quite a number you did on Martha Wilkerson.
She had it coming.
I guess so. I presume you were Mr. Matsumoto?
Oh, yes, calling long distance from Honolulu.
Now, about those camels...
Well, a half, a third, and a ninth don't equal 1. So the Arab didn't give them all away.
Oh.
I like to think that I'm the floating camel that solved your problem.
I have a check here for you, Charles.
Thank you. I don't mind saying that while the squabbling was going on, I sold Extronics short and picked up a small bundle. But now...
Yes?
I am happy to say I'm bullish on Extronics.
Keep hearing those people talking. Some really impossible guy was hired by this company. I think it was the one you used to be interested in. Contronics?
Extronics.
No, Contronics. Or maybe it was Centronics?
Extronics, Mario.
That's what I said, Extronics. Well, he went over there and blistered the whole management team.
Rumors.
They said he was an older guy in his 50s.
Oh, so they said that, eh?
You know? Well, I don't know how to put this, but let me tell you something, Charlie.
Mr. Kirby, damn it.
Sorry, sir.
You're going to tell me what?
Yes. Mr. Kirby, I was just going to say that you ought to do something with your time.
I'll think about it, Mario.
What would it cost to replace your car's muffler, including installation?
Oh, I'd say about $50. No, wait, $45.
It'd be around $30.
Just about $40.
The aluminized Sears muffler is only $19.99.
That's half of what I guessed. It's hard to believe. On a Cadillac?
That's a terrific price with installation included. Should have known this. Sears.
The muffler, just $19.99 installed. Clamps if needed, 99 cents each extra. Sizes to fit most American-made cars. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers.
The suit to own, if you could own only one, is on sale at Sears. The $119 four-piece vested is now $89, a $30 savings. The suit, contrasting slacks, and reversible vest make 6 different outfits. The four-piece vested suit, it should be the suit you own. On sale for $89 until February 24th in larger Sears men's stores. Style, sense, satisfaction. Sears men's store. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Generations ago, families dined by the warmth of the open hearth. Today, Sears rekindles this spirit with its open hearth dining room furniture. Faithfully rendered early American designs and careful workmanship give it an heirloom quality. The satin glow and warm highlighting of Sears open hearth take 26 steps to achieve. There's no shorter method to bring out the beauty of the wood. And like all good furniture, open hearth is made to last for a long time with sturdy tongue and groove and mortise and tenon construction. Choose from 16 different pieces of open hearth at most Sears retail stores.
I sell draperies at Sears. Yesterday, a lady came in and said that she'd been in and out of about every store in town looking for draperies and at this point didn't know what she wanted anymore. I asked questions about her tastes and decor and then made suggestions. She was thrilled. She found what she wanted and learned a little, too. It made me feel good to know that I helped her out. Sears people are friendly people who help you find what you want.
Sears, where America shops.
You've been listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. The Troublemaker was written by John L. Green, produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Your host was Andy Griffith. Our star was Jim Jordan. Also heard were Michael Gelman, Shirley Mitchell, Mary Jane Croft, Ralph Sedan, Elvia Allman, Frank Nelson, Sidney Miller, Herb Rudley, Herb Vigran, and Jerry Hausner. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
The Columbia Broadcasting System and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, for the first time on the air, a treatment of A.C. Spatorsky's current and sensational bestseller. A factual yet incredible report of those New Yorkers who try to mix work in the city with country living, and who almost invariably end up behind the eight ball. Narrated by Eric Severide, the CBS Radio Workshop presents The Ex-Urbanites. This is Eric Severide. Since The Ex-Urbanites became a bestseller, it has been called terrifying, hilarious, penetrating, savage. What you will call it depends entirely on you. But you can be sure of this. Whoever you are, wherever you live, The Ex-Urbanites will strike home to you. Because it's the account of the men who publish your magazines, who hold sway over your radio and television programs, who shape your buying habits in their advertising agencies. Every day of your life, they encourage you to tremendous dreams, because they themselves earn their rich living by dreaming tremendously.
That's sunshine. Man, where did you find sunshine like that?
You like it, Fred?
Well, this is the greatest you've ever painted, Pruitt. The way that sunlight streams through the window, the way it lights the herbs in the window box, the way it touches the girl's hair, the way it dramatizes the can opener.
Call me Van Gogh.
No, I mean it, Pruitt. This is the best artwork I've seen as art director of this agency. It'll sell 1 million can openers or I go down with the Titanic. Who's the model?
Well, who needs a model for the typical American housewife? She's dream stuff, Fred, just like the sunshine. I painted this on a rainy day that would float the Titanic. Are you ready for the power lawnmower layout?
Let's have her.
Well, here she is. Call me Rembrandt.
This hits me right here. This fellow. The way you've got his teeth clenched on that pipe. The way you've got him bending lovingly over those roses. The age of those gloves on his hands. The beat-up trowel he holds. Oh, that takes me back.
Back to what? Park Avenue?
To my father out in Michigan. That's the way he used to bend over his roses in the twilight. That same twilight that you've caught right here. He had roots, my old man had. Sometimes I wonder why I ever left Michigan.
Well, for the same reasons I left Kansas. $25,000 a year and a choice of the best analysts?
Maybe. But you still couldn't paint like this if you hadn't gone back to the soil.
I beg your pardon.
That place that you got in Connecticut. Trees, grass, land, roots. You've left New York and got yourself some new roots, Pruitt.
Yeah, I sure have. Setting me back $500 to have them removed from my dry well.
Okay, laugh it up. But I envy you that place, man. Every time I see you lucky fellas head for the country at the end of the day, I remember my father and his roses.
Some ex-urbanites have a highly developed talent for remembering events that have never occurred. But Fred Northshield had a father in Michigan who gardened at Twilight. Now, as an advertising agency art director, his dreams were of a vice presidency. But that night in his spacious, comfortable, beautifully decorated Manhattan apartment, the dreams he had helped to dream for millions of American consumers suddenly took over. He was on the verge of becoming an ex-urbanite.
Liz, where's the bottle opener?
Right here, on the wall.
That thing is a bottle opener?
The magic handy open-all.
Your agency ran a campaign that sold $2 million in 3 weeks.
Well, how could I see it? There's no sunlight falling on it.
Not right now. No, it's a cloudy night.
Well, this kitchen has no sunlight even when there is sunlight. Every kitchen ought to have sunlight. Sunlight and herbs.
Herbs?
There's not a single darned herb in the window box.
Well, actually, there isn't a window box.
Every kitchen needs a window box with herbs. Just the most important ones, of course. But what you really need is a whole herb garden. You put them just this side of the roses.
I go a little easy on the highballs, dear. It's only 8 o'clock, and the bakers are coming over for bridge in a few minutes.
The bakers? Not a root between them.
I beg your pardon?
They got no roots. We've got no roots.
I see. Well, if it's roots you want and roses, I guess that means we'll have to move to the suburbs.
Not them, Liz. Not the suburbs, house after house, just alike. I mean the real country. Out beyond the suburbs, and an hour from town by train. Grass, lots of it. Trees, all you want. Air, all you want of that. How about it, Liz?
Well, I suppose we could look at least.
I knew you'd be for it. Liz, it'll be the greatest thing we ever did.
Thus, to the New Yorker, the country is that land that lies beyond the crowded suburbs, yet remains within 60 minutes train time of his office. This is a land of exurbia, ex meaning from, and urbia meaning the crowded city and its suburbs. In going to exurbia, he will find it already filled with men like himself, who are gainfully employed in the field of communications, radio, television, commercial art, magazine publishing, public relations, and the theater. In no other field is there more fantastic competition. They deal in ideas, and ideas alone. Tomorrow, someone may have a better idea. Tomorrow, they may suddenly find they are barren of ideas. They will be without a job. The escape to exurbia, then, is their attempt to realize a secret dream, that once they are away from the rat race at nightfall, they will ride the superhighway to happiness. And so they begin to look for a place in the country.
Try Bucks County. It's the only real country, Fred. Take a fast train from Penn Station, 1 hour to read a couple of chapters of a good book, and you're in Trenton, ready for real country living across the river in Bucks County. Bucks. Lousy, with beautiful old stone houses ready for a right guy like you to take over. Oscar Hammerstein, Dorothy Parker, Morse Hart, Bud Schulberg. They went to Bucks. You can raise black Angus, hens, pigs, pheasant. Or let one of the local men do it for you while you live off the fat of the land. Sleep all night with cows mooing in your ears. Real music.
Bucks County. 1 hour by train and another hour's drive to any kind of land you can buy if your name isn't Rockefeller. Did they tell you about those new steel mills in Bucks? The new Levitt town, thousands of homes just like on Long Island? That's country living? It'll be worse than Jersey 5 years from now. If you want old homes, people who really belong to the land, ever been in Rockland County? Quaint, charming, quiet. Try Sneeden's Landing, New City. Look around there. The real artists, the real writers, the real theater people. They're all in Rockland, and they leave you alone.
Alone? Oh, don't be dreary, Fred. Rockland County? Haven't you heard of the Thruway? The new Thruway bridge across the Hudson? It puts the Bronx minutes from Sneeden's Landing. Look, why don't you and Liz spend a weekend with Jerry and me in Chappaqua and take a look around Westchester County? Meet the Reader's Digest crowd. Talk with the writers and the artists around Pound Ridge. Your children will love Westchester. Wonderful schools. Maybe you and Liz should come out some night and go to the PTA with me.
PTA? What are you bucking for, Fred? The job of running their ice cream social? Look, if you want real rich He-Man country living, Come on out to Long Island's North Shore. Oyster Bay, Manhasset, Sands Point, riding to hounds, yachts lying at anchor. The kind of things F. Scott Fitzgerald wrote about. Ever see that $15 million chateau Marshall Field built there? Vacation place. When they have a wedding, they hire the New York Philharmonic and hide them in the shrubbery to play the wedding march. Wonderful crowd out there in the North Shore.
Wonderful, I'll bet. If you have a chauffeur. But we're not in that class, Fred. You'll have to ride the Long Island Railroad.
Yeah, I say that's a fate worse than death. Well, I guess we've covered everything but Fairfield County so far, Liz.
Well, Connecticut, here we come.
In considering a move to the exurbs, it is inevitable that the departing New Yorker gives strong consideration to Fairfield County, Connecticut. To use a speech habit of its inhabitants, A, it is the most famous, B, it is the fastest growing, C, it is the richest in exurban manifestations.
I suppose you already know a lot of people already living here in Fairfield, Mr. Northshield.
Oh, yes, Mr. Barnum. Several men in our agency live out here.
Now, I'm going to show you folks a beautiful house just put on the market. 9 rooms, 3 baths, and 12 coach lamps.
Coach lamps?
Oh, everybody in Fairfield County has coach lamps, Mrs. Northshield. This place even has 2 besides the outdoor barbecue.
You realize what that means, Liz? We can cook our steaks outdoors every evening.
What kind of heat does this place have, Mr. Barnum?
Heat? 4 fireplaces, 4 beautiful fireplaces, and a whole acre of old trees you can cut up for firewood.
What about a furnace or something?
A furnace? I never thought to ask about that. We're busy out here in Fairfield. I suppose you know we've just about trebled our population the last few years. We're also the richest county in the nation. Even beats Amarillo, Texas.
Oh, you mean something's richer than something in Texas?
That's right, Mrs. Northhill. Why, advertising agency presidents and board chairmen are a dime a dozen. Mere vice presidents and account executives are just foot soldiers. Out here in Fairfield, you'll find the publishers of Life, Woman's Home Companion, 17, Look, Harper's Bazaar, American Weekly, and the president of Time Incorporated. And you'll find that... Did you say something, Mrs. Northshield?
But before we drive much farther, Mr. Barnum, I'd like to ask one thing.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
How much is this house?
$50,05.
Well, what is that in English?
$50,500.
For 9 rooms?
Well, that includes the coach lamps, the barbecue, and a beautiful bluestone terrace.
But no furnace.
Well, now, don't you worry about that furnace until you see the place, Mrs. Northshield. Oh, and I forgot to tell you. There's 2 cobbler's benches go with the place. They say everybody in Fairfield County has a Jaguar, a barbecue, coach lamps, and a cobbler's bench.
Liz, Fred, listen, it's ours. The old lady met our counter offer of $49, and Barnum wants to see us about arranging the mortgage tomorrow.
Which house is this?
The first one we looked at.
Oh, yes, the one that needs a furnace and a new leg on the second cobbler's bench.
Oh, come off of it. Aren't you excited?
Of course, dear. By the way, do we get a free timetable with a mortgage?
What about the timetable?
Well, Marge Holt used to live in that section, and she says that you'll have to rise and shine at 7 a.m. to dress, have breakfast, and drive to 15 miles to the station to catch the 8:15.
May I share this seat with you?
Why, sure, of course.
Thank you.
Pruitt! My gosh, I didn't even look up when you asked if you could sit down.
One never asks if one can sit down, Fred. One asks if one may share one seat. That's the Officers Club code of our Army.
What Army?
Well, the Army you've just joined. The most highly paid, most thoroughly disciplined Army in the world. The Commuting Army. 360,000 commuters descend on New York every working day. Their reveille, the alarm clock. It wakes them at dawn, sends them out into rain, sleet, snow, and the fogs of hangover in their second car.
Yeah, that's right. You know, we hadn't counted on buying a second car, but Liz had to use one car to take the kids to school and back and to do her shopping.
What did you get for parking at the station? Jeep? Jaguar? Station wagon?
What difference does it make?
Well, Fred, it's very important for a man who wants to become a vice president.
Are you kidding?
Well, a man in your position, the car you drive to the station testifies to your sensitivity to what is expected of you. Well, a Jaguar denotes class, yes, but a Jeep presumes that your wife is using the Cadillac to take the kids to school in. That car and your associates on the train can make or break you.
Pruitt, are you drunk this morning? You're talking like a crazy man.
Well, you'll see about the associates. For example, Fred, those two presidents of big agencies who get on at your station, you speak to them, of course.
Well, I nod.
Well, you're learning. A nod, but never speak unless spoken to. You, haven't jostled them getting onto the train.
No.
Well, you are learning. Well, one of them may need a vice president 6 months from now. He may start speaking to you on the station platform, if you haven't jostled. Until then, merely nod, never speak. An agency president is one of the brass. You're not even a VP yet. You're still one of the foot soldiers.
Now, listen, Pruitt, you know...
Grand Central.
Well, goodbye, Fred.
No, say, wait, I'll walk through the station with you.
I better not. The candidate for vice president is known by the company he keeps. I'm a mere freelance artist dependent on you for work. I could be court-martialed for justice.
Grand Central! Grand Central!
Fred is a new ex-urbanite, of course, but already he had learned that the rat race from which he has tried to escape now begins the moment his car appears at the station in the morning. It continues as he boards the train, nodding to lesser foot soldiers and to higher brass. It continues as he rides to his working day, and soon it is with him as he starts to leave the office.
On your way home, Fred?
Something you wanted, J.P.?
Oh, no, nothing very much. I've been trying to get to you all day, but I got tied in with the brass at BBD&O and couldn't make it. No, I just want to talk to you about Hubble, that young assistant of yours.
What's wrong, J.P.?
Wrong? Nothing's wrong. You ought to be congratulated for picking such a bright young guy. He was around last night after most of the shop had gone home, and he and Dorfmeyer and I got to polishing some ideas.
Oh, why didn't you call me in?
Well, we looked for you, but you'd gone and catch the train already.
Well, I'd been glad to stay.
Well, don't worry about it, Fred. I can give you all that in a memo, but, you know, it seems to me we need a fresh slant on things. A couple of times recently, with one client or another, I've been left standing with egg on my face. I wonder if we don't have an awful lot of fat around here. We've got spear holders that haven't had their tails kicked in years. You know, if we're going places with the chief's new program for increased billings, we've got to get some new blood, like Hubble. Real hot guys. Young, aggressive. Fact is, I've been thinking of one young fellow who's over at McCann right now. He, well, I'll sum this up in a memo, and we'll wax our skis together some morning. You better hurry and catch your train.
Hello?
Liz, I won't be home for dinner tonight.
Something wrong, Fred?
We've got to wax our skis.
What are you having, an office party?
Party. It happened to so nice a guy. I'll make the 837.
Yes.
Liz, I'm in Bridgeport.
Bridgeport?
I fell asleep on the 837. Now, look, Liz, don't be sore. I'll catch the 10:03 back from Bridgeport, and I'll drive home at once.
Hello.
Liz, please, understand, will you? I got the 10:03 from Bridgeport, honest.
You fell asleep again.
I slept all the way back to New York. I'm going to put up at a hotel for the night. Say goodnight to the kids for me.
Oh, sure. They'll be up for school in a minute or two.
If Liz seems something less than the sweetheart of Sigma Chi, consider the case for her and her sisters of Exurbia. Before marriage, the ex-urbanite wife may have been a Smith graduate clad in the Smith uniform of cashmere sweater and single strand of pearls. She may have been a member of the Dirty Neck and Dirndl set in Greenwich Village. She may have been an actress, a model, or a secretary. But whatever she has been, the ex-urban wife is trying desperately to reestablish a common bond with her husband. She has moved from a small, easily maintained city apartment near stores and people to the exurbs where she has 8 rooms, is a half-mile distant from the nearest adult during the daylight hours, and must drive 5 to 10 miles to the nearest store. It is she who first realizes how tenuous, how limited his dream has become, even when he earns $25,000 a year. How does it happen that they spend at least $2,000 more than they receive?
Federal and New York state income taxes, $5,000 this year, please.
New York state tax? We live in Connecticut.
Well, your husband earns his salary in New York State, ma'am. Doesn't matter where you live. $5,000, please. Thank you, ma'am. Just be glad New York City doesn't tax you commuters. They're considering it, you know.
$2,500 a year, Miss Northfield. And Saturday's all day off, Sunday's all day off, and Thursday afternoons off.
Well, that's a lot of money, Hilda.
The Fenimores, they offer me $3,000 to come be their maid.
Well, they have 3 children. We have only 2.
Oh, well, pay her, Liz. I'm not going to have my wife doing all the housework alone.
You got to keep up appearances, too. Yeah, Mr. Northfield. That is $2,500, please. Thank you.
Summer camp for me and Penny, $500 apiece, please. Dancing lessons, me and Penny, $200 apiece, please. Sailing lessons, me, $100. Tennis lessons, Penny, $150. Total, $1,450, please. Thank you, Mom.
Tickets, please. Tickets, please. 1 year's commuting, $150, sir. Thank you.
Food.
$3,500.
Insurance.
$1,000. Not enough.
Clothes for wife, self, and family.
$2,150, including 1 sheared beaver.
I hadn't had a new coat in 2 years, and I could ask for mint.
New York expenses, lunches, cigarettes, taxis, $2,000.
Plumbing repairs, window repairs, roof repairs, heat, light, all the things our rent used to pay the landlord for doing.
Christmas presents, upkeep on 2 cars, upkeep on grounds around the house.
Say, Mr. Northfield, you interested in them roses now?
Roses? What roses?
The first day you and the missus moved in, you was talking about coming home and working with your roses. You bought a trowel.
How can I take care of roses with my front yard solid with crabgrass? How can I think about trowels when you're charging me $200 after that last hurricane washed my driveway a quarter mile down the highway? Oh, all right.
Fred, no. You can't spend any more. You've already spent a total of $27,500 in a year.
I don't know, Liz. I don't know. Maybe I'll get a vice presidency and a fat increase. Maybe your mother will die and leave us something. We're bound to break even sometime. Fred's plight. Is it deplorable, comical, tragic, incredible? It depends on the state of your own bank account and on your own morality. But in Exurbia, it is not an isolated case. As a general rule, whether he lives in Bucks, Rockland, Westchester, or Fairfield County, or on Long Island, the exurbanite consumer indomitably spends far more than he can earn. An exurban lawyer, himself a counselor on tax and investment matters to other exurbanites, estimates that around the time the high-spending exurbanite makes $60,000 a year, he is beginning to make ends meet. Until then, it's murder. Why doesn't he get out, quit, move to another place, give up the rat race? I'll tell you why. Anywhere else you live in these United States, it's a matter of keeping up with the Joneses. Where we live, you've got to keep ahead of the Joneses.
It's we who set the styles, mold the fashions, dream the dreams for the rest of the country.
What we do this week will be done a few months from now in Lake Forest, in Santa Barbara, and on Philadelphia's main line. What we decree and talk about in our magazines will be picked up and talked about in Grosse Pointe and Seawickley and Beverly Hills.
A month from now, 1 million matrons will be trying the 8-day wonder diet dreamed up by an exurbanite woman on the 815.
An exurbanite woman with a natural size 10 waist.
Several millions more will be quoting the editorial in Life.
Teenagers from coast to coast will try to look like the girl on the cover of Mademoiselle.
The man in the Hathaway shirt.
The man from Schweppes.
The jingle that put the words "Don't be half safe" to the tune of the Vulgar Boatman.
They all were dreamed up on the 815 and its counterparts. There isn't an advertising man, a writer, an artist, an actor, photographer. There isn't anybody in the United States with ideas who wouldn't give his shirt to crack New York.
And so it goes. These ex-urbanites come from all over the United States to New York with dreams of writing that great book, painting those great pictures, staging that great play. They find the world of the mass magazine, of radio, television, advertising needs fresh creative talent for its own ends. The lure of the big money is irresistible. The money increases, the dream changes. Caught in the mesh of symbols which they purvey to the rest of the nation, the country home, the foreign car, the neatly tailored lawn, the power lawnmower, they become ex-urbanites seeking to escape from one rat race only to find themselves in another. A few give up and paint those pictures or write that novel. Some even return to Manhattan where the landlord fixes a leak on the roof. The rest remain, their dreams limited by money, train schedules, and sheer physical fatigue. Yet through all this, as you see him at home with his family, at the office, with his companions on the train, the ex-urbanite is witty, amusing, clever, entertaining. A man who is fun to be with and rewarding to talk to. Never vanquished, he now has a new secret dream of giving it all up to run a health resort for other broken-down ex-urbanites. To own a country hotel or an antique business, or actually to farm his land and make it pay. Exurbia is full of these secret dreams. Meanwhile, he does the best he can at the difficult and exciting job of living. And the job he does is, under the circumstances, often remarkably good.
You have been listening to The Ex-Urbanites, a special treatment of A.C. Spektorsky's report on New Yorkers in the communications field. Prepared by Charles S. Monroe, narrated by Eric Severide, and directed by Paul Roberts. The music was composed by Ben Ludlow and conducted by Alfredo Antonini. Featured in the cast were John Larkin as Fred, Jan Miner as Liz, and Joe Helgeson as Pruitt. This is Bob Hite inviting you to listen to the CBS Radio Workshop next Friday for The Enormous Radio by John Cheever. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in New York by Paul Roberts. Of the latest CBS News. And remember, America listens most to the CBS Radio Workshop.
Exciting news for Adventure Seekers, to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty, experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.
is golden for watching. If you're listening to rumble.com/C/GAR, we will continue in just a moment after the national anthem.